Hello. Hold on.
Welcome everybody to day 2 of the regional qualifiers for Riftbound here in Bologna, Italy. It is a beautiful city and a beautiful day to be determining a top 8 and then an eventual champion here for the first European regional qualifier for Europe. I am James O'Leary, joined by Leonard Koenig here to walk you through the beginnings of the day for day 2. Leo, it was a great day 1. What are you looking forward to today?
Well, can I say everything? There are so many great players. I've already been going through the top tables of the first round that I have seen. There's so much diversity still, but there's of course also so many talented Riftbounders with meta decks like Draven that I just can't wait to see them perform in perfection.
Yeah, we're down to 264 players currently in the tournament. We're going to be whittling our way through to, a top 64. I believe that's where the qualifications for regional championships will end up. The other thing we're doing today, of course, is 5 rounds of Swiss to determine a top 8 and that all-important champion of the event. There's a lot on the line today, a lot in the way of prizing that we'll get to as we get further through. So 5 rounds of Swiss and then a top 8 in order to determine a winner. So we've got the format there. Now we need some players. We need to know who we're watching for the rest of the day. So we can take a look at our top players coming out of 8 rounds of Swiss yesterday. And not that many 8-0s left in the tournament. Only 5 so far. And there is quite a lot of Draven on this list.
Yep. Definitely might be the best deck, but on the second place you see Ezreal, the Prodigal Explorer. Wonder who that player might be. I think that is one player that most of the dedicated Riftbounders already know. Marcus Patel on the first place after Swiss after day 1. What else do we have? We have some Aurelia, and Kai'Sa is not really having the best conversion rate.
Yeah, that's a matchup that we're gonna, I'm sure,
I want to see
a little bit later. The Kai'Sa and the Aurelia.
I want to see Alan against Prisma.
When they head-to-head, that does tend to be a difficult matchup for the Kai'Sa. So
also, hi everyone.
Not too surprised to see a little bit of diversity just on the outskirts, but the fact that 8-0 in the Swiss, Draven dominating so far. I think as we get higher and higher up, standings up through the tournament, we might start seeing a little bit of a struggle there. I'm imagining a lot of Draven mirrors about to hit us, so we are likely to whittle the pool down. But
that jacket is beautiful. The suit is beautiful.
On the line for players, especially if you're not playing Draven as well. If you're looking for a best of champion,
I know James said something about like wanting to be more queer or like show queerness, and I think he's doing that right now. And it's beautiful.
Alternate card and playmat and secure yourself as the top of the standings for this event. But there's a lot still on the line.
Yeah, it is Alan against Prisma round 1, so we're gonna watch that, and it's gonna be fun.
Absolutely gorgeous. All of these cards, promos and playmats, but yes, the best of. There's only, I think, 3 legends that are not in the running anymore. So we have so many different legends that are still being played in day 2 that still do have a chance to make the top 8 cut, and so many players going for these crazy metal cards. We have seen different builds of basically everything. Some people said, okay, I can play some Chaos decks and I'm going to go for a more Miracle version of my deck where I have loads of card draw. I'm playing Ezreal Prodigy, but we also have had some dedicated decks. And I'm just excited to see more.
Yeah, that's been really interesting. And you know what? I would say one of the most interesting parts about it is the fact that there are some decks that we were like, well, Rumble, you're only playing for best of card. You're not really playing for too much more. Well, we cast a Rumble yesterday that made it through to day 2 and is looking pretty good. So I saw a Lux on the top table. I know we had Renata Glask on the featured match yesterday as well. So Depending on, you know, who your favorite legend is, there's no reason not to try and get to the stage here at a regional qualifier. And the way to do that, mine, I'm an Ari player right now, but I'm sure when more legends come out, some of my favorites from League of Legends and Wild Rift will end up having decks for themselves. But if you want to get to the regional qualifier stage yourself, there's a couple ways to do it. And the best way to do it, to get yourself a little bit of sleep extra on day one, is to enter a Summoner Skirmish, get the win, get a round 1 bye in a regional qualifier, and you can, you know, find yourself here among the best players.
And also, it's first of all fun, and second of all, great practice as well, because these are the more competitive events of the two.
ID means intentional draw.
Of course you can try hard, nobody is stopping you.
And usually you can do it like
your local area riftbounders, they will
but the thing is, with how standings work, the fact that you have, if you have a better standing, you pick, if you want to go first, and I think intentional draws are bad. Like, you have to just try to go for the best score, so that you always go first, and it's so cringe, but
as soon as the Summoner Skirmish is on, I'm playing to win. And it hasn't happened yet, so it'll be fine. We'll make it work at some point. But, you know, it's not all about necessarily our competitive prowess. Sometimes we do look into the crystal ball of what we think is going to be played at the event. We did some predictions coming into Bologna to look at, okay, which champions do we anticipate being at the top? And I will say, after day one, I feel a little bit vindicated in my Draven pick. It was the easy pick. Like, everybody expected Draven to be good. Unfortunately, I would say we haven't seen the success for the Fiora that you were expecting, Leo.
Yeah, thanks for the side.
Sorry, I know. I couldn't really soften that blow a little bit.
No, I think the deck is still great.
I am rested.
I've been looking through those top tables, and
I am not tired anymore.
Fiora players, actually, you're right about that.
I'm
so
galvanized.
Maybe my point was a little bit off that I
am ready.
We are seeing a Kai'Sa that is almost still undefeated. So in those top 10 players, there's still one Kai'Sa, which is not a lot, considering that you know, it was the second most played deck.
Yeah, and I was going to say, maybe it's actually that you've seen something in Fiora tech that the players haven't. So maybe next event, grab yourself that round 1 bye, go out onto the floor, and you can best off Fiora and prove us all wrong at that point. I think I'm hoping we're just about ready to get ourselves into the action. So you talked about Kai'Sa and Sivir. That was Medic and Amy's choices for the event. How vindicated do you feel knowing that both of these decks have somewhat made it to day 2?
Tigus, hi.
Yeah, overall pretty vindicated, I'm going to be honest. Sivir bringing 10 players into day 2 here at RQ Bologna. I still am quite sad that no Ornn players made it through. I do think that Barrett, when he reached out to me and asked me to cast, knew that I would be the Ornn player.
I cannot believe it's Alan against Prismat day 1. It's, I mean, round 1, it's nasty.
Yeah, but yeah, I mean, you know, when someone is as prevalent and fantastic as you,
but they have prepped this matchup like a lot. Like they have, I've watched them play this matchup a lot, so
just waltz into the event, win and go home, right?
It is favored for Prisma a little bit, but Alan has made some changes to the deck, and I think Alan plays better faster than Prisma.
Some Kai'Sa players doing really well. I'm really proud. I still think that having the advantage of having that much practice with Kai'Sa through set 1 through to set 2 here in Spirit Forge is where she shines, and I'm still really confident that the Kai'Sa players can bring it home.
I definitely see a Kai'Sa making it into our top 8.
Yeah.
I think that would be pretty expected at this point. Wouldn't be surprised if we have about half Draven.
I want to see the Aurelia.
Oh,
by the way.
Round 9 of the regional qualifier
oh my God, okay.
in Bologna getting
Give it to me.
Players with 18 points from day 1.
I got baited.
246 players.
Where's Alan and Prisma?
The exact correct math would be 252. And on your screen,
Girl.
you can see the Sivir extraordinaire himself. Not playing Sivir for this tournament, said he doesn't like it playing only best of 2 in rounds. So has moved over to Draven. It is Randy.
It is indeed. We've seen much of this glorious executioner across the weekend thus far, but they are no short of tricks up their sleeve as we go into this interesting matchup, which I wasn't expecting to see today, and I'm very pleased because I'm not quite sure how Draven will react. Draven has a lot of kind of recursion and a lot of buffs, lots of ways to make units bigger, lots of surprises, but I'm not really sure how it fares into this matchup when you're looking at the loose cannon of Jinx.
Yeah, Leela Eisman here on the Jinx. Something we did see at the end of yesterday, using that last rights later on into the game to try and recycle out of your trash. The Edge of Night as well, a really nice hidden card that can allow you just to play some tricks on your opponents. But we'll see how effective it can be. We talked about it a little bit yesterday. Jinx Legend immediately puts your mind into a very specific position. It says, oh, I want to be low on cards in hand, but when you have this Chaos Core, when you have all of this card draw, you don't actually need to be in that spot. You use the Jinx Legend as a bonus rather than a requirement to play the deck.
Yeah, there's no point in pigeonholing yourself. You might as well say, well, it's a nice effect if it can happen, but it's not the be-all and end-all. It's not the most important thing. But I think that's where, you know, where Draven does have the slight advantage when you're looking at this matchup just on paper, is that that legend effect is so strong with being able to do lots of combat. We love combat,
this is the best
and
of Jinx
does fall into that trap a little bit. Jinx plays a lot of little units at the beginning, and Draven's like, ooh, delicious, and they really can take kind of a bit of a lead with that, draw lots of cards, and hopefully get into what they need to just ramp up.
I think,
so when I'm thinking about how this
Jinx
would work out on paper,
should be
my brain
unfavored,
does
sadly.
go to think, oh, okay, Draven
But,
does have the
we'll see
advantage here.
who plays
But then
better and
again,
faster.
Jinx does work in
It
these
will
ebbs
be.
and flows.
It will depend
You
on who
need
plays
those kind
faster
of
for
small
sure.
units just to score a couple of
Because the
early
rounds
points
are
to
still
just get the ball
timed. This is not
rolling,
top cut yet,
and then
so
you take those big pop-off turns.
100% agree. I think
it is
the risk
timed,
for
which
Jinx
means
is
that
you are
playing
into a
faster
Miracle variant Draven here.
will be
One
more
Runner
relevant.
Master in the list, the Vi as well for that really finishing moves. So it's hard when you're
Is it
playing
not
into a
Miracle
deck that is
Jinx?
a little bit more aggro focused, a little bit less consistent generally Miracle over mid-range, but the ability to get a lot of units out early.
I think if it's not Miracle, then there's no chance that Jinx
in
wins.
this
Like,
Draven decks. And Randy, obviously an
zero.
experienced competitor. We saw him over in the Chinese regionals, made it to semi-finals over there on his Sivir list. Here, bringing out the Draven, something a little bit more consistent for him, something where you don't have to memorize your entire deck in every round, which makes things a bit easier when you played for 12 hours yesterday.
A little bit, yeah. They're long days, and our competitors have been doing such a fantastic job so far. We were in here quite late last night, and so coming back this morning, getting back into the fray is honestly very, very exceptional for all of them. And this just goes to show how high level of competition really is a endurance battle, as well as knowing your matchups and your deck. And it's actually a lot about kind of the physicality of being here in person. But let's jump straight into the game as David goes in, starting us off with the loose cannon Jinx, and of course just with the treasure hunter there to start things off, which is a very typical play.
And Fluffed for Jinx is interesting.
We want those low power units, and hopefully Draven
I think Fluffed is a good battlefield because on Jinx, because you don't need to tap, and if you run a lot of equipment, you can just equip them for free,
when you control it, your legends have tap,
which is good.
Equipment, which is very strong when you're looking for things like Edge of Night. In this Jinx deck, it also works with longswords, can work with a spinning axe as well if you do control that battlefield. Turn one for Randy, a stacked deck into a Noxious Hopeful, 4 might really early on, and this is what this deck does so well. You have these very cheap spells that let you cycle through your deck, and then afterwards you can get things like the Noxious Hopeful out just to have great power early doors. Treasure Hunter down onto Zorn Warrens, have the draw discard. And we'll see where David decides to go. Discard draw is the ordering on it. We'll see where David decides to go with that discard.
Yeah, it's a tricky one here because, again, you kind of don't want to give easy KOs for Draven. You don't want to really leave things in there, but you need to get the ball rolling. You need to score points. So we have to move it, really. We go for the stacked deck there. Off the cooled shot. Okay, okay, we're playing the Super Mega Death Rocket, which I do like in this matchup because it does allow you to have some removal, but it's quite expensive and a little too early to be employing those.
Yeah, it does mean you can recycle them as well, or get them back into your hand. Recycle obviously being a keyword doesn't really mean the same thing here, but the ability to do 5 damage to a unit, discard a card, get it, conquer, then discard a card, get it back into your hand, allows you to get through things like these Noxious Hopefuls as the game goes on. We see the Siren coming down as well to avoid those combats that you were talking about. In the Aurelia decks, we see it used to get that extra might onto the Aurelia and get her into strong positions. But here, getting the Treasure Hunter off the Zorn Warrens means that Randy will get himself his first point and then go through his discard draw as well. You can tell both these players very experienced, making it very obvious what triggers are happening at what point, discarding the scrap heap to get another card in hand. We have Ezreal.
Ezreal's a nice shout right here. Again, getting that draw engine on board. Both players kind of opting for this kind of Ezreal draw engine at this stage. And it's really strong. We know it's strong. Ezreal in their own right, a great deck, but actually just employing it in so many others, the flexibility of Chaos is kind of shining through in this matchup as both players employ this engine.
It's just so good. The ability to get towards that one-on Rasa that Randy has in the main, has the boots of swiftness in hand right now.
I like that.
The Noxious Hopeful is kind of stranded a little bit. Obviously things like Fight or Flight can negate those combats. You can just leave it out there. Traveling Merchant will be the play though instead for now, so we're just going to have that Noxious Hopeful on its lonesome route. Very hard for the Treasure Hunter to get through it. David, you don't really want to invest a lot of resources into killing something like a Noxious Hopeful this early on. And we'll see where he decides to go. Is running Demolitionist as his champion unit. We saw Jinx Rebel a couple of times yesterday.
But Demolitionist is still a great chosen champion in their own right, so we've got a lot of kind of flexibility there. We did see, I think, once yesterday we saw Demolitionist, like near the end of the day. I think it's becoming a more popular pick.
Yeah, we're going to rock at the Ezreal here.
Oh, okay.
I really like this as a play. One of the strengths of Ezreal, obviously, in these Chaos decks is the ability to get Cold Shot out for 1 power.
Yeah.
You get those repeat costs in really easily. Also can work through accelerate costs like Kai'Sa. Survivor when she comes into the battlefield. So get rid of the Ezreal, avoid some of that extra card draw that comes from the Cold Shot or the extra pressure that can come from a Survivor. Treasure Hunter going to the Forge, Ferris Forerunner being discarded on the Conquer, allowing the Super Mega Death Rocket to come back.
And go again? Or are we just going straight back?
I think he was just showing Randy
I was going to say, I don't think we have enough for that. Yeah, so recurring the Super Mega Death Rocket, and that's why I like this in this matchup, is because you can at least deal with those slightly smaller units. It does 5 damage to a unit, which is very substantial when you're looking at Draven, because it does take out all of those slightly smaller units, even the Noxus Hopeful.
Importantly, doing it outside of battlefields as well, because one of the risks when you play into a Draven deck is they attack, and you have 4 damage that you can put onto it.
Wait,
it's like, oh, well, on the attack trigger, I'm just going to recycle a Fury Rune, I go up to 6 Might.
And then that's no good.
Yeah, and then you're not able to actually kill off the Draven. So really like the fact you can do it outside of a battlefield. Have another stack deck being played by David. Looking through, going to Simon back the Treasure Hunter again. We talked about avoiding combat. It's exactly what you want to do into Draven. You are a little bit low on units for David, been playing a little bit more removal in this early game, but has gone through a couple of stack decks, so we'll be getting towards the cards that they want for later portions of the game. Okay,
we managed to grab the last rights there. Not super useful right now, but honestly not a bad time to start thinking about
golden
the
token army
of the deck, kind of with the removal that has taken
Jinx loves tokens,
place on David's turn. It was, you know, a little bit scary for early game Draven, but again, there's just so much card draw here. You're able to kind of just cycle through and get yourself out. We get we get the conquer point there from the movement, and kind of just storming ahead if you're Randy.
Actually really interesting here.
I kind of thought they would show us the metrics of which legends made it to day 2, but all I caught was 0 Ornn and 10 Sivir or something. Yeah, Sivir, I expected Sivir to do well. I think Sivir's really good. Actually.
Well, 3 of the 4 that he has remaining. The Cold Shot here costing more because their Ezreal was removed. That's 2 power having to be invested. Another Cold Shot going to the bottom. I wonder if do you really want a last rights on something like a Hopeful?
I just don't think so. I don't know.
Yeah, it looks
if I'm going to put it on anything, an Noxus Hopeful at least has 4 might, so at least we're going in with something a little bigger than sort of the Tide Turner we saw yesterday with the last rights on. But yeah, in this instance, it's looking like a possibility, but do we want it now? Like, is there enough in the discard to bring back? Ezreal obviously kind of feels good when you want that extra card draw, you want to keep going. The hand is looking
the problem is there's still time, so
we've got some
they have to play fast,
fight or flights, I think,
like
I saw
very
in
fast.
there, and we've got units. So I mean, realistically, card draw isn't the most important thing right now, but definitely important into a deck that is trying to push you back.
Yeah, bringing back the Draven, bringing out the Draven and then back the Noxious Hopeful, just playing a little bit more on the defensive. Always the risk that you lose the Hopeful later on, and the ability to have 12 might with which you can conquer, bolstered up by that second ability on the Draven for Randy on the next turn. David here, 1 point behind, nothing too consequential, can try and trade into that Traveling Merchant, but problem with Treasure Hunter is it has 1 might. You can go to those on warrants, you have drawn quite a few cards, so the discard draw isn't going to hurt you too much. Even look towards discarding something like the Seal. He's looking at a Super Mega Death Rocket again.
I think you're almost quite strapped here. You've got the last rights. but that's not super helpful right now on any of your units. I think you've got
Rocket
to
is
kind of
actually
deal
really good into Draven.
with the threat that you were talking about earlier.
Like Rocket
in
being
the
able
base,
to
before Draven has the
kill
ability
Draven is really, really
to
good
kind of buff itself
in this
up and make
matchup.
itself bigger. You've got to deal with that. And being able to attack a unit in a base is such a powerful ability. We quite often think that something is safer in base than it is on a battlefield, or not when Jinx is concerned.
Yeah, Superman does the recursion on it as well, just so powerful in this position.
And honestly, that's why I was really surprised we didn't see it yesterday. You know, if I was building Jinx, I'd be all over those rockets. I love that you can bring them back. You just have to discard one, and I think that's quite powerful. Is it expensive? Kind of cost, but I mean, at the moment for David, there isn't a whole lot else going on. I'm going to be honest. Like, we can play this Draven. The last rights doesn't really do much without that. So
yeah,
I feel like
the
at
Jinx
this
board
point,
is a
you just
little
need to start building up that
messy
base
boots, I'm
while doing
afraid.
exactly what he's doing and taking down the bigger threats on the other side before they can advance and get larger.
Yeah, I think the risk for David is if you discard the Draven to get your Super Mega Death Rocket back, that can kill one unit, right?
Yes.
You can play out your last rights, but I don't think you do have the energy available to play the last rights right now, and then put the last rights on the treasure hunter, retreat
playing
with
a better
the
list.
siren. You have just enough energy to do
For
that.
sure.
Next turn, your treasure hunter goes in as 3, but if these Noxious Hopefuls are split up across Forge of the Fluffed and across the Zorn Warrens, then you can kill one of them and then conquer, get back the Draven, kind of makes sense. It's going to be a little tricky to decide exactly how we want to play it. There is the last rights. Are we looking for the equip? You're not going to equip and hold because you know you lose out on that trade. You don't have enough energy for Super Mega Death Rocket, and it's a slow spell, can't be played on your opponent's turn anyway. Recycle the 2 to equip it to the treasure hunter, then we'll siren it back, and then we're looking to see what Randy does with these hopefuls. If they both go to one battlefield, you can go to the other. You now outmight the traveling merchant, but if Randy buffs up that traveling merchant's battlefield with the 2 Noxious Hopefuls on the other side, then you are struggling a little bit because you have 3 might into 4. I guess you death rocket whatever's sitting on the weaker side of the board and hope that you are just playing into that traveling
I think
I like what David's done
I think
here,
Draven is in a
the
better
traveling,
position still.
The treasure hunter back
But
with the last
the
right.
amount of gold that Jinx
Probably
has
trying to get
is relevant,
the
I
last
think.
right effect on a conquer rather than a hold point. Hold point is way too dangerous against
And
Randy
yeah, the
right
table
now.
is very small. Very small table.
Noxious Hopeful comes in and your unit
that's
dies,
it.
right?
So you've brought that back, protect it, kind of hold your stance a little bit more, and then maybe Super Mega Death Rocket next turn if anything is in a battlefield. But then if Randy doesn't put anything in a battlefield, that is just open and you can just go for the conquer regardless. So it kind of puts Randy in an interesting position of having to respond to this, knowing there's a Super Mega Death Rocket in hand. Having that hand knowledge in a game like this is so imperative, and it's why we see cards that allow you to look at your opponent's hand quite often being incredibly powerful. But even recursion effects like this do give it away a little bit.
Yeah, it's about how Randy decides to sack the battlefields, and if he does as well, because in the end, like the last rights is recurring a Draven.
Yes.
Right, that's really
100%.
all that you want to get out of there. So it's like, oh, can I deal with the Draven if it comes out? It's not the end of the world. You're still spending the 4 energy off the last right. It's going to play our own, using the 3 there. Control Forge of the Fluffed as well, so we can tap the Draven to immediately equip. This is what we were talking about a couple of turns ago.
That effect.
Go in as 6 towards this bottom battlefield, which gets you out of Death Rocket range, huge.
Massive.
And then the Noxious Hopeful can bolster the defenses on the side of the Traveling Merchant as well. But still, the Treasure Hunter would go in with the Death Rocket on that Noxious Hopeful to take the victory in a combat, allowing David's last rights to trigger.
Exactly, and that's what we're trying to avoid here, is just allowing David to kind of bolster up units and have those bigger turns. With Jinx, we've got a lot of gold tokens on the board. We've got a lot of what the resources we need, but we just don't have the units right now to back it up, and Randy does. That's the thing, we know that. Randy obviously has a lot in hand as well. Of course, we're going in with the Ezreal from the last rights, bringing that back, getting that card draw. Absolutely illustrious. When you play discard 1, draw 2, you really could not ask
there's
for
no
better.
no conversion rate right now because we're not in top cuts yet. We're in
right now. I think it was an overzealous
Twist
fan
though.
sitting at the back alongside the Fizz battering ram, piercing light. The Swifties.
And yeah, I could play with
was it a Ride the Wind? I
Yeah, I
believe,
think so, yeah.
I could play with Chinese cards. I know every
we have a
card
couple of tools,
effects
no
by heart,
energy up
so
to use them right now. So if you're David, you are kind of
I mean,
you're
most of them.
thinking, well, if this Noxious Hopeful comes up to the top battlefield, can I just death rocket it? We're going to hide the fight or
conversion rates
flight.
are out? Okay,
Obviously,
okay.
we know exactly what that is. Could still be something like a tide turner for Randy that you need to be a little bit more cautious around as David. And we're going to put the Noxious Hopeful there as well. So really trying to mitigate that ability for the Treasure Hunter to take one of these battlefields.
Okay, David moving on. As David here, it is now a little bit scarier. We've still got the Super Mega Death Rocket, but and with a hidden card, it kind of feels bad taking out the Noxious Hopeful. It becomes a little bit trickier to sequence this turn in a way that allows you to kind of get that last rights trigger to be able to get something back. It maybe we're thinking too linear with that. Maybe he's got a different plan and he's thinking about kind of the long-term goals of the turn. But I think realistically, you have to start getting units that are gonna be able to deal with this Draven deck in its full ferocity, and that's what we're seeing come alive now, is the units are getting bigger, the last rights is on, we're looking for that hold point, we're looking for the
problem
trigger,
is that Draven is
and
much
the
better at
Ezreal
holding their
invade.
Jinx.
There's a lot going
Like
on,
a
and we need to
lot
respond.
better.
So we are going to go for the Noxious Hopeful, but it doesn't quite
And these
keep that
rockets you
battlefield
pay in
open
4
yet, 'cause we
to
still have the
remove
hidden
2,
card.
like 4 energy to
Rocket going
remove
down.
4 mites
David having
for
a think
2
about,
energy.
you
It's not a good
kind of
trade for you.
expect it
You're
to
paying
be a
4
fight or
and
flight.
to kill like a
If
2
there's a
energy
tide
unit.
turner, the
It's
Ezreal
just
can
not
come in. You
not
then
worth it.
trade with the Ezreal, but you lose your Treasure Hunter, the only unit you have right now. Edge of Night being played just raw to get that extra might on towards our Treasure Hunter. Now we go in. Just gives the +2, can usually be hidden. I think Randy asking exactly how many runes do you have available right now? It's 3. Only 1 card in hand for David, and not the easiest thing to do here. We're gonna fight or flight it back, Randy?
I think that's the biggest Treasure Hunter I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Like that is,
massive.
He's got so much equipment. He's hunted a lot of treasure and he's put it all on.
A huge play though now for Randy. The ability
huge.
to hold both these battlefields. Only 1 card in hand for David. He will
Yeah, I
draw
have a good
more on
rally
this
list.
turn, obviously with the Jinx Legend trigger, but Randy wins the combat as well through the fight or flight, so draws a
single
card.
one. Okay, listen guys. Every single one of my students, my pupils that brought Aurelia have made it to day 2 right now. Every single one.
Taking these whole points, going up to 7, like that is phenomenal for him, and David's just kind of sat on this back foot at the moment. He might be able to make some meaningful plays next turn, but if Randy can build up this base even more, and we know he's got some great resources in hand to do so, some really big units, maybe we're a bit lacking on runes, but I think at this stage it doesn't matter too much. You're in quite a cushy position right here to be able to kind of push forward to those 8 points, especially when David doesn't really have a lot going on still. And I think that's what we saw from Jinx yesterday, where we kind of ran out of steam. We were able to keep up in the early game, the points were kind of flowing, and then as it got towards the end of the game, unfortunately the bigger units from decks like Draven were just able to overpower them, and the death rockets just weren't enough.
Yeah, David just hasn't really got the units this game.
No.
Like, we've seen that traveling Treasure Hunter, in fact, just on the board for the majority of the game. You might
It's my own academy,
Randy
yeah.
a little bit of time to get his 2 hold points there. The last rights triggers goes off before you get the points from the hold, so he needed to pick what he was going to bring back. Look through both the trashes, brings back the Draven.
Great
Didn't
choice.
play it to a battlefield, interestingly, going for the, well, if I lose these battlefields, I can just
can take them
conquer
back.
next turn.
And I think that's the risk. It's like David could put all that work in, but actually then Randy just
Sorry
knows
for
what
not
happens inside the
commentating as
base,
much.
So it doesn't matter.
I'm
push
eating
them
breakfast.
forwards and hopefully they're big enough to deal with that. David
when I'm
does have
done,
the
I'll
advantage of
be
Death Rocket, where it
yapping
can
a lot
target
more,
the
okay?
base, so Randy does have a little less flexibility with that. So maybe pushing into a battlefield isn't that bad, because it feels almost just as risky. Like it doesn't matter where they are, but at least you're giving your opponent more hoops to jump through, and that's all you're trying to do here.
Yeah, you don't want to give them the combats, right?
No.
There's no point. David's on 3, you're on 7. You only need that either a hold point or 2 conquer points to win out on the game. Randy is going to chuck an overzealous fan down on this Noxious Hopeful. Very powerful in combination with any other unit of the battlefield. The ability just to sack it and bounce something back, especially when your opponent only has 2 units, only has 2 things that can push in.
Right.
It's very hard for David.
And that's the thing, Randy's just like, it's okay, I'm on 7 points now, all I need to do is take these 2 battlefields, and the more units I have in base to be able
Yeah,
to
if you go to Metify, you can see
these guys don't have ganking, they can't hop from battlefield
the
to
bootcamp
battlefield.
description.
So if he leaves kind of what he's hoping to move around next turn.
You can join just as like a watcher where you watch all the VODs and you have like access to being able to watch the VODs of the Scream sessions. And there's another tier which is you're attending sessions and actually playing yourself. And it's more like one on like personal.
To super mega death rocket take something out
and the last tier has like a lot more benefit and you can attend every session basically.
2 units, I then lose the combat, and then I have to take out the top battlefield as well, Forge of the Fluff. So really difficult position here for David. Kind of unfortunate in terms of how many units they were able to get out this game, but it's one of those things, you know?
It is, and I feel like with this matchup specifically as well, like with Jinx, you are wanting to have that flurry of early game units. You want those really low cost units that you can just swing out on the board, and you kind of go in with this like just explosion of units early on. But unfortunately, that benefits Draven.
Yeah, it does.
Draven loves combat. That's all he wants. He's ready pretty early out of the gate and with some bigger units as well. So it just feels disadvantageous.
Yeah, if this is not Miracle Jinx,
because not only do we not
Jinx
get the early
has
game units to score early easy points, but we also then
chance
just kind of have lost our pacing at the end of the game.
without being on
Randy
Miracle.
was just able to ramp up too far. And now he's left a lot of hoops for David to have to jump through to now bring this back. I'm not saying it's impossible. If anyone's going to be able to do it, it's a Jinx on 6-1-1.
Yeah, it's very improbable though. Like, let's be honest about this. For David to get out of this situation, does draw 2 cards, well, 1 card in beginning and 1 card for the card draw for turn. So I haven't quite had a look at exactly what's going on in the hand. You need a Conquer if you're going to get that Super Mega Death Rocket back from your trash. And then you also have to discard one of your cards. So you're thinning out your resources pretty heavily.
And that's the thing, that's where the kind of legend ability does come into play. You are discarding more, so you can draw more up again. But when we're this late in the game, those card draws at the beginning aren't that helpful. You kind of need a bit more push than that.
Was that a Sundisk and a Noxious Hopeful?
Oh.
That is, I mean, it's not great. It's not great.
They both have Legion, but we need to play one before the other.
I mean, Sundisk does mean the Noxious Hopeful will come in ready. We tap it. Noxious Hopeful then gets ready when we play it for those 2 energy, but we reveal all of our cards. Going to go in here, looking for the last rights trigger to get the card from our trash out ready. Randy just having a quick read of Sundisk. Maybe he hasn't played into many Rek'Sais this weekend because that's kind of where we see it mostly. I like the tech from David. The idea of, well, I'll go in, I'll get my unit out of the trash, and then Ezreal dies. Okay,
cool. So we did manage 1. Now we need to get the other battlefield as well. I think it's a bit more of an uphill battle here, but we will get the last rights trigger for the Conquer. But what comes back?
It's the Draven. Or the Ferris Forerunner.
I don't think how did this Jinx make it start to day 2? I don't get it.
That is really big, because what have we got going on? We've got 4, 5, 6, 7.
There's no way you just play Forerunner main deck in Jinx. Like,
to take
no.
that down, but it looks like, yep, we're going for the Ferris Forerunner. I think that's a great play right now. If we're going to be able to make a comeback, this is the sort of big tanky unit we were talking about that David was just missing for a while. We needed that last rights trigger. We finally got it. Maybe this is the turning point.
Jinx as well, Demolitionist has Assault 2, so it would take us up quite a lot on the attack. The problem is the overzealous fan exists, so we need to get through the 6 of the Noxious
That board is crazy. I'm sorry.
For Randy.
Like they have, the Jinx has her hand on the runes, also the graveyard on the runes. Interesting.
Sequence this properly. About knowing what resources are left, and then kind of dealing with that. And I think this kind of
pushing the Jinx makes sense.
Battle style is where you have to go. You push something in.
She has to be pushed back, and then you push Ferris Forerunner
and then go in again
to trade, but you still lose. Like.
Interesting, if you do
it's literally lethal on board.
Overzealous fan bounces your Jinx back, then you go in 6v6 onto this Noxious Hopeful with that last rights equipped. Your Ferris Forerunner dies.
But then you get the 2 mechs
in base. You get the 2 mechs in base, but that doesn't help Treasure Hunter defend this top battlefield. Oh, nice.
Oh,
because
Fluff.
We can move the last
wait, gag it.
I love that.
One of the few times.
Okay, for people who don't know what just happened,
equipment and put it somewhere else. Other ones being
left is the top battlefields, and you can tap your legend to equip an equipment to a unit for free,
and then you get the
which is really strong here. I mean, we still have to pay for the cost of the of
That
the
would be absolutely
last strike, though.
spectacular. Even if Randy could come back with something, which they can't because they're out, but...
Death
oh,
Rocket
with
on
Death
the
Rocket on the
Draven.
Draven! I told you, here's the turning point!
Wait, hold on.
It really is for Randy. Falling
Is
low
Jinx
on
winning?
resources. Noxious Hopeful gonna... sorry, first Forerunner gonna go in and kill off the Noxious Hopeful. Last rights
who
will
are we
stay
kidding?
on the battlefield, but on the top side we have a Treasure Hunter sitting at 3. No energy available now for David as they will look to pass the turn. It's a long sword in hand from the draw, a discard draw on the Zorn Warrants.
true.
Ooh, but we're going to discard it to bring
True.
back the Death Rockets, and now
Smart.
that's the only card in hand. But again,
Fluff
you're
works really
posing
well
threats and you're
with
saying,
like
okay, well, even
Blade
if
of the
you
Ruined
were to
King, for
attach that
example.
last rights to the Traveling Merchant, that's just not big enough for my big super mega Death Rocket.
Can get the... I mean, you go in with the Merchant on the Treasure Hunter, you win that combat, draw a card from the Draven, because it's a 3 into a 4. You also get the last strikes trigger on the Conquer. We have a Draven in our trash if we so desire it. Haven't seen the hand in a little while. You can see there's the equip, Recycle 2, Noxious Hopeful, and the Ezreal going back to the
Nothing
bottom of our main
accelerated.
deck. Now we go in on the Treasure Hunter, knowing there's no real combat traits available for David.
I mean, there's too many
So
cards
we
here
get clean
that
sweep there. That's
Draven can just win with.
out of here. So we're one step away. We need to take that bottom battlefield for the
Can play a
win,
card
or
from graveyard.
manage to bulk this battlefield up enough to hold it.
So what are we bringing back? Had the discard draw from the Traveling Merchant move, then from the
You can
Glorious
bring in like a
Executioner,
hopeful, maybe?
winning the combat, we get that extra draw as well. What are you
What do we
bringing
take
back,
back?
Randy?
I feel like bulking out this battlefield, if possible, is great.
Fizz makes
is
sense.
a good choice.
So
Bringing more back from the discard pile.
I'm trying to think if we have something we could accelerate, because Fight or Flight, the first
Okay.
Forerunner
I mean,
back, accelerate here does
It's okay
win
if you
us the
accelerate.
game.
If you don't accelerate, then it's not good.
Ride the wind.
well,
Oh,
Ride
we
the wind.
for the
Beautiful,
win.
really good line there. Making sure that you can clean up that bottom battlefield, get the first Forerunner out of the way, and then ride the wind across. Randy takes game 1 of this 6 1-on-1 matchup here in round 9.
I often think of these nice battlefield combos, but the issues is that, wait, I'm hiding cards, hold on.
Commonly see outside of Sealed. Double Mind Splitter, the first Forerunner, a hard bargain, a Kaiser, and a Seal of Discord.
An interesting mix. I don't know what I'd bring in here if I'm Randy, if much, but I'm more curious about kind of how that would affect a Jinx matchup. As we've assessed a few times before, we think that Draven is the kind of more overwhelming unit in this example, in this pairing. But that doesn't mean that we didn't see quite the comeback there from Jinx. It was a really uphill spike that we were able to see. So I actually think that maybe there is an argument that some
Interesting
good
Jinx sideboard.
sideboarding here,
And by
getting some
interesting,
more
I mean
units
bad.
in play would be great.
Why do we have
Plenty of them in
like
here.
a
Maybe some more of
5
those
cost
first
Draven in there?
Forerunners for a
For
bit
who?
of extra bulk.
Yeah,
what?
I think the issue is nothing has deflect,
No.
and you don't have counters, right? You have hard bargain, but you
No, I
haven't
mean, this
got it
list
in
just
main.
does
I
not
can't
win
quite remember
against,
if it was in the sideboard. So if
against
you are
Miracle, it's just
looking
not-
to play these big units, you
not a
just risk
thing.
Fight or Flight.
Yeah.
You risk them getting knocked out immediately as David. I wonder if maybe you look to put in another Darius for that pseudo accelerate with the ready on the second card. But we'll see where David decides to go. Forge of the Fluff used very effectively by both players there in game 1. I really like the tech of taking the last rights off.
Yeah, that was great.
I think the
And
seal
think
in the
that's thing. We've
sideboard is
seen-
for
we saw yesterday, and we spoke about it a little bit, where
maybe
actually
Darius?
choosing your battlefield
when you
is
bring in
really
Darius.
scary because you could be quite advantageous towards your opponent. So almost playing a battlefield that
I
could be
really
disadvantageous to
I
both
love
of you,
Jinx's
but
battlefield. I
worse
think
for
it's
your
so
opponent
smart.
than
I
it
had
is
the
for
exact same
yourself could be a
idea.
good thing. Choosing
Exact
a bad
same, like,
battlefield on purpose
1-to-1.
could be good. We
Yeah.
saw it yesterday, and we could see it again today. Well, now we have
But
the
I tried
obelisk
it,
of power
and it was
Orn's
bad,
Forge.
so-
Ornn did make it today too, everyone. Ornn lovers unite. The Forge is there, reducing the cost of the first friendly and non-token gear you play each turn to buy 1. If you are controlling that battlefield. Randy having a think about their first turn, I believe. I think we've gone through the mulligans already. You can see a couple of runes already channeled.
Not looking too happy. The body language isn't giving it.
Yeah, it's one of those like, do I play? Do I get, a Traveling Merchant out early? Do I want to start discarding my cards? You do want to be on the board early here. Those points in the first few rounds really helps you accelerate to the Ride the Wind turn, stuff like that. It's 3 runes, as you say, because of the obelisk. And Randy already counting out. Okay,
Oh, okay,
so
a
it's a
seal.
seal. want to be using that power on your first turn if possible.
I don't know if there's anything else we can play. There is!
Noxious Hopeful.
Thank goodness.
Yeah, okay. So didn't use the power from the seal, but Noxious Hopeful does
Are
mean
you
have a
required to
4-mic
wear
unit really early on, and David
the
is gonna be
headset or no?
struggling to
I
match
wonder.
that on their first turns.
Well, David knew exactly what they were
Yep,
playing. Straight
there
in
we
with
are.
the Darius, and honestly, not mad at it at all.
Yeah, Draven just
Draven.
so
Gosh,
good in these
getting the
matchups.
mix
No,
up
they're
again.
brothers. You're allowed to get them mixed
Yeah.
up super easy. Yeah, Draven just so good in
Seal
these matchups.
Hopeful actually makes
So
sense
much
if
power
you
and
have nothing else
matches
to play.
well into a
You don't want to
Noxious
skip
Hopeful
turn
because
1.
of the ability to use that buff during attacking and defending. Here, a couple of options. Obviously
Ezreal
not
is
gonna
good.
go towards the Forerunner. Kai'Sa and Ezreal really the two
To
that you're
discard
looking
Pharos.
at.
Pharos is
Ezreal
bad in
out
this
into a
matchup.
cold shot
Needs to
will
go.
mean you're only... We don't even have to recycle a rune because you have that seal out. Instead, we are going to play a Draven of our own, matching on the other sides of the rift. Adoration for Draven pretty high
Draven makes sense.
in this matchup.
Understandable, a very strong
I
unit.
just said
in
on
both.
the opposite sides of the rift, didn't I?
Yeah, you did.
Oh, lead
no.
caster at heart.
Oh, understandable.
Okay.
Okay, here we go with the first Draven moving into our Forge and scoring that early point, and that's kind of what Jigs wants to do, but recognizing
I mean, with
the
quick
David
draw,
needs
it's
to
kinda
go in
nasty.
with larger units in this instance to not
Especially
allow
Jinx
the
here can
easy
hide,
extra
actually.
card draw from the other side. Recognizing that these smaller units I tried with last
I
time
don't
aren't
understand
really gonna cut the
both,
mustard.
though.
I'm going to need to go in with something bigger, so I'm going to
Because-
play you at your own game, and we're going to have more Dravens in play.
Ooh.
There's an interesting little thing here
Rockets?
as well with the stack deck. You already have one longsword in hand.
Yeah,
It
I'll
is gonna
take
do
rocket
this with
too.
Mega Death Rocket,
Mhm.
but Ornn's Forge does read each turn.
Yes.
So when you have equipments with quick draw, you can actually reduce the cost of a longsword on your opponent's turn as well, only having to pay 1 energy and a power. So you could longsword on a turn. Next turn, your opponent's like, well, there's no way they'll longsword again. Then you just longsword
mean,
again.
Just rocket
And,
the
there's more Fury
the
runes on
Draven
David's side
right
of the
now.
board as
It's
well.
better,
it is a
so that you're not
Draven is
getting
Draven matchup.
axed.
The Draven would win. David's Draven.
You-
that is,
you
if
rocket and
go
then you
for the
hide,
full power sacrifice. Also, as the
You hide the card, and then you
attacking
pass.
player, I believe you get to put your trigger on the bottom of the stack, so Randy could buff up. But the Super Mega Death Weight you just use to avoid any semblance of doubt around those Dravens. Randy's sent to the trash.
Again, just avoiding that combat fantastically and being able to get the Death Rocket kind of in play, so we
Yeah,
have that
this is good.
constant
This is correct.
recursion of it early on is really imperative.
I
to
think
getting Randy's
David is a really,
units
really
kind
good
of
deck
under
builder.
control.
Well, sorry.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Randy.
I think the
Decision
idea behind the
now,
battlefields is genius.
do
I think it's
just
very, 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 very
get to my
smart.
deck a little
The
bit?
theory
I'm gonna
behind
play
it
Play the
is
Ezreal, play
very,
the cold shot,
very
use the
much
seal,
like
look at
thinking
the
about
top
the game
4 draw
fundamentally,
two without
and
actually
it's
having to pay any power,
it shows a
apart
deep
from
understanding
playing the Ezreal's
of
power, obviously, for that first turn.
a deep
I don't know, I
understanding
just feel like you don't have much of a
of
choice in this
adapting
instance,
to
like looking at
matters.
the hand.
Because those
We
two
need
battlefields,
more.
whenever I want to build a deck,
There's no
Okay.
final
for example,
fight,
No, nothing.
there's no ride the win,
in
there's no
Legends of
real
Runeterra,
combat tricks
you
right
want to build a
there.
deck
Not at all, and that's kind
to
of what
counter a
we're
specific
looking for. That's what Draven
meta.
wants, and at the moment, I feel like you need
It's
to
much,
cycle through,
there's
we
no
need to start
battlefield, so it's
using
much
full
easier to
shot.
just go about
Looks
cards
like,
that are
yep,
good,
move
right?
in
And cards that you want
first
to
for
to
the
have.
potential of a response,
But
just waiting
in
on
Riftbound,
that, but I think we've only
something
got
that not a
one.
lot of
We
people
are
do
going for
is to
it.
actually, instead of start,
we got all
Longsword
sorts.
Okay, well,
on
this
the
is bad.
Ornn's Forge. We
Makes
talked about
sense.
this reduced cost. Get that onto the Draven early doors. Let's get him up to 6.
I mean,
and,
this
it
is
doesn't really
literally
affect
just
anything at this bottom battlefield
bad.
at all.
But it is a reaction,
Anyway,
so we are allowed to do that on another battlefield in response to the Noxus Hopeful.
because you don't want to
kind
jump
of
here.
joining
But
the
what was I
obelisk of
saying?
power
Oh
there,
yeah,
gaining
in
that
Riftbound,
first
if you want to
point,
deck build,
getting on it, and
something that
knowing
not
there's
a lot
really
of people
any real
do
threat
is
from David's
go through
board, it could just be
battlefields
a
and
death
look at
rocket.
battlefields that are benefiting
Ezreal, here we
and
go
not
with that
benefiting
card draw.
the
It's exactly what
the
we
meta
wanna be
deck.
seeing
So
at
you
this
go
point.
through all the battlefields and you
Really do
note
need
down
some more
the
going
ones
on.
that
A few more
don't
units, maybe
benefit
some card tricks.
Aurelia,
Those final
Draven,
flights would be great
Kai'Sa,
in
for
this
example.
situation.
Okay,
We saw them to
and this is a good
perfect
example
effect
of
last
it.
game.
Like
Yeah,
the
ducking the Ferris, getting
Ornn's
that first
Forge,
two-card draw. Now we'll think about
Heart of the
whether we want
Fluft
to,
are two battlefields
play
that
the cold
Draven,
shot on the
Kai'Sa,
stack deck.
and
Stack
Aurelia
deck's
don't really use that
slightly
much.
cheaper
I mean,
in
they
terms
use
of
it, but it's
power,
not
at least does
like
cost
that
one
broken for
energy,
them.
but we'll look at the
So if
top
you're
three.
able to
Double
use those
final
battlefields
line
more
there,
than
one
the
immediately
meta
in.
decks, then
Last rights will go
you're
to the
gonna
bottom,
create a
though.
deck that is
Makes it
inherently
a little trickier
stronger,
for Randy to
regardless of
find
what
that
the actual
to
deck
recur the,
does.
Ferris Forerunner later on. You can see Randy, something he did a ton with his Civer deck is taking notes. It's like, I need to know what's near the bottom. Usually you can use like a shorthand as well to make sure that your opponent can't see across the board exactly what you are writing down. The overzealous fan going in to defend this Noxious Hopeful. And overall, that's kind of all she wrote for Randy's turn. Could use the call shot right at the end here. but instead just decides to pass across.
Yeah, I like this kind of putting the Overzealous fan in with the Noxus Hopeful because it backs it up beyond a removal spell. Super Mega Death Rocket could take one of the two out, but certainly not both, and being able to kind of deal with that in a sense of a spell or combat just by having two guys in there rather than one is really powerful at this stage.
Yeah, Siren reduced again by Forge of the Fluffed, allowing you to play it just for one instead of two. Very happy there for David. The hidden card is an Edge of Night. We know that. Randy does not. Could be a fight or flight, could be something to bounce his units back, but the Edge of Night obviously very effective when you are playing these more equipment-focused decks in the form of the Jinx.
Forgot about Ornn. You went with Forge of the Fluffed. Can't believe you betrayed Ornn like that.
Oh, it's Ornn's Forge, not Forge of the Fluffed. Yeah, you're entirely right. Yeah, sorry. Ornn's Forge, you're entirely correct. My mistake.
God, the self-professed Ornn fan.
I love Ornn, but
oh,
who plays Ornn's Forge,
so
really, you know? I play the Ornn variant that is no one can score points.
Yes, you're trying to stop everyone from having fun.
Yeah, exactly. That's my entire... You can still conquer and you can still hold, you just can't score any points.
The game will never end.
Exactly.
We'll always be playing Riftbound, right? Let's jump in here. We're going for the 4 cost. We're recycling 2. What are we doing? Are we Death Rocketing? No, we're Jinx Demolition and then discarding.
Yeah.
Going in with the Accelerate. No
Jinx.
cards in hand, though. I don't like that.
I mean, you are going to draw 2 on your next turn, right? With the Jinx Legend trigger and the draw trigger. Jinx going in here, just trying to get rid of the Overzealous fan. When they stick around, they can just become a little pesky.
They
right?
are.
With Randy being entirely out of energy, it makes sense to try and utilize that now. I think we might see a cold shot repeated reaction here from Randy just to cycle through his deck. It's really all that they can do for the moment.
Yeah, it's a sticky situation for David still. I don't love the whole kind of, again, living in top deck city with just like having 2 mysterious cards. You can't plan for your next turns, and I think that's a really scary part for a Jinx player who is playing on this low hand size like we see here. This is kind of how we expect the deck to run. It was very different from the build we saw yesterday. We're expecting to be on the low hand size here, but then your top decks are so crucial.
Yeah, it becomes really tricky as well when
you mean Jinx or
Randy knows you are out.
Like
Randy just drew 2 cards, is going to draw another, can look for the combat into this Draven as well. Yep.
Yeah, we had to.
Now you can play the Noxus Hopeful, and it just comes out at 2. Really cheap.
Did you take the Fizz here?
What's in the graveyard?
Possible. You have a fight or flight in hand.
Yeah, you take.
Trying to think if there's anything. Sure. You could Fizz and then get another cold shot back, but Ride the Wind does give you more of a win con.
Really? That's crazy.
Drawing so many cards. Yeah, another cold shot. So yeah, you don't need the Fizz. You can just play another cold shot.
And we saw that happen so many times yesterday. It was just drawing cards was always trumps.
Oh, we have Vi? So we can Vi Ride the Wind?
Indeed.
Oh.
Is it the Hopeful, or are we just going to go for another cold shot and keep going through that deck?
So we're considering maybe hiding a card as well here.
Yeah, Fight or Flight makes sense. But we'll see.
I think would be good on that top battlefield, just kind of protect that even more, kind of get those whole points as we go along.
Top battlefield is currently controlled by David.
Oh, it is,
remember, you don't actually have a...
Like, this game is going to go to... This best of 3 is going to go to time.
If
Jinx... If Jinx wins this game, they will go to time.
We can play. Take the stack deck, take the battering ram.
You have to play faster.
Free now with how many spells we have cast this turn. A stack deck into the Noxious Hopeful, into battering ram is beautiful at this point.
I can't believe how many cards we're drawing. This is the power.
The Beast Below comes in for this turn.
Oh, we get to see
Beast Below?
I kind of want to see it. I kind of want to see it played, but I think
why would we bring in Beast Below in this matchup?
I'm just so pleasantly surprised at how much we've been able to combo those card draw.
Just for Ferox, it makes no sense at all.
Into one another, just to really make the perfect hand. It's
goes into
the Beast Below.
In case you don't know, Beast Below, when you play it, you return another friendly unit and an enemy unit to their owner's hand. Kind of a pseudo rebuke with 8 might, which is really nice.
So we're just playing.
It literally roars in the face of your opponent and goes, "Get back there!"
Yeah.
Playing
and
a
also,
7
you can play it here, target the Draven, and
there's
no response for David.
Other than to just kind of
turn
replay
off
it,
Jinx
but we're really
effect?
low on runes, we got no cards in hand, it would be kind of a scary situation.
Then just play
Randy is 1 rune short of the Beast Below for this turn. Vi coming out, we have the Vi Ride the Wind combo very early on to do that, because we're sitting only on 1 point overall, but Noxious Hopeful Do we put down the battering ram as well for free? Of
Maybe for
course.
a bit, yeah.
We love a freebie. Really, really strong on units now. I love that Vi has natural ganking as well. Really
I mean,
fantastic
the problem
to
is
be able to
in
have
the
that
long run,
utilization
Draven has
alongside
just
the
better
flights and alongside,
better draw,
these
better
battering rams, just that
units.
extra
Like,
power.
it's just
Really
a stronger
impressive
version
play
of
to build up
Jinx.
the base
I
here,
mean,
kind of saying,
the Jinx
I know
deck
that you've got limited
specifically,
resources. Even
like
if you death rocket
objectively.
one of these guys, I've still got 3 more.
It's a seal in hand. Those 2-card draws not too advantageous for David. We'll go to 3 with the hold on the Ornn's Forge.
And I think that's my problem with this, is that you can't prepare for your next turn.
Yeah.
You don't know what you're doing because you don't know what you're drawing until you get there. And then you're at the beck and call of whatever those 2 cards were.
Yeah.
And the only thing you can do in this situation is take back that Death Rocket. But again, there are so many units on the other side that is absolutely not going to be of any help here.
Yeah, you also don't want to give a combat to the Draven player, right? Yeah,
No.
You could siren
Beverly,
back
thank you for
your own Draven, reacting with the Edge of Night to get that equipped onto the Draven, and then you could go for the Conquer on the bottom battlefield, but even at that point, it's like, well, you look at the might on the other side, there's 11 represented and a Vi, which you can just recycle, not infinitely, but all of the cards into your trash into it, right? And your Draven's never going to be that big.
I think this game will go to time.
If you do Siren back,
not
you
even
have
next
to reveal
game.
that hidden card, otherwise it is, I mean, it's going to go back as a gear into your base. You can get the equipment onto Draven if you do use it as that reaction.
It's a really difficult situation for David.
So,
I just think, again, we've run out of
earlier when Jinx used
we
the blade, right, the quick blade, whatever, on top of Draven, I said it was wrong because look now, like Draven was never gonna push into that Draven anyway, so we wasted a rune so early for nothing.
It's not a great feeling.
Not the best feeling at all.
And that rune actually, because it's been 3 turns, is equal to 3 energy. We literally threw away 3 energy out the window to save up 1 energy. That doesn't make sense mathematically.
Because when it starts to get control, it's really difficult to wrest it back out of its hands. But you can't really be losing this Draven right now. Treasure Hunter down, 1 Fury rune available for David, which would put this Draven up to 8, and then the Edge of Night trigger would put it up to 10, but
That's
10 is not enough.
Really scary when it's not enough at all. When we're looking at Randy's board state, it's so much more frivolous. We're looking at so many units with so much flexibility in their might, and that's where it really comes down. And like you said, David just can't really let up that battlefield. He's got to try and keep control, because once Draven does go in there, it's really hard to gain it back. You really don't want to just let him have it. We're going to push 1 or 2 units.
I think, okay, I actually think, like, not to sound cocky or anything, right? I don't think I'm a bad player at all. I really think I'm quite good. Because there's 2 types of players. Like,
crazy effective right now, it's
if I give you infinite time, or like if I give you like a lot of time, will you be able to find the correct line, right? And not a lot of people will find the correct line, and I feel like if I have enough time, I will find the correct line, 100%. But the issue is time. I am very slow, because I keep overthinking or like following lines that are not.
But the Conk comes down, Beast below now targeting the Draven.
Like,
I assume, and the Ezreal for the discard draw. And back it goes.
And
GG. David knows, cannot win from this position. 2 for Randy. I think. I saw the fist bump.
Yeah, I think Randy's beast was too much.
Why are we surrendering?
David unfortunately could not beat the beast.
Also, why is there a Vi there?
The writing was on the wall, and as far as we can tell, it looks like we've wrapped that up with a 2-0 win for Randy. I think there's just not enough that David could do to bring that back. Yeah. So admitted defeat, have a little rest, and go on.
I mean, it's one of those things. Yeah. What? At some point you have to say, okay, if I really try to win this game, maybe I have 10% odds.
Yeah.
But I played for 12 hours yesterday, and I have another bunch of rounds today. Let me just
keep
myself in a strong position. It might be that we continue to play it out a little bit.
Yeah, let's go for it. Again, you can. You absolutely can. It's about that fortitude and whether you can bring it back to a point of being able to win. Maybe David just wants to see what the next couple of top decks are, to see if maybe that just kind of saves us
It's a Sundisk. It
It's
does
a
not
Sundisk.
save us.
I don't think that's.
I mean,
gonna
this is
do
not even
much,
over. Like, you
unfortunately,
can
but
just,
I really respect David
you
for
can,
playing this out here.
you can cascade.
Let's
Wait,
see if
what's the Jinx
anything
have?
can bring it back. We did see quite
You
the
can
comeback
cascade
in
these
game one.
equipments,
We
like, it's
saw
not
that, you know,
over.
was able to remove a lot
I don't
of
get it.
units. So maybe just like holding your own here is enough to consider the fact that we might be able to bring something back. Maybe just enough.
Alright, seal into Sundisk, tap the Sundisk.
Like, the idea of the battlefield is smart, but the deck building of the deck is bad. So the theory is good, but the application of the theory is bad.
But even then,
But the theory is good behind the deck idea.
Good old Foff on the
Like,
other side.
it doesn't matter if it
There's
works or
way
not.
too much might
It
for you to
matters
deal with
that the
15
thought process
sitting
is
on
good,
that
and if the thought process is good, then you will be using that same thought process for another legend in the future.
Not the long sword.
Well, I think we had only
Like,
the
this was
seal,
absolutely not
the
over.
purple
I am
seal.
so confused. I am genuinely, like,
Can't use the long sword
actually
to
totally
right.
confused.
We could have, of course,
Like,
actually recycle a rune to get there because we have a Fury rune sitting there.
I don't
but
get it.
I think David is just realizing. I think they already realized, I'll be honest, that they don't really have too many ways back into this game. The lines aren't
What
great.
are the casters talking about? Am I blind? Or maybe I'm playing a different game.
Randy,
Why are we going into the hidden card?
Focus.
Can we go kill this
Not
Vi?
activating any triggers on the
I'm
Draven. And
like,
yeah, Randy, yeah, I'm just gonna say, oh, here's a fight or flight. I'm actually gonna bring back my battering ram. You can have the combat. No energy up for David means he can't siren his Draven back either.
No, that's not coming back. That's staying at that battlefield. And again, it just becomes really vulnerable then.
Can we equip this equipment and go kill the Vi,
You can sit there
please?
for a minute. That's fine. I'll take my seat back in a moment.
Yeah, it's just you know, it's a free combat win as well.
We love drawing cards.
We do. We do. David
Girl.
goes 4 passes to turn across to Randy. Will go to for himself immediately with the hold here on the obelisk tower.
Game 2. I want to watch
That's a
Alan versus
full
Prisma
grip.
because this is just
More full than full, you have to say. You
continue.
start off with 4 cards
Already.
in redbound and Randy
First game of the
immediately
day.
accelerated to almost twice that. Draw for turn, and yeah, it really feels like a pretty done game.
I think the ganking is being considered here with that Vi, which is kind of why I was really glad to see it, because we didn't see Vi yesterday in any of our matches that we saw. So I'm excited to see it come into play here. A really powerful late game unit. You can recycle cards from your trash to be able to buffer
like
up
literally
as far
now
as you
showing
can go,
Alan Prisma
just making
turn
us
1.
so
I mean,
colossal
this round
that
instead
Draven
of
just won't be
showing
able to stand the
Draven
power.
against
Deliberately
Jinx
putting
mirror.
Vi to 9
Like, what are we actually doing?
The Draven
Like,
already
just
has
show
6 on it,
Prisma
and there's
Alan.
one
That's
Fury rune available for David. So if
literally the
David
2 best players
recycles
in the
Fury
whole
rune,
tournament.
goes
Like,
to 8. It's still too short. Draven now dead.
and they're both 8-0.
Only a treasure
I mean,
hunter
yeah.
available for David.
Wait, I
Randy
don't get
will
it.
go up to 5, a couple of turns away from claiming their 7th win here in Bologna.
And essentially, that Vi can just kind of keep going with
why
that. So
following
you
the
don't wanna
strategy
spend
with the
too much
battlefield
on it. You want to be able to have
in
more
Jinx
things in your
specifically?
trash. But equally, like you say, that 9
I don't
was
think,
the
not
safe
necessarily in
number
Jinx,
there.
but in Jinx has a lot of good equipment.
Oh
sense.
no! Gone is
Piercing
the treasure hunter.
light.
We've got nothing left on David's side of the board.
I don't know
feels
why we didn't kill
merciless
this
from
Vi.
Randy,
I
but
don't
you must be
understand.
merciless.
We could have
That's
equipped
how
Treasure
you make
Hunter,
sure there are
pushed
no
into Vi and
possible
killed
outs
her.
for your
Why did we
opponents
not
in
do
games
that?
like this. David, yeah, just really doesn't have anything. We'll get, I believe, the 2-card draw. I don't think they have anything in hand at the moment, so we'll get a couple of cards to look at on their next turn. Retreat comes out from Randy. Don't even need to look for the holes, can just go in for attacks on their next turn, but as we said, still at 5, a couple of turns away.
No, it wasn't
Uses the seal
Tamir.
for the Ezreal, will
Alan is
discard and
playing
draw. Only
Ezreal,
playing one
and
of
Prisma is playing
Rasa in
Draven.
this deck. So still doesn't really need the trash to
What's
be
the score
too
needed
big.
to top?
No, and again, because we've got the Vi in play, we've just recycled some
It's
in
top
anyway.
8?
So kind of that wouldn't be a great timing.
So
but
some,
honestly, the
you have to
hand is
8-1.
looking
If you
good.
8-2, you won't
Yeah,
make it
okay,
for sure.
I was going to say that. We were going to hide that fight or flight just to give a little bit of extra backup, try and hold that 1 base, and then it's easy to get up to the 8 points for the win.
Yeah, the Vi
I mean,
buff on the
X1
mic will
makes
fall off and
Yes.
can't be
makes it
activated on
X2
your
doesn't
opponent's turn.
for
It's slow
sure.
speed, so you can't do it
And
in
some-
a
because it will
combat, in a
be
showdown,
some
reactions
amount
speed
of-
or anything,
of,
so that's
of
why you want to make
X1s.
sure there's a little bit of extra protection there. The
I
fight
didn't
or
see
flight.
what
And
was drawn there
also,
from David, but it looks like something big might be coming our way.
X11 will be second on the
David's
list,
like,
and then
how many moves do
X2.
I have?
So X2 will not make it. It will be the people who tied,
It's gonna be
who are
3.
X11. Like,
Where are we
yeah.
going, David?
Oh,
last
okay,
right.
last right.
It's really powerful when you have a unit to put it on, and David will have one in the moment. It's going to ready this Noxious Hopeful,
Which
go
is
to
good.
the Obelisk of Power,
Okay.
with the last rites equip. Has the seal to do so. Needs to recycle 2. I believe it has to be the Seal of Discord. Oh, he's going to equip the longsword first. Okay. But the Seal of Discord will need to be used if you want to get that last rites on it. Is a purple power, Chaos power. What are we recycling? Don't really want to chuck any of the units back because you kind of want those back yourself.
Yeah.
And the small units are fine. A treasure hunter and a stack deck going to the bottom.
Yeah, that makes
Are they
sense.
not going to show Alan versus Prismatic though? That's the biggest question.
Available to us because that's what's going to get us back in the game. We saw it to great effect in game 1, so maybe this is just the extra little bit we need, the extra push. And you're making a really big unit for Randy to have to deal with, which you kind of have to. You don't have a choice. We see a lot of power in base, and I'm not sure that anything's going to be enough, but if anything it will be this Noxious Hopeful with all of the weapons. I don't know how he's holding on to all of those. He's only got 2 arms.
2 arms, 1 strapped onto your leg,
yep.
You know, 1 held between your toes, shovel strapped across your back.
It'll have to be. We don't have a choice. It's like a one-man band.
It's 10 might sitting on the Noxious Hopeful. Treasure Hunter might be played here as well, just for that extra little bit. We didn't. Oh, we did play the Treasure Hunter because from the last rites trigger, but we didn't have enough runes to actually play anything bigger.
No.
Was the main issue. The problem is here, Randy has a Ride the Wind, and David has tried to play around it. We have
actually a lot of
4
people
in the trash, I believe, for Randy,
in
which
this
puts
game.
that
Deck building matters, of course, right? If you have a better deck list, then you're in a better position overall. But the thing is, I do think that overall level is very low. And I think if you're actually playing clean, like focusing on not misplaying at all, like 100%, I think it's so much more efficient than focusing on deck building. Because a lot of people will actually like
you do punish those who don't respect
like look for deck lists or try to net deck and make a sideboard plan and make a mulligan plan, make it this plan, make it that plan, make it this, like, okay, but you're focusing too much on the list and the ratios, and but the play is the problem, not the, if you're not mulliganing correctly, if you're not
it's 11 into 12,
if you're not understanding why you're sideboarding, not just sideboarding blindly, not following a piece of paper that tells you what to sideboard. You have to understand why you're sideboarding and what you're doing with the cards. If you're not, then you won't. It doesn't matter what you're doing. Literally, almost doesn't matter.
Made it relatively easy for Randy to decide on their lines.
Yeah, unfortunately, again, David's just at the beck and mercy of that top deck. Wow, yeah.
It increases your chances, but
just
you're
bulking out that lower battlefield as well, going for the hold there. David would have to take both of these away now, and with no units currently in play, I'd say that pretty much.
Yeah, X2 will not make it.
Randy's going all in.
X2 will not make it for sure. So you have to not lose. If you X2, you're just out of the tournament. I mean, out of top cuts. But you can still go for metal.
Yeah, final play on either battlefield as well. Just makes it so difficult for David to do anything. We'll see what the top decks are. There's a couple of them.
Are they good enough?
No.
No.
There's a cold shot and something else. And that isn't really going to do anything for you. I mean, you can go for the cold shot, you get another chance to look. We'll repeat it as well.
I think you have to, right?
I mean,
you don't have a choice.
You've got to play for it out. A seal and another cold shot.
Take the cold, you've got to take the cold shot.
Take the cold shot, put
you
that
just
into
keep comboing them, but I think at that point,
the biggest trap people fall in is worrying about the last 4 or 5 cards in your deck instead of learning to play the game.
Get back in here.
Yeah.
I think it's too late, unfortunately.
Yeah, I must agree. I didn't see anything good.
No.
I believe is it 2 treasure hunters in hand?
I think so.
Yeah, nothing too impressive. I guess we just go for another cold shot.
Yep. And just,
I mean, yeah, it's done.
think, no, there's the fist bump. Randy taking it home. Bringing the power of the beast onto the battlefield was just too much.
Beast Below I love. It's really good, plays well as a sort of rebuke replacement at times as well, and the ability to bounce back your Ezreal so you get more card draw. Really effective play there from Randy. Like, for David, obviously unfortunate. Didn't really get the card draw that they were looking for. Played really well in game 1 to try and fight back, but as soon as they were really buffing up a treasure hunter and such in game 2, it's going to be a little bit of a struggle.
Unfortunately, but we have to highlight that they are still best of Jinx right now.
Oh, are they?
I believe they're still best of Jinx.
Okay.
So we're still looking at a really fantastic position for them to go all the way and take that title.
Oh, they're the highest Jinx.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant they were the only Jinx left.
No. Currently highest Jinx.
Oh, well.
So still doing very well for themselves. still in a fantastic position to be a winner, to be a champion in their own right. Maybe not of the whole event.
I mean, but best of is
But best of is a fantastic
honorable thing to win.
Show me
Honorable
my
thing to win. I think we have our round 2 in the feature match, or second game of the feature match. Oh, we have an interview first. So we're going to hand it over to a winner's interview. Randy, let's hear from what he has to say.
Hey, James here with Randy after a successful game in our feature match area. Randy, congratulations on the win. How are you feeling now after round 9?
Feeling pretty good. I'm feeling pretty confident about this day. 7 more to go and we win the event, so that's pretty good.
Yeah, that's good outlook on it.
Yeah.
So remind me, what's your standings currently now after that match?
I'm 7-1-1.
Nice. Okay, so in a good spot to go towards that top 8. Running Draven, which I think people have known you recently for playing Sivir. How do you feel about Draven specifically now?
I think Draven is pretty strong. I like Sivir a lot. The issue with Sivir is time. This is the first weekend of the release. People are naturally going to play slower. And that just... Sivir is a control deck. She needs combo/control, but she needs to go the long game. And you put the opponent on the top deck, and if they do top deck multiple times in a row, they're gonna close at games they shouldn't be closing. And you have to go to game 3, that's like very, very advanced in the timer on the round. So it's very difficult then to close that game. You don't really lose, you just draw, and drawing is kind of losing in a tournament that long.
Do you feel like the difference between the two Draven decks? I mean, we have the Miracle deck and we have the mid-range deck. Do you feel like time is a difference in either of those matchups?
I mean, obviously mid-range is quite faster because you don't have that much action to take in your turn compared to mid-range. But I do still think Miracle can finish games in a reasonable amount of time. I play pretty fast, so I'm not worried about that too much. I don't like to press my opponent, so I'm very unlikely to do it, but I will still do it if they are taking way too long.
Right, I get that, I get that. I think when you speak about interactions like that, about time and understanding, I think it's fair to say, of all the players in this room, you perhaps have played the most high-level Riftbound at this point, having spent a month over in China playing in the regional qualifiers. Like, how important for you is that you now have multiple tournaments for Riftbound specifically in your expertise?
I think it's pretty interesting. To be fair, I considered Sivir for this event for a long time. My friend convinced me on Draven because people in China, I felt were playing pretty slow already, but I just think that's naturally just player taking their time and thinking. But it's way, way longer here because it's new. So I like my expertise allowed me, I guess, to get to know all the decks better, but that's from testing mostly. Just overall tournament experience, knowledge has improved, but it's very similar to other TCGs I've played into. So I don't think the difference I'm trying to make comes from the expertise, but more from testing and improving and deck building and all that stuff.
That makes a lot of sense. Well, thank you so much, Randy. Look forward to seeing the rest of your results, and best of luck in the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
And welcome back to RQ Bologna. Great to hear from Randy, having a great performance so far. I will say, never expected Beast Below to be that near the top cut. Like, what a card, what an inclusion, giving yourself the mic while having that rebuke on top of it. Really fun stuff, I would say, from Randy.
Honestly, I've got to say that isn't the only time I've been pleasantly surprised by an inclusion in a deck this weekend, and I could not be more thrilled because that really shows the innovation in deck building that has gone on even since the last event.
I can never be a
that we saw in
caster.
Houston.
Now that I think about it, I just can never be, I don't think I can ever be a caster.
Their own ways of defeating and overcoming obstacles, and I love that.
It's so much fun. We are going to get into round, second game of round 9.
I can analyze plays and everything, but
game 3 of this.
I could yap for hours, but the issue is I cannot be like fake positive.
I really love
like,
this
I cannot
combination of decks. And
if someone's shit,
how they interact with one another. I have played this.
Like a caster's job is to be like, well,
but I think I just really enjoy.
Yeah, I mean, this is interesting. They put themselves in a spot where they're looking for maybe like an out here, where they're thinking about this problem, and I just cannot. I just have to say that that's wrong.
Relatively mid-rangey. You've got less of the Miracle package. None of those cool shots, but things like the Mind Splitter for top end, Ferris Forerunner as well. You're looking to control the board early and then really overwhelm with quite high mites later on and with control of your opponent's
They didn't show
hand.
Alan Prismat is actually like a sin.
I'm pretty jazzed
like an
about
actual
this one.
sin.
We have just playing Renata.
Is that
Something
Renata?
that I haven't yet been
Okay.
able to talk about, we haven't been able to feature yet, but a really fantastically imaginative way of working with a deck. It's got its own kind of purpose. It's got like an alternate win
It looks
condition,
good.
and I love that. It's so fun. It's like you're working to a different
looks
goal to
good.
everyone else, and then they have to react to that in an interesting way to be able to get around it. You don't want to let Renata get all
Yeah, it
those
looks
gold
perfect.
tokens. You don't want them to be able to score extra points outside
Not
of
a
the
single ratio, which I wouldn't
usual
change a
realm.
single
Yeah,
card.
and especially if you can get to a Forge God pretty early, you are generating quite a few gold gears in this deck, meaning your Forge Gods get very big very quickly and can be quite hard to deal with unless you have targeted removal. Justa is our final Renata player in the tournament, so they have won that best of metal card for Renata. Aren't playing it here.
I want to bleach my hair so bad, but I just know if I do it, I will
does make
fry
a lot of
it.
sense and could even be looking for the top first place prize as well with that Blade of the Ruined King. 1 of 1 card. Let's get into it. At the bottom we have a Vilemore's Lair. At the top it's a Targon's Peak. I mean, Justa will be very happy getting Nuons onto Vilemore's if they can. Renata, if you don't know what it does,
Draven
you
against
don't
Renata.
often see it.
Top
when
battlefield
you
is
are
Targon's
holding,
Peak.
or an ally if you're playing 2v2, you can exhaust a gold gear, exhaust Renata, Chem Baroness, to make a gold gear. Pretty effective, and then when you're within
Renata.
3 points of whatever
Top
the
battlefield
point total
is
here,
Targon's
it's 8.
Peak.
Your
When you
gold
conquer, you
also
can untap
add
2.
energy when you
At the end of the
sacrifice
round.
Which is pretty
Bottom
crazy,
battlefield
as
is
we've seen
Valma.
kind of the way
Units
that
cannot
these decks
go
like to
back
work is they
from
jump
there.
really quickly from 3 points to 8 just out of nowhere. So allowing them an early lead in points is really scary. You want to try and avoid letting them do that because then they're able to make that jump really easily once
I
they've
like
got their
Renata's deck list a
resources
lot.
high. So this is where Draven
I think
actually
it's one of the
kind of comes
better,
into a really great effect.
if not
in this.
best Renata
Draven
list I've
does
ever
have
seen.
that early game push and power. And actually we're seeing that in hand already. We've got a really good split.
Would you ever want to
of
cast
cheaper
yourself?
units
What does
with
that
the
mean?
Noxus Hopeful. We
Like
can
I-
play the stack deck first to get that Legion effect, so it's
Oh, like
cheaper
I
to play.
cast?
So already we're looking
Yeah, I
at
think
a
I
lot
could
of
do
kind
it,
of
like
those
actually.
early game powerful units that should be
I would
able to
absolutely be
slow
able
Renata
to,
down just
but-
a little bit.
Yeah, we'll see where they decide to go. Could also just play out the Kai'Sa and look for
Yeah,
Very true,
I could
and
do
again,
it.
that's not a bad thing. We want to be getting that on the board and just
But I
slowing
would
Renata down,
rather
putting some
either
threats out there.
analyze or play.
Gonna put the Kai'Sa down. One of the big things you have to play around here as the Draven is Singularity. Singularity
But also,
is so powerful
I don't-
in these
okay.
decks that do like to ramp up the gold tokens. Things
I'll
like
talk about the
Hidden
game, of course,
Blade,
sorry,
Total Weak as
but,
well. There's a lot of removal for
like, I'm
the
not
Renata
a-
player. Wages of Pain also really good. Doesn't
I don't
work so well
find
in
joy
Kai'Sa,
in
obviously,
playing.
3
I
into
find
the
joy
4, got a hostile
in
takeover
deck
in hand,
building
blood money as
and
well.
designing
Be pretty
cards,
effective.
or
Blood
like
Empire
thinking
going
about
down. Blood money,
theories about the
sometimes
game
you
in
are just
general.
looking to use it on your
That's
own
where
units.
I feel
And
I
these
have
Plundering
I get
Powers to get that
dopamine.
extra gold to
I don't get
accelerate
dopamine
yourself
when I'm
towards the odds,
playing.
towards the hostile takeovers,
It's
towards
just
those later
it's
game
just like
portions
a mission,
where
like
you
a
can,
job that I have to do.
actually manage to have a
And
little
it doesn't
bit more
matter
control. But it is gonna
if I
be
win. I really don't, I
Renata
don't get joy from winning. I
Mastermind coming
promise you.
out here. Again, a card that you
I get
probably
joy
seen
from
in
playing
your pools.
perfectly.
You probably open being like, no one likes blue Renata. Well, apparently it can work pretty effectively. If you can generate enough gold, you can get that score 1 point. That can be your winning point as well if Renata is out of battlefield.
And that's what it's all about. You're wanting to
Yeah, we forgot
have
gold.
this
How do you
alternative win condition, or aside the regular win condition, you get a bonus way of winning.
Yeah.
That's so powerful in its own right. Your opponent has to take note of it. They have to be afraid of it. They have to respond to it. You can't just ignore it. It is literally game-changing, and that's where Renata does have some power. And I think that's what we
thank
like
you,
to see
Daria.
at this day too,
Thank you,
actually, is
Daria.
that
Welcome.
every single champion can have a chance to be up here. Even if you were thinking, I'm just going to go for
But we
best
did
of
forget
pricing.
gold. How are we forgetting
hello,
gold?
we're seeing Renata up here, and I don't think anyone was expecting that.
Right.
And I love that that innovation has come to our top tables.
Yeah, it's really cool. The best of pricing does just allow that meta to be a little bit more flexible. Means that you do start to see matchups like this higher up in the standings. Some people were playing Heimerdinger alongside the Renata because Heimerdinger doesn't copy the
Oh, wow,
I must
interesting.
be at a battlefield for my abilities to be activated text. Just
I don't like that
copies the
fight at all.
activated abilities, but no Heimer in this list as far as I saw. From
Why not push
Justa.
first?
We see the sacrifice on
Oh, you
the
wanna
Plundering
afraid of
Power.
losing
Kai'Sa's
Kai'Sa?
going to go in. I think it was the Hidden Blade, right, for the extra card draws there from onto the Plundering Power. Looks like it. Kai'Sa goes in, conquers, will get the
With
card
that
draw,
hand?
and then traveling
Interesting.
Treasure Hunter going down towards the bottom side as well for that gold generation.
Again, really important that you just kind of start to
I don't think
push
Renata is a bad
ahead
deck,
here
by the
if
way.
you're Imber Slice, you want to be able to be pushing forward.
Interesting.
Ooh, okay. Go for
I
the
like that hard bargain. I think it's very
On
smart.
something like a Blood Money is super interesting because like Blood Money is kind of inconspicuous by itself. It's inauspicious, like, oh, well, I'll make 1 gold, you know, for killing your treasure hunter. But because you are trying to deny these resources away from Renata, I actually really like the hard bargain early there. Just getting yourself,
I think
it's a 1 for 1
gold that
in
we
terms
forgot.
of hard trades, but you also deny
We did
just
forget
the
a gold,
ability
right?
to
Or
get
am I
towards that
just
later game portion where you do really want those gold gears.
And that's exactly what you got to be doing. You've got to be able to take that away from them, otherwise they're going to run away with the prize. Okay, back over to Justin now. And I liked that we saw the fight or flight there to kind of remove a hidden card, because Hostile Takeover is such an expensive card but can be hidden and then kind of played for cheap. So they managed to avoid that situation.
If you guys don't know this, Renata is basically generating a lot of gold, and with that gold you play a big Ornn. And with that big Ornn, you keep holding, and then late game you have a lot of energy where you could just time warp and basically win from there. That's the whole combo.
It's a little unprotected in terms of Ornns. You don't actually have any gear, so it's not getting that
They use the
buff,
gold to play Renata. Renata doesn't have a
lot of decks. You're playing a Rebuke and you have to put 4 power, recycle 4 of your runes to deal with this Ornn. Really tricky overall. It's just going to be a kind of Voltron style hider card as well. And Imbo Slice now needs to work out, when do I deal?
I mean, the gold here matters because Ornn would have had +1.
Especially with that hidden card, knowing that Renata does have a lot of really fantastic hidden cards that they can employ. I think having those hostile takeovers is so scary. Like that's something
this is the only
I'm afraid of
turn that matters. If Draven can break Valma, then it's over.
Using it against me, that's not my favorite thing, I gotta say.
Like Renata doesn't come back from like she's only good if you're able to stabilize early and like hold. Once like this hold is broken,
well, then my guys here are gonna be so strong that I'm gonna try and just keep them there no matter what.
It looks like, and this is us with perfect information, of course, it is a Wages of Pain hidden there, not the hostile takeover in the end, or a hidden blade. So just going to be able to do 3 damage to something coming in, making sure that you trade effectively. Also makes you a gold gear, which makes your Ornn stronger.
Which we love.
1. Yeah, I mean, I love it when I get to see.
Wait, what did they hide? I'm curious.
Even if it's not the Forge God himself leading the charge, that fire below the mountain. For now, though, Imbo Slice going to do what Dravens do, which is look through their deck. Mind Splitter so strong, especially if you want to get rid of something like that hostile takeover.
Hiding Wages has to be
in this matchup, but is it too early?
Has to be the worst hidden card there. Like you want to hide Renata's spell. There's no way you hide Wages. It makes no sense.
But I think getting more information makes a huge amount of sense.
I think that's exactly it. You want to be able to know what your opponent has in hand, especially against maybe something you haven't tested against, right? If I'm playing Draven, I'm probably not testing against Renata. I'm going to be honest with you. And so if I need to have a peek at my opponent's hand to know exactly what's going on in there, then Mind Splitter is a perfect way to do that. Let's say we're just testing the water here. Just saying, okay, well, are you going to use that card? What's the response? Yes, of course it was a Wages of Pain.
Why are we using Wages?
So we're just going to resolve that now.
What are we doing?
But it's, it survives through it because there's only 3 damage from the Wages of Pain, so it still trades in with the Renata, 4 might into 4 might, which is, I mean, nice for Imbo Slice, getting rid of one of them, buffs up the Ornn though for Juster, and then the Darius used as the second card for the turn after that stacked deck earlier. Darius can now go into the Ornn.
In my mind, the Ornn has 5, but I forgot that we didn't get a. I forgot that we didn't get a gold. But like, why did we not hide a Renata spell there? Like, I don't get it.
Threats that Juster had developed.
I mean, signature spell.
Honestly, I'm really impressed that that came through that quickly.
Because if you lose that battlefield, you lose the game. So why did we not hide the most important spell there?
Very impressive, and now we know
which is the Renata spell.
Of Mind Splitter in hand as well, and they can kind of keep that pressure up now that they have kind of made just.
Wait, Singularis is really good here. Like really good. Killing Darius and Kai'Sa. But there's an axe, so
of course to Singularity just to try and turn
should
the
save.
tide back in Juster's favor.
Who do you save here? You save Kai'Sa for sure. No, you have to save Darius to play on Stupefy. Yeah. It would have been better to do it on Kai'Sa, but Stupefy is too big of a problem, so you have to save it.
So Darius will survive through it. Kai'Sa will go down, but for Imbo, it's like, well, I'm at 4, you're at 2, I hold to 5, and then I can accelerate out another Kai'Sa, I can play my own Vanquisher if I want, just try and control this board, just investing his entire turn in killing 1 Kai'Sa.
Yeah, and that's the thing, like, it's just a high cost.
Right,
and
is
for
there a
little
rain to win?
reward
No.
at that point, unfortunately, with the spinning axe coming in.
My spitter would be
I
really
think it
good
might be.
here.
Really
I think you're
denying.
right.
Yeah.
Do you want to know a fun fact
Yeah.
from this event?
Yes.
Spinning Axe is one of the most
Take
purchased
out.
cards from our vendors.
Oh, what a surprise.
Yeah, I know.
With Draven being like 83 of the top 240 decks.
Yeah.
I am shocked. Shooketh. Hostile
What does that
takeover
do?
here
Like, I would read it too,
yes.
honestly. I
Having
feel
a
you.
read there, I can, as I said,
I would take
understand
Hidden
that.
Blade out.
It's definitely one of the bigger threats there.
I would
You have things
definitely
like
take Hidden
Stupefy
Blade.
as well, which, you know, does help with the card draw for your
Anyone know
opponent,
who
but
won from
I think the
Alan and
hostile
Prismat?
takeover is just too scary, especially when
I
you just
don't
put the Mind
know.
Splitter
I need to
itself
ask
down,
this bit.
because that's like the
can
perfect
ask.
target, or
Yeah.
a great target for this hostile takeover. A hidden card, which then is so much cheaper to play. You just need to recycle one to hide it, and then you kind of play it essentially for free when it's used as a reaction. So I think it has to be the hostile takeover, but I can understand not wanting to give your opponent more card draw.
Yeah, there's the interesting, like, maybe you take away the Hidden Blade because it is just a direct kill spell. It would get you 2
Maybe.
cards from it, but the hostile takeover does have to target a unit at a battlefield. So
That's
you
true.
could target the Darius and ready it, but then it's still kind of stuck at the battlefield, you know?
We've gone for the hidden blade, yeah, I think that
Yeah.
was a really good tell. But at least they're aware of the threat now, and that's the great thing about being able to see your opponent's hand, right?
Yeah, and knowing that the hostile takeover is there, but without any units, just it is going to be struggling.
And I suppose that's the thing as well, there's no units. So hostile
Yeah.
takeover currently can't do anything because you need to have things out of battlefield, and that's just not possible right now without an accelerate unit.
You can
which
find
we don't
around
have. Oh,
stuff
going
Take
for it
over on the
here.
Darius.
Straight over on the
You gain
Darius.
control of it.
Alan
it does
won,
get ready, but
2-0.
it's stuck on
Yeah, I mean,
Varmor's
they prepped that
lair
matchup a
anyway.
lot,
Yeah,
If
and
you've drawn a
I
hidden
don't think
blade, though, you
the
can
matchup is good
kill
for
it
Prismat.
yourself now,
The matchup is good for
or
Alan.
look
Sorry,
for Death
opposite.
Grip, which
The
gets
matchup
you
is
a
bad
card
for
draw
Alan,
anyway.
good for
So it's
Prismat.
kind of a,
But
it's a way of hidden blading,
oh wait,
but having to use 2 cards to do
Wait,
so.
wait.
It's an expensive
we need to talk
hidden
about this
blade.
specifically.
It's hidden blade with extra steps.
Yeah.
so
and
we
I like it,
stole
but
Draven,
also
Darius,
frustrating. But go for the Stupefy
Yeah,
for the draw
Stupefy
card as
first
well.
for
I
the
like
draw,
that.
and then likely death gripping here for
Yeah.
the final
and
draw
then
in
so
the end.
we took control of
Which I like.
Darius
It's removed
for one
the
turn,
Darius from the board.
and then we're killing him.
Oh,
Oh.
decides against
They-
going for the
They said it.
death grip.
They said
Okay,
it's not
that's
allowed.
There's the scoop.
There it is, just realizing that we've lost too much momentum there. And yeah.
And cannot death grip because there's no
That's
valid
interesting to me.
targets.
I wonder if maybe
Death
I'm
grip you need 2 targets for it,
misreading a hostile
so it doesn't work.
takeover and you doesn't count
It-
as a
it says
friendly
ally,
unit, 'cause
no?
Death grip has to target a friendly unit, but
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, as you said, it could be that the players don't know much about the Renata matchup, and it could be that perhaps we don't know as much about it as we would like as well. But
Also,
scoop
by the
comes out.
way,
In
just
the end,
to say
Death Grip's not gonna-
something,
oh, is it
the
because
gold
you,
that we forgot, the gold
I
that
know what
Renata
it is.
forgot
Death
from
Grip
the
has to have
Poro
another friendly unit to
would
target,
have
right?
Yes,
put
it does.
Ornn to
So
5,
you can't
so
death
we
grip
wouldn't
going
have
for one unit.
needed
Yep, that's
to death
entirely on me.
grip.
You can't death grip, guys, but we've got there.
We
And
wouldn't have
again,
needed to
it's
death
one of
grip
those
to actually give the
scenarios where
gold
there
to
just
put
weren't enough
Ornn at
units. Just
5,
didn't have
which
enough.
means
Even
that
using hostile takeover just
we could have
wasn't quite
hidden
enough.
Renata
It
spell,
just wasn't
which also means
there, and
that
that's what we saw
we would
with
have
Jinx
won that
earlier,
and actually
and
probably
obviously
won the
with
game.
Renata, and that's, I think,
But
where
Renata
our
missing
more
one gold
aggressive
literally
builds of decks
cost her
really
the whole
so
game, which is
well
crazy,
in
by
the
the
last
way.
2 days have really
That's-
shown is
yeah.
that actually
Missed
having
one gold
units out,
last
doesn't
whole
matter
game.
what they are.
You just need stuff to
You
be
just
able
need
to target,
some, you
right?
just need some,
Yeah, I like the line. I think if you did have maybe a little bit too much investment in the Ornn and the Renata without
Yeah.
too much backup there on the Varmor's lair. But overall, great play from our Draven players as they continue to make their way up the standings. We're going to go to a short break as we get ready to swap in to the second set of casters. We've been Medic and Amy. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you in a couple of minutes.
Yeah, no excuses because I think I personally would play horribly day 1. I think day 1 would be the worst for me. And I think day 2 I would absolutely demolish everything. But day 1 would be definitely the worst by far. So what I was gonna say is Alan's deck list is worse into Prismat for sure. But Alan can play faster, and Prismat is a nervous player a little bit. More than Alan. Prismat is really good, like one of the actual best players, but he does tilt or like stress a little bit more, which is understandable.
Welcome back, everybody, to day 2 of the Bologna Regionals for Riftbound here. We're heading very
favorite
quickly
casters.
through our 5 rounds of Swiss today. We're already in round 2 now, which is technically round 10. That's how that works of the tournament. James O'Leary joined by Leonard Koenig here to take you through all the action here, and I'm looking forward to this one. We just saw some interesting decks. We saw Randy on stage as well, so now is where we get to see the names.
Yeah, definitely. And now in the next few matches that we're going to see for round 10, we have some players that I have been wanting to feature for the entire tournament. We have spicy deck list, we have big names in TCG communities, we have big names in the League of Legends community for this one. So I really just cannot wait to get the action started.
And this is fun because anytime we see a spicy deck on day 2, it means they're actually performing with it, which is different. I mean, day 1, I think we got some good results with like a Rumble that made it towards day 2. But now it's like we're getting ever closer to determining top 8, and you're like, ooh, but Teemo that is actually competing up at that top level makes for quite an interesting story. So I can't wait to get into this matchup. And we've been looking at the metagame through day 1 quite a lot. I think now we get this important break point of like, how did each deck do with getting into day 2? Because that was, of course, the big moment. You were playing for 6 wins. You were trying to get through into today's play. You can see no surprises.
Let's actually see. So this is the actual meta share.
Just over a third.
The meta share is Draven first, Aurelia second, and Kaisa tied with Aurelia. Interesting.
But then behind it, there's a good breakdown.
Oh, this is day 2. This is day 2.
Excuse me, what is Jinx
Aurelia's
there in the top?
conversion rate is probably really good because she wasn't. It's really good.
I expected almost a little bit higher, to be honest, because Sivir usually, when great Riftbounders take that deck to a tournament, the conversion rate is usually
still
very,
there?
high.
What the hell?
Look at these numbers: 83 Dravens, and
I
then
want
it
to
goes
see
down to
Ari's
33
list.
and 31 on Aurelia and Kaisa, and then all of a sudden the big drop to
Also, this whole page is
only
literally
14 players, and keep in mind we had 1 player undefeated yesterday.
Yes,
the only
touching on the Sivir, I actually spoke to Randy a little bit in the interview following Randy's series.
Draven is the only guy there. Like there's only a Twink and a couple girlies.
That draw bracket very frequently, so a lot of players kind of moving away from Sivir in that regard.
We just need to take down Draven so that we have a full meta of just girlies and
we've seen results on both, so not too much of a surprise. And I think looking at Draven, Aurelia, Kaisa does make sense. For me, Aurelia and Kaisa are kind of like playing rock, paper, scissors of like Kaisa wants to dodge Aurelia at all costs, and that's kind of where you get through, whereas Aurelia is looking to feast on any Kaisa matchups that they can play up against.
It's really a hard counter matchup, and there are so many different matchups, so many miracle decks as well. I think the burst of Jinx that made day 2 can also be explained by the mere fact that this deck can also just run miracle versions. We have seen ones that are slightly less miracle.
I don't think Sivir is unplayable. You have to play very fast.
Like a Death Rocket, but yeah, I think that many players who wanted to go for metal cards just decided, hey, put 3 Seal of Discords in my deck, Ezreal Prodigy, and then we'll see where we're going from there.
We're not playing the champion so much as just, playing the archetype of the deck and making it work. We'll keep tracking best of stories.
I think Alan is winning this whole tournament. I mean, it wasn't even close. I knew it like 4 weeks ago. Literally 4 weeks ago. I just instantly knew. I saw a play. We were scrimming Ezreal, and we were like making the deck list and everything. We played a couple games. It was wrapped. Literally, it was over.
That is the good old Specimen, a TCG caster as well. I've had the pleasure to work with him.
This is literally Rat Teemo on the Rat deck. Are you serious?
But also a really strong player, and he has decided that it's time
like,
for
why are we
some
even playing
miracles
Teemo
as
then?
well in the Teemo deck.
Why are we hiding?
Ezreal Prodigy, Seal of Discord, and is also
just to hide.
Nocturne.
This is literally just Ezreal deck, but worse. We're just going for a metallic card. That's crazy.
Teemo that did not play Scout, but the other Teemo, the Mine Teemo, forgive me, I don't know the name by heart. Those were the deck lists that were playing Nocturne, because you could look at the top 5 cards of your deck when you're defending, but this deck actually just goes for Call Shot and stack decks and tries to get the Nocturne out that way.
But also, like, looking at this as like this version that has pit crew as well. We'll touch on it within the game
please,
too,
give it to
as we
me.
look over at the Aurelia. So Aurelia, I know we've had some on broadcast.
Okay, I'm not mad. This list looks
Aurelia.
okay.
So Aurelia is essentially a deck that revolves around making sure Irelia can score as much and be as mobile as possible. Same with Lonely Paro.
No touch runner is
relies on things like Guardian Angel and combat tricks, Zhonya's Hourglass, in order to keep Irelia alive. And really important to just move around the battlefield.
I don't hate it. I don't hate it. I don't hate it.
And then just kind of like defy.
I'm happy with this list. I am satisfied. The list won't be an issue. The plays might be an issue. So
in a battle, like in a showdown situation.
Defiant Dance it's like a spell Thousand-Tailed Watcher, right?
It's so good.
Incredibly strong.
If Thousand-Tailed Watcher also made your unit stronger.
Yeah, that is true.
it's so bad. Like -2 for the opponent, and you get +2. You're like, yes.
The deck list is fine.
It's really, really good. GG easy, says Specimen, with the bling chosen champion, the Teemo Scout.
And if you want to get a GG easy Teemo, what you have to do is attend a lot of Nexus nights.
Glop, I'm going to Vancouver
and be
for
lucky to pull one.
The wristbound
it is one of the most coveted
regional
cards that comes from those Nexus Night promo packs, at least from Origins. I actually don't know whether it comes inside too.
I'm not too sure about that, but also about the Teemo deck. You have a built-in 2-drop. It is phenomenal. It's not really in the Draven meta. I will give you that 2-drops aren't that important anymore. But it's really cool that you can just play your chosen champion unit on curve.
Yeah, it's a good 2-drop. Another 2-drop we've seen
Where
a lot
are you
of
staying?
is the Lonely
I don't
Power
know
on the
yet.
other side for Irelia. For me, I've been wondering, like, how good is it compared to, like, Watchful Sentry and Ahri? I'm like, do I want a 2-drop that is going to draw me a card every time, or a 2-drop that's slightly stronger that might draw me a card? And I think I'm leaning on the side of Lonely Power. That extra might can be quite helpful. Not such a factor in this matchup, because this is not an Ahri match, but Teemo is going to go over to the battlefield for the first point of the game.
And the Candlelit Sanctum is also
Teemo
another
did start, so should be. This deck list is giving
in this case, of course, did not happen. But you're looking at the top
like
cards.
a headache.
Of course, because players that maybe haven't used Nocturne too much, if Nocturne is revealed, you just get to play it.
Yeah.
If it's revealed from the top of your deck, you just get to play it.
Yeah. I don't even think it's revealed. If you're looking at this card, because Stack Deck doesn't reveal the cards to the opponent.
Sorry, that's
it's revealed to you.
Yes. That is a very good differential that makes sense.
Irelia should
We're
take.
going for a card sharp.
Are you serious?
Now Irelia, of course, kindly declines the offer to take 1 gold.
You absolutely take gold here. What are we talking
so
about?
Much ramp, and now card sharp is looking, and I'm quite curious to see if we're going to see my favorite card from the Irelia strategy, the Stellarcorn Herder, anytime soon.
Yeah, which is a card that I think is very well placed to just be annoying in the meta game, where it's like, I'm just going to move around and draw a ton of cards. It's a card that I think people really highly rated and then moved away from.
No big misplays yet.
And I actually think it's going to come back in a little bit of popularity, especially as more people play things like.
You have to move in and look at your top, and then you can like decide what to do.
Stellarcorn Herder is a great way of just making sure you continue to draw cards. There's a lot of like bolted on card draw.
You cannot rally, you can rally and try to bait.
Dreaming Tree, like a lot of things allow you to draw.
The only reason not to take gold is if you play Irelia right now. But if you don't play Irelia, then you should be taking gold.
Completely broken against some matchups, because every time you move a Stellarcorn Herder into the Dreaming Tree, your opponent tries to remove it, and you have something like a Fight or Flight or a Flash. You just get more draws from the card because of the Dreaming Tree, and then also from the Stellarcorn Herder.
And that's where it's miserable against like matchups like Kai'Sa.
Okay,
rely
I mean, Guardian Angel is
somewhat location-based damage at times. It's like you can defy, you can do any kind of thing to say nope, that's actually not going to go through, and
absolutely
I'm going to get massive value.
Not even
for
close.
the Irelia player, if you're dodging a spell with a Stellarcorn Herder and you get extra draws, it's like instant.
Here you should Stellarcorn.
It's this instant. You're standing in the club and you're just enjoying life. This is what it feels like to get free draws dodging spells with Stellarcorn Herder.
I wonder how it's going to go in the Teemo matchup. I will say this is not a matchup that I'm as familiar with. It's not one that
because you already have Irelia in hand and you have Draven in hand. Like you're okay with losing Stellarcorn.
When I think about it,
and
not a
like
lot
worst case scenario is Singularity, but you're also drawing from the Poro, so it's okay, and you transition into Irelia right after. With the Guardian Angel, you will have enough energy anyway. So
yes, there's some things like Fight
yeah,
or
it
Flight,
doesn't really make sense. You're playing too slow here.
But not many of those cards actually kill.
Unless we forget about Irelia and Stellarcorn, or we're going directly to Draven next turn.
Units from the battlefield, so
but this hand isn't that good.
Extra value from things like Guardian Angel, because there are fewer ways to actually remove a unit from the battlefield or from the base for Irelia.
I think Guardian Angel
Sometimes
is
I wonder
always
if they've
great,
ever
right? The
Yeah.
card
played
is so
her
incredibly
much.
strong
Anyone
if
with
you
a few
put it
games
on
in
one
a
of
row
your
knows how
important
the
units.
first few
This is a
turns
card
are.
why
It comes to
people
running game.
just side deck so
Yeah.
much gear removal in their decks. Some things like Factory Recall or in other decks Thermal Beam, because you just gotta
Whenever
get
I'm
rid of
shaking
this.
my legs
But
in
I
real
think
life,
the good thing
the
about
camera is
Irelia
shaking
is
and I'm like, wait,
you have plays
am I
into
the one doing
almost
it
every
or
matchup,
what?
right? Your deck, because it tries to just ignore the other player, right? You're trying to score your points with your Audacious. You're trying to just defend. You focus on your own Irelia, as you should. If you're playing top lane, you focus on yourself.
There was not
you
enough
ignore
to
everything else that's
Stalcorn
happening, and
and
you just try to get your
Zanya's.
Irelia through.
Irelia is at on 5
Or
now.
Draven Audacious.
I believe it was stacked deck. We're seeing 3 cards. There's an Edge of Night, a card that we haven't talked about too much yet. An equipment from Spirit Forge that you can hide at the battlefield and reveal. Again, anytime you're playing against Teemo, you always have to make a lot of kind of like calculations of, okay, if it's Teemo that's hiding, what's my best play? If it's Edge of Night that's hiding, what's my best play? If it's Switcheroo that's hiding, what's my best play? If it's Fight or Flight that's hiding, what's my best play? And the key thing I'm getting to here is it's really difficult to know the exact line that you have to calculate past.
It really is a headache. We get the Azrael in play, but by the way, that's the best thing about Teemo in an closed decklist format, right? If you're playing open decklist, your opponent actually gets to just see which card they have to play around. But here, you also have to factor in cards like Consult the Past.
I was going to say, sometimes it's just to consult the past, and you don't care so much about it, and it doesn't change a fight. But one thing I wanted to kind of talk about, we were talking about ways of removing from the battlefield. From what I can see, there's nothing in the main board of like a singularity.
Do you defy that?
Kind of go through, but again, when you're trading that against a GA, you're like, is that how you want to play that? This is going to be like a very mobile game with a Teemo
but
that
then you
wants
shouldn't
to
hesitate because you're showing
and move it around.
Then if you
compared to an
hesitate,
Irelia, who is
unless
like,
you're bluffing,
I'm going to be able to
sure.
survive for a while.
I think
Very interesting.
Teemo might try to outvalue at some point. You're also playing cards like Rebuke.
Sure,
That's
No, I don't think you should be
incredibly
de-ramping with that
important
hand.
there. Dodging Guardian Angel.
But the thing is, if we took the gold like a normal human being, then you could have defied that. And you should have defied that.
Decisive if you're seeing an
If we took
Irelia
the
match,
gold.
who wins game
But
1?
we didn't
Because
take the
you're on
gold.
the back foot on Irelia if you're not winning game 1. Of course, some people have also dedicated some main deck slots to gear removal. I mean, every order deck that I've seen this weekend has played Salvage in the main deck.
Yeah, and while this isn't relevant to this matchup specifically, I think that comes from like the strength of spinning axes and a few of the other. Like, there's a lot of decks that have very, very strong equipment in them, whether it's a Guardian Angel, a spinning axe, you know, whether it's the Lucian deck that relies on kind of the combo of going around with the Skyfall and Trinity Force. So I think right now there's value in running equipment removal, gear removal in the main board. But then it's about like, where's that fine line? How much you cram into a deck for a game 1?
Because if you're playing versus Kai'Sa, then all of that is useless. However, I'm a big fan of cards that can help you make it easier to side deck, right? In some decks, you play something like Traveling Merchant. Sometimes you have Zone Warrants as your first battlefield. In those decks, it's incredibly easy to side deck because you just play risky cards in the beginning. And if you're playing Salvages, for example, and your opponent's playing Kai'Sa, you're like, yeah, I'm going to discard them game 1, and then they go into my side deck.
That is
Or should go back and
so
Zanya should be played.
He's on his Hourglass.
Yeah.
There's a Stellarcorn header there. We did just have the Irelia Fervent played to the base and does now have the GA. So Irelia feels pretty good at this point. As you said, like, there is a rebuke there to deal with the moment that Irelia does go aggressive, but it's not
Why are we
that
staying with
costly.
Borrow? I don't get it.
You're actually not so unhappy with it going
You're
back
not going
to
to
hand.
define
It does slow you
dance,
down.
so
It's much better than
what's
when
the
it goes
tier?
into the trash and you have to try and figure out ways to play around the rest of the game.
I mean,
Would you walk Irelia into
losing
card
some
trap?
of the
No.
tempo, but then again, there is
Absolutely
so
not.
many defies, there is so many not so fast that a rebuke, if it's one of your, like,
No,
the less
absolutely not.
targeting spells you have in your deck, the less likely it is becoming that they are going to resolve, you know, because if you're only playing those power spells that are basically
You de-ramp and you put her in
those
danger.
counter spells to them, you're barely going to get everything resolved.
For
I
no
can even see,
upside. The
unless
only upside is
your
that you're
opponent's
getting 1
completely
point, which
exhausted
it
on
doesn't
runes,
matter.
I can see those cards not
It doesn't
even being
matter at
played,
all.
even if they would help you.
Yeah,
in this
that's
spot.
totally fair. You can see right now in this situation from Crow as the Irelia player, rarely will you see an Irelia tap out. Like, rarely will you see
Like,
all
staying with
runes
Borrow
exhausted. A lot of
bluffs
the time it's at least 2
on
stay
guard
up,
or
because there are
discipline,
options. You have discipline,
but
you have Defy, you have Not So Fast. Like, there's a lot of cards that can be played from here. So some players might say, hey, you have other
But
plays
if you
to
only
play
have
on
Define
your
Dance,
turn.
then
No,
staying
the
with
half
Borrow
of
is
this
horrible,
deck is
period.
safety. Reveal
Should have gone back
of
with
the
Borrow and
Edge
played
of Night.
Zanya's.
this would indicate that the card shop is coming back to base.
Or even just gone
Yeah,
back with
they're
Poro. I don't
afraid
care about Zenya's
of
damage.
Losing the Edge of Night, because if you move the card
Yeah, of
shop,
course.
you lose control of the battlefield. So
Staying with Poro is fine because it draws when it dies anyway. It's not fine because you can, if you want, if you just want to draw from it, just bring it back and suicide it next turn.
oh, then that's the other half of that, right?
In base, it won't draw. It will draw if you just send it next turn.
In order to get it ready and contest the second.
2 or more gear. All right. Okay.
Yeah.
So that
So
makes
we
a
had
lot
the
more
seal, and then we had the Edge of Night. That's a really good read. It's actually nothing to do with
Girl.
the card shop and everything to do with the drop border.
And I think you could push the Ezreal into this lonely Poro, but you don't want to give your okay. You just do both. Specimen really wants to conquer there, so also is willing to risk losing that Ezreal.
I
However,
don't
if you're
understand,
losing
I
that
don't
Ezreal,
understand.
Your opponent is gonna be
Hold on.
exhausted on all
I mean,
of the
Divine
runes.
Dance
So
here
far
gives a
there
little
are
bit of
2
value,
open.
but if you Divine Dance, then we are not really fully understanding
Heavy hand if I've ever seen one. I don't
the
think
matchup.
I guess you have to play around a few things. Like
Because if you
there's a
Divine
play
Dance
where
and
you know, +2
and push
draw a
happens.
card,
Okay, so
like,
we
2
were
on
ready.
cards
We were
make you 6, so then you
ready
wouldn't
to sacrifice the Poro. If we are ready to sacrifice Poro, then why not just bring it back? It makes literally no sense at all.
It does take more spells that let you look at the top of the deck. So I guess at that point it's like, yeah, I'll put that Ezreal in, and then doesn't force out anything from the hand of Aurelia. Which
Give
that's
me
Pro's playing probably quite
one good
conservatively,
Aurelia on
quite
stream,
casually.
please.
Wants to say,
I'll
okay,
do
well, if there is
anything.
a rebuke or something on the back end of this, I would still want to have my counter available. I don't care so much about the Lonely Power. I will get the draw from it.
Crazy, alright. Gave Alawar Devs a second chance.
Oh yeah, of course. Sorry, thank you.
And they make Teemo Ezreal Aurelia slop.
But I can still see that
Clock
you don't
it.
want to necessarily trade here with your opponent. It's not units
Singularity
really
equals no
value
Poro
too
draw
much.
and
Also,
force
you
to play
don't
card from hand.
necessarily want to
Singularity
lose your
doesn't happen
GA,
there.
right? If your opponent
It-
has some
It
removal
cannot
spells,
happen.
it's just
Aurelia has
unlikely
Guardian Angel.
this color combination.
So what are they gonna do? Singularity
is
a
a good card
Poro
in Ezreal, but also
alone?
mainly because Ezreal draws you a card off of it, right?
Yeah.
I can see Teemo decks not playing that card necessarily, maybe siding it in.
No, they don't. They absolutely don't. In this matchup, you can never clear GA.
Teemo.
You have to just
We're
rebuke her
already
and
at
push
4
her back
points on the side of Specimen, so we are
and
reaching-
switch
I
her.
think we have entered the mid game.
I think that's very fair to say, as hopefully my brain will enter the mid-game at this point. And,
I think you're there,
I'll
James.
remember what cards do for a moment. I do think there's...
Wait, they should
perhaps
bring
this is a victory
elusives to
for
this
me on
game.
game, but I do feel
Wait, how
like
would
Aurelia does
elusives
need to
work
start
in
contesting
Riftbound?
battlefields, but it becomes very difficult.
LOR gamers, think with me.
Because, for instance, that could easily be a switcheroo, could be a fight or flight, it's going to delay you, and only having one unit to contest a battlefield that has units at it, it becomes quite difficult at that point.
I agree. Also, Teemo is incredibly good at holding.
Yes.
But maybe that was the case in Origins, when you were playing like every single hide card that you could possibly think of. You're playing Ember Monks, all of those cards that sit there at battlefields.
Here comes Boots of Swiftness.
That might be the first big push for Aurelia Blade Dancer deck.
And this is where it becomes scary. This is where, so we have perfect information on the game to the point where we, have seen the cards in hand, we know what the options could be. But if you're sat across from a Teemo and there's a hidden card there, you have to calculate, like, okay, what is the worst case?
It's pretty safe, I think, to push now.
What is the worst possibility, and then work from there. Do I have enough things to work around the worst case, or anything else? So Aurelia gets targeted, we'll get additional.
Aurelia
might,
has
we'll
done
be
so
able to
fast,
keep using the Aurelia Blade Dancer legend ability.
This is the only
now
reason
with
you can
ganking
actually
from
really
Boots
go
of
here
Swiftness
comfortably.
Is going to go to the battlefield. So here we go.
We're going in, but also with
Yeah, this
still
should be
5
someone
runes
okay.
open for Kraus. This is looking good. Teemo
Yeah.
GG easy
It is
is going to be
Teemo.
flipped over. The
So
question
that's
is,
11
how
to
are we going to see some of those combat tricks happening? We're already at
11 to 11?
It's 11 and 7. So here comes
7?
five
11 to
rounds. That
11.
will even up, I believe. Yeah, there's a 4 difference between 11
10?
and 7. So mathematically, if I've done everything correctly, it should be. The
Oh
way
yeah,
that
it is 10.
I think we are now at 12.
Oh,
and
because
Aurelia
you
is gonna
target
get.
as well. Yeah, Aurelia.
Then we're at 13 actually.
Yeah, 10
because
to
we
11,
have
okay.
The Guardian Angel and the Boots of Swiftness.
I missed the GA as well.
Yeah,
there's
it's
a lot
very,
more.
very
It's
small.
more
9
than
to
what
13.
what I
mhm.
calculated.
So I think you're very much in the driving seat here if you also have a counterspell, because we know that there.
Yeah, Teemo
might-
loses
or
everything.
We assume that there might be other cards, or are we just deciding for damage here? Oh no, we're
You have
going
to- you have to
respond on the
switch
side of
rune.
Specimen. Taps out
And then get not so
switcheroo,
fasted.
That
Not
would be
even hidden.
massive.
Yeah,
You have to
that
deflect.
could
Pay
be
for
massive,
deflects.
But do we have anything in hand for Aurelia? I didn't.
Okay.
Okay, it is a not so fast. I was going to say I didn't get a full glimpse of it, but not so fast going to come through and at least deny the switcheroo. And this is where Irelia decks play really well into single target spells.
Wow, look at this, just completely clearing off the entire field there, trading so well on the side of Irelia. Momentum has swung now. Irelia has forever ganking now because of the Boots of Swiftness. This is looking fantastic for Kraus. We're in the mid game. The runes do not resemble that, right? It's right now 5-4. So we are constantly recycling those runes to go for more power plays, to get some more tempo. The Irelia is in the prime position.
Yeah,
this
literally is
is
troll
where you want to be as Irelia. Now we actually get to stack
It's going to be
top
not so
decks.
fast, right? Right. It's surely at this point you just used one to refill that off the Candlelit Sanctum. But
I mean, you have to take not so fast. It's not even close. Not so fast is too good because of other rebukes and stuff like that. So, and you already have boots, so there's no reason to have another boots. There shouldn't even be a decision. It should be snap pick, so you save time. We're wasting time.
This Irelia for a turn is more vulnerable, since not so fast in hand.
But I mean, you need more removal there. I'm quite surprised, actually. Wow, another zone, yes.
Okay.
I'm quite surprised that in the last turn, Specimen decided to hide the Teemo in there and not the switcheroo, because the switcheroo therefore cost a lot more. And I mean, it was kind of to
rebuke now would be slightly annoying, very annoying for Irelia,
in that turn and go in there because you have
because she has to replay.
I mean,
So rebuke right now would give Teemo enough time, I think, to come back. But if there's no rebuke now, it's over. So it will depend on if there's a rebuke. Switcheroo does nothing. Fight of Flight does nothing. It literally is one singular card and it's rebuke, and it has to happen now.
Which then means you're either recycling.
And if it doesn't happen now, it's over.
Or the Teemo, so you're kind of going neutral on that in some ways. Like, do you think that affects it too much? Is our Teemo player like worried for economy on runes?
I mean, as a Teemo player, you generally just pay energy to hide your cards. So I do not think that is the biggest problem, unless you want to have some runes open in the end game there. Okay, so I think that Specimen now, after being so on the back foot with his last turn, you know, the not so fast really took away a lot of the advantage that he had built up. I think we're going to try and build up a lot on the base there. I do not think you can afford to push the card sharp into the Dreaming Tree right now, because Irelia is just going to take it out.
Yeah, exactly. It'll come across.
So I think you're going to try and set up this turn for another push later on. But I have been looking at the list of Specimen that you've been seeing in the beginning. I do not know how many pushes he realistically has. However, Cold Shot, repeated, could find one or two Nocturnes, because at some point you will have to find them.
Hasn't found one off the first. Now looking for what the option is. Cull, I think we already have one in hand, doesn't do too much, so probably the Cold Shot. I think that is what indeed went. Okay, there is one.
There we go.
That means the other card naturally goes to hand, which we're quite happy about going into the next turn. Although, won't be able to accelerate the Watcher.
No rebuke.
We'll go up to 7 runes on Specimen's next turn.
I mean,
honestly, Pickpocket is really good against Irelia. Not really.
Pickpocket is gear removal in the main deck, but Pickpocket exclusively, almost exclusively, works on seals. I mean, there are some cards like Warbox Armor that you can pop, but...
For the first time, for me in Bologna, I get to say, oh, Pit Crew, and we get it.
Oh my god.
To the Dreaming Tree with the call. This interaction...
Not the Drag Race reference. Girl.
To be worked out by players at the top level, where you get a Pit Crew, you equip a call, because when you conquer, you're going to create a gold token, Pit Crew's going to untap, you're going to be able to move it back and keep it safe. It's something that a lot of people were playing against Draven early on, just to try and say, okay, well, if I can avoid combat, especially in Ezreal decks, then tends to be good. So this time, just going to go sneak a point and move back. At least that means that Irelia sitting on the battlefield is not the end of the world on things.
And we've jumped into another game.
We're getting a look into the future here.
What's going on?
We're back.
That was a little teaser, by the way. You saw Rocklow.
We like casting Time Warp.
Exactly.
In every game as possible. We are, of course, running with a little bit of a delay, so just a glimpse potentially into what is coming later. But, you know, an Amuse Bouche if you would.
What did he say?
It's a nice teaser for all of you League of Legends fans, fans of professional
How did he
play.
pronounce that one?
Prime League
Girl.
player Rocklo, Prime League player. So we got some stars in the house.
But here we've got a Teemo still going.
I love
Specimen,
James.
So we will continue to focus on this. So Aurelia moves across to pick up the 6th point. Goes to kind of, you know, that winning stage now if you're able to untap. And here is where it's significant.
Yeah, so
one of the ways of
Teemo has to hold.
Aurelia, at least in some way, for this turn would be to watch her, and can you reduce the might without actually targeting her?
It's watcher, double
Not gonna be
hold,
able to play
cope,
the watcher
basically.
even to base non-accelerated.
You don't have anything else to do.
I mean, you said it. This is one of the winning turns. You're setting up with six points, and I'm very confused that Kraus has developed a Stellarcon Herder. Because that card is very unlikely going to have an impact in
That's
this
wrong.
game, right?
The card
You
is
have
not
a
bad
double
here.
protected Irelia, you have a Zhonya's Hourglass,
Yeah.
you have a Guardian's Angel on your Irelia. There is I think there is always a world in which you want to keep up as many runes as possible to threaten your opponent.
No,
Is the
that's
thought
wrong.
process
There's no reason to
here
keep
that,
runes other than not so
I'm looking at
fast.
what my opponent has economy-wise in this. They're going to have to throw a lot to go through a GA and a Zhonya's, and then on the back end, if I can just equip things to a Stellarcorn with like the Boots of Swiftness.
I mean, the only reason to keep runes would be if you want to keep not so fast and
I get your point.
and hard bargain
However,
mana, but that means
I
you're
think
keeping
Irelia
6
is so
up,
great
and
at
that's
pushy
a
means every
little
time you choose
awkward.
Irelia, you get 1 extra might.
Of course. I'm
But-
just saying, like, is it a backup strategy?
Yeah.
It's like, hey, if I need it, the Stellarcorn Horde is here.
I'm
I think it is.
Marphalis.
And I agree with the backup strategies sometimes, but
Sure.
also sometimes if you're playing for your backup strategies, you lose the main, most convenient way of winning
That's
the game.
fair.
Having a
So,
unit base here actually makes a lot more
we're going to
sense.
see. I mean, Kraus is so
Because if this
far
Aurelia
ahead. I don't
gets
know how many cards
rebuked,
there are
then
in
you can
hand
just
for them,
equip the boots
because
to the
maybe that's
Stellarcorn,
also like a
move in, trade
completely
something, and then
blank
cascade it
concept.
into
There's
the
no reason
Aurelia
to
from your
build
hand.
builds up, right?
That makes the most sense.
Really sounds like a small thing that might be a big thing. Is it also to do with the fact that there is only one green rune, and therefore you can't represent having both Defy and not so fast?
Yeah, I
so it's
consider it.
like, hey, okay, why bluff when it's not even possible?
I think so.
There's a few things. This is always the fascinating thing for me watching the players at this stage in the tournament. Is like it's impossible for us to know the exact line that
I wonder
results
what's
in
the correct
plays
play.
that are happening. We can speculate on what we think.
The cult shot here is better than stack deck by far. Just pick cult shot instantly. You're wasting time.
And will of course now kind of put Specimen also up to 6. This is quite a tense situation to be at.
We found a call shot on top of the deck and a stack deck, so
Hi,
more
Robbie.
cards to cycle through. So we put the stack deck on the bottom of the deck, which I definitely agree with. You do not want to reveal a stack deck with your
Also,
call
this is
shot.
game 1, by the
You
way.
rather want to find your cards
Game
that
1 is
have
30
an impact.
minutes.
Specimen not really happy with
I
the
don't know about
situation,
that.
apparently, and I think that has to do with the your foresight before. This is not a Watcher turn, and Watcher is a card that can get you out of sticky situations.
Shouldn't he leave
So,
both?
in this
Yeah,
state
yeah,
of the
but
game,
it's
if you're
close. I think
committed
it's
to a Watcher, there's
mathematically
nothing
correct
else
to
you have.
not do that.
And that's the thing is like
But because you have Watcher in hand,
maybe if you can survive this turn, Watcher will probably win you the next turn. Like win you the game on the next turn, but how much do you have to expend from this? Now, I mean, there is, I believe, a seal and there's 1 untapped gold gear, so there's a little bit of a leeway on the power side of things, but it's energy that is the problem here, because you're only 6 untapped awakened runes available, makes it not even an option to play.
okay, I would play faster than
What can
Teemo.
you do on the side of
Which is a
Specimen?
bad
So
sign,
there is an Aurelia
'cause I'm
with
slow.
7 might. There's Zhonya's Hourglass, there is Guardian's Angel, and there's probably, I mean, Kraus doesn't have that yet.
I'm gonna be
Because,
real honest with everyone in this room
he's
right
sitting
now, in
there
this
with
classroom,
hands on the chair.
in this
That is
voice
not
call,
a
in this
position to
in this
sit.
sauna together.
I'm pretty sure there's a not so fast.
I have no
I
clue
don't think
Yeah,
you've
we saw
seen
the
it
top
since
how
it was
this
put to the
Teemo
top of the
is
deck.
8-1.
I'm trying to think what else we had seen earlier, because I knew the Stellarcorn was there. It's been a little while since we actually saw. I think obviously the Defiant Dance was used.
So, I think Spessy has a decent chance to go for a push here that takes out the Aurelia. Is not going to just take it for free, so there's going to be trades, and it's also going to just trade away
I don't
the
see how this
Guardian's
beats.
Angel.
Again, it leaves you in a
I don't see how
situation
this beats
where you
Aurelia
have
at
to
all.
choose
I don't see how it
between
beats
you need to win this trade just with
Draven.
units.
Yeah.
And then and hope that you have something up potentially for the next turn. If you can have hidden cards, maybe using the gold, maybe that'll allow you to maintain control of this battlefield next turn. But this is a very complex situation for both Specimen and Crows to play out.
There's actually 3 cards in hand. We just haven't really seen them before, so that's quite a bunch.
I think they're just playing slower because of the camera, and they don't want to like misplay on the camera, nerves and everything. It makes sense.
Cycling cards from his hand, so the hand has been sticking around quite a bunch. There were so many cards like the pickpockets that have been sitting there for ages. If you play close attention, if your opponent isn't playing too many different cards.
Nothing used, just the Zhonya's.
Yeah, there won't be too much flexibility. I like just using the Zhonya's before because you keep the might. And
importantly, again, newer players, I know that we've got people watching that perhaps haven't played a lot of Riftbound. Because Irelia doesn't technically leave the field of play, the status of the unit doesn't change, so all of the equipment stays attached. The GA stays there, the Boots of Swiftness stay there. You don't have to do anything else. Next turn, you'll awaken, be able to use that Irelia going into a battlefield and then gank across using the Legend ability.
Specimen is putting that Azrael onto the Dreaming Tree, trying to hold.
So we're gonna Azrael into stack deck, into top deck Rebuke, into hoping that... Wait, what?
No hidden cards, so wait, what is in hand? It's a Watcher, it's a Nocturne. I didn't quite see it. It looked like all units, so...
Yeah, it's double pickpocket.
Oh, okay, and
Watcher
then
and
the Watcher.
I mean, if you don't have no tricks here, there's no universe where you can hold. With a split might, I don't know why we're not.
8 might in total, 11 if you count
there's just not.
You can just push the pit crew. Then you need something to choose your own Irelia, make it ready, be able
like
to
why?
Gank.
Okay.
And then I think you should be golden.
Yeah, speaking of golden, I think there was a Zhonya's that came off the top.
So it should have.
For League of Legends players will understand what I mean by that. That effect.
We should have Watchered so that we can break Irelia without having to sacrifice 4 might, and then we hold the same.
And that must be
we hold like mostly the same battlefield, and then maybe you have a chance.
If you wanted to respond to that.
There's a
here you just don't. There's nothing you can do. You're just wasting time. You will.
See what's going on top. So essentially, you're
maybe we are wasting time to be able to tie because this matchup is bad.
Oh, sorry, it's not a Zhonya's, it's a Guardian Angel.
Irelia hold is.
There is a Discipline. So there is Discipline, not so fast in hand. I believe that's another Stellarcorn herder underneath.
And I think that should be soon game on board because you can just choose this Irelia once more with the Guardian Angel.
And here's the other backup strategy. Stellarcorn Holder
Equip
moves
Guardian
to
Angel,
the
move
battlefield
Irelia. You have no too fast, there's nothing that you can do.
Try and clear the battlefield.
Literally
just in case it's an even trade, you'll be able to go to your turn potentially with a Stellarcorn.
Why did he move Stella? It's correct to drop, but we should have moved it into Azrael now and handle it.
I would imagine will be strong enough
like it makes no sense at all.
Especially with the top deck Discipline.
You just move into Azrael and kill Azrael.
Into a Dreaming Tree field that is being occupied by the opponent is so huge. That is 2 more cards, and Specimen picks up the card, says, "Yep, that's GG, you got it." And Irelia takes down that game, and I think we all saw when it went down.
It's like we're still a little sloppy on the Irelia, but
pivotal, not so fast on the switcheroo.
Yeah, and it felt like we were saying it's about time that Irelia needs to start contesting and then turning the corner at exactly the moment in the game where you can turn that advantage for yourself. Interested to see
this
the sideboard
is
come through now. We got Adapt.
It's actually good.
I mean, there's not too
I think
much
two Zhonya's in the sideboard makes no sense though. You already have a Zhonya's in the main deck and you have triple Guardian Angel. There's no universe where you bring in the second Zhonya's against what matchup? Against Kaisa it's bad because they bring in thermogenic beam. So why are you bringing it? Against Draven it's bad.
I actually don't think is what you're
in the mirror it's bad.
I set you
against
up
Ezreal it's bad. Against Sivir it's bad.
I was more just looking for your opinion
on
what to sideboard.
No, I think Adaptatron is actually decent.
It's only good against yellow decks that wants to kill your units.
Of Specimen, so he is kind of relying on gear as well. So gear removal does make sense. However, if Teemo wants to, you can make it really hard for your opponent to conquer, especially in the mid game. But if you go second, you drop the Adaptatron early, your opponent starts with something like a seal. They don't necessarily. It's tough.
On the other side,
I don't hate it.
Do you think?
Okay, well, Teemo should bring in Factory Recall.
Where do you think you go
Switcheroo.
here? Because obviously Fight or Flight and Switcheroo we saw kind of run into counters quite heavily.
And you bring in Hard Bargain for sure.
in this one. You have seen how your opponent plays, keeping up 2 runes oftentimes. Maybe that was just a game 1 situation for them, but when you hard bargain, it's just a fantastic counterspell if your opponent is on 2 runes and then goes for something like not so fast.
While we're here, I want to draw everybody's attention to the bottom line.
Yeah,
Power
zero
nexus
mainboard
as a
flash is
battlefield.
just
We don't see it very often.
not.
So my interpretation here is
Just,
on a game where you're able to get the pit crew rolling and get a lot of gold, you can just kind of dump.
there is. I hope we see this deck list against Draven because it does not beat Draven. It's just you don't beat Draven.
Very rarely
Period.
see it. This is not a battlefield that many decks can actually utilize, and I'd be interested to see whether Specimen picks it here, because I would imagine that's like
Aurelia
a
should bring in
first
Flash though.
battlefield,
Flash
because
is
you need
really
to
good
get the
against
pick crew and
Switcher
get that gold really
and
early, is
Rebuke.
my interpretation.
So we should
Again,
definitely
don't
bring
see
in
it.
if you go
Flash. We should bring in
second,
Adaptatron.
you can
One
develop
of.
the pit crew immediately.
Sure, true.
And I think what's kind of cool is that...
But you can't
And
play
we should
Cull.
take out Stellacorn in this matchup.
Sorry?
You can't
if we're
play
on
the
tempo.
Cull on
Yeah,
pit
that's
crew
true. You just do it next turn.
Yeah, true.
But okay, maybe you want to go for Cull pit crew in the second.
Swap out Stellacorn for
Adaptatron. That
Adaptatron.
also does work, but I think it's really good that you're not giving your opponent any advantages. That is, the Candlelit Sanctum was also able to stack Krau's deck, while Specimen was never able to find Nocturnes off of it, so there was not that much of a benefit. So your opponent got the same amount of resources out of it as you did.
Ooh,
Fair. As,
definitely
I will admit
play deckhand here.
the math there is taking me down a line that maybe doesn't quite add up. Sneaky Deckhand gonna sneakily take an early point. This is something that we have seen a lot out of Aurelius, is playing directly to the battlefield. It is Arena's greatest.
So you guys remember yesterday when I talked about movements, quantum movements, quantum entanglement of the movements in respawn? This is a very good example. This deckhand going into the other battlefield is interesting. I don't think it's wrong. I just think it implies a lot. I think this will impact the game, obviously.
Move that Teemo to a battlefield. Also, if you're on the
you have to think a little bit further. You have to think, okay, I'm going to move in. What will Teemo do? They will maybe... They'll probably cannot break this, so they will have to move to the other one. And if they move the other one and hold it, what does that mean? What does that entail? And if they move in and hold it, then maybe I don't have access to it, or I can't break it easily. Which means, based on this thought process, we should have gone to Temple, so that Teemo can hold the other one, so that we can have access to Temple if we want to.
Here is a pit crew. Here is a seal to untap it, because Agia is going to come in.
That is also incredibly strong, just to have the pit crew ready here to take out the sneaky deckhand, and then the Teemo might be able to hold in the Sunken Temple. That is tremendous value just to get it out of a Teemo. So nice tempo plays. We're going to see why this deck of Specimen is playing the Arena's greatest.
Oh wait,
Again, I understand
Rat
that
can
you
break
want to
it.
hold, but versus a pit crew deck, I think playing sneaky deckhand into the base and then at least forcing your opponent to spend 1 energy to get the Teemo back to hand could have been a play you can think about.
Now, do we have a follow-up to untap the pit crew and bring it back to safety? Not the biggest concern, because Aurelia with no units out probably isn't going to contest the pit crew.
Confused.
On
Why didn't
this
we draw
specific
first?
turn. But Aurelia
Am I
does
missing
later in the game,
something?
have options to kind of punish
Why didn't we
plays like this. There is
look
a
at the
factory recall we saw
cards
come out of the
first?
sideboard. Will now go to hand. So very adept at taking care of things like Guardian Angel, at least for the moment that you need it, I think is the key point.
The card is so incredibly important in that matchup. I mean, that's what you're siding it for, right? You want to take care of this Aurelia with a Guardian Angel on action speed.
This is not a good spot for Aurelia, so you have
where
to...
your opponent then basically realizes they lost because they have played too bravely with their Aurelia.
Okay.
And I think, what can you actually do with 5 runes up? You can play a Stellacorn Herder, but can you even choose it with too many cards? Oh, yes, you can.
You can, and then it's going to be an on guard. I was...
Yeah.
I feel like I had a total misread on this, because of course
this is why you can never play, never in a million years do you play only 2 on guard in your Aurelia deck. It's literally the biggest indicator of a misunderstanding of Aurelia, of what Aurelia should be doing. On guard is literally exactly what you want. It's the cheapest target that doesn't cost the power, so you don't have to de-ramp that much. Like, if if Aurelia could place 5 on guards, she would play 5 on guards. That's how good the card is.
Think that you're profiting that much of hiding Teemo
So it's crazy to me that some people play 2 of because
this is one of the considerations
this is a
that we've
5
talked about,
of,
is like
you know?
how much of playing Teemo is wanting to try and aim for the Teemo best of card, and how much of it is I think Teemo's the best champion and legend to be playing in this domain. I mean, so many decks running purple just playing a version of the Miracle Shell.
I mean, I love the fact that you can, versus non-Draven decks, just play a 2-drop from your chosen champion zone.
Yeah.
That is, I think, a massive upside for the Teemo strategy. Also very interesting to note, with the on-guard Stellar Conherder play, you got to Mighty status with the Stellar Conherder, got into the Sunken Temple, but then there was not enough energy left to draw a card from that. So that's maybe a slight bullet dodged for Specimen there, even though he lost his oh-so-precious Teemo.
So there's some sequencing that can happen, like looking to see whether there's a way of getting that second battlefield to be contested if you wanted to. I mean, that hidden card always makes it a little tricky. Card spotters are showing us fight or flight, so I'm going to make the assumption that that was what we saw got put down.
Fight or flight, by the way, not the card you want to use on the Stellar Conherder. that really does not feel great. Going to see an Ezreal being played into the arena's greatest battlefield. So
so no, it's okay. I was just looking at how maybe. Ooh,
it's a disc. That's a pricey discard. Rebuke is quite the high value card, especially in this matchup, but you do not want to play into Defies, you do not want to play into those not so fast, especially not by spending 2 power cost. Play out a Cull, ready the pit crew. Do you actually... Okay, you are going in here. You're not playing around crazy hidden cards. Pit Crew is being pushed into the Stellar Conherder on the Sunken Temple. There's 1 energy left up. What is the hidden card that Kraus has?
I think that's what the fight or flight... that's my assumption of what it is, which you can use, you know, on your own Stellar Conherder, and then you're like, oh, that's fine. I'll take a card and trade it for a card. I'm trying to remember what else this Aurelia list actually runs for hidden cards. This was kind of what I was wondering, is like, because Pit Crew will go to the battlefield from, you know, playing the Cull, untaps it, but go to the battlefield. If you conquer this, you'll be able to untap and awaken the Pit Crew again, move it back to the base, and you'll be safe. Does leave your Ezreal a little bit vulnerable on the other side. But there is a hidden card there, of course, and we already talked in Game 1 of how many decisions you have to make to try and figure out what that hidden card is going to be, and you know, make the least costly play.
There is a fight or flight on the Stellar Conherder, which is, of course, let's call it a 1-for-1 trade on the side of Kraus. You're losing a card, you're drawing a card with Stellar Conherder, you're keeping your herder alive, but also you paid a power cost for this. You are so de-rammed right now. There's another gold gear token, so the de-ramping will not happen in the next turn for Specimen. Now decides to get the Pit Crew back to safety. Sunken Temple, you would need a lot of investment to get a draw out of the Sunken Temple on the side of Kraus. But Kraus now at 5, has a unit developed, has a bunch of cards in hand. It's a Stellar Conherder. You can get quite the draws off of it. You can set it up for success and then combat your Miracle deck with some draws there.
Yeah, I do just worry though that the de-ramping, has it done too much to kind of slow down an Aurelia at this point, where the Pit Crew is just like doing the loop, just going around the track, picking up everything.
But I saw what happened with Pit Crew.
Every single turn. I mean,
the only reason to push your Cyclone back is you're afraid of another Cull or another Seals that would ready the Pit Crew again, and you lose the game on the spot there.
6-8 game, you're at 5 by the looks of it now, so you kind of have to spend a turn getting it up to 6 and then go for another one.
Stellar Conherder on the Guardian's Angel is being pushed into the Ezreal. I really gotta go back again, like the turn of Specimen to push the GG Easy Teemo into the Sunken Temple.
Cull doesn't de-ramp Teemo at all.
If he didn't want him to double
they just play Cull and they ready the Pit Crew.
So much into the Stellar Conherder, leave the Stellar Conherder there, then also pay a power cost to put the Fight or Flight there, so that's also another power card you're losing, right? And then he was completely out of resources.
You don't need to
Get
equip the
another good
equipment
turn.
to
That is
ready
a
the
factory recall on
the
one
thing.
energy left. Is this going to be combated by something like a not so fast?
Yeah, I'm trying to remember.
This factory recall is nasty because Rally now has to buff and then get switcherooed. I don't think she can. She has to wait. What's the hand?
Of course, the reason for that not so fast does count.
You could
Enemy
on
spells
guard,
gear.
bait switcheroo,
Yeah,
and then
units and gear.
no, I don't think you trade. I think if you trade here, you lose the game.
Now is the question: how much do you sink into keeping this Stellarcorn Herder alive?
I think you really need to use it. I think you need this Stellarcorn Herder. Your opponent's already at 5
It depends on
points.
hands. Do we have discipline or do we have a?
Guard?
Which is the cheapest option at this point, which is good. It gets it done. It gets the work done. It will keep the Herder alive, depending on what this hidden card is. Obviously, Teemo here is a problem because you can't counter the Teemo. Okay, Fight or Flight on the Ezreal.
That is huge.
Can't be not
for
so
Specimen.
fasted.
Wait, why did we?
The Ezreal, not the Stellarcorn Herder, so that is another significant point.
Why did we not fight the Ezreal? Well, I mean, why did we fight or flight the Ezreal? You fight or flight Stellarcorn here every single time.
But it's not going to happen.
Because you force them to spend something else to de-ramp and then come fight you, or
your opponent is still far behind
you just stay on the battlefield and they don't get the points. Like it's always fight or flight the Stellarcorn.
You're going to have to pay another power cost. You're going to have to again de-ramp to 3. He is keeping the pressure up while Kraus constantly has to de-ramp, recycle runes, and stay out of the
this is a good example of not really understanding. This team of player has never played Aurelia. We don't understand the struggles that Aurelia goes through to have to go to like go back. Like we look at the legend and we're like, okay, well, if I push Stellarcorn back, then she'll be able to come back again because of the legend. But yes, but at what cost? Everything has a cost, and everything has a. I don't know. I just yeah.
I like that the players are having fun. Oh, another pit crew is being played. That's massive for tempo. Pit crew is being pushed into the sunken temple, getting a gold gear token exhausted. But your own pit crew, the second one that has just been played, can be ready.
Yeah.
Well, if you have another gear, you can even retreat the pit crew from the sunken temple, then make it ready again, and then push with 2.
It's like, is there an Edge of Night? Is there another seal in hand? Anything like that that would potentially give you now 2 pit crew untap? No, it doesn't look like it for now, but going in with a single pit crew to play on an even playing field between the two, because you know if this is fight or flight, well then you just send something else in. You have other options going 1 unit at a time. Defiant Dance is going to come through. So investing the first one. So now this turns off the knowledge that it could be a not so fast at any point in this matchup. It could basically be a Defy, but down to 2 runes.
But I mean, down to 2 runes is absolutely crazy, right? You have used a power to hide a card in the arena's greatest battlefield just to use the Defiant Dance from hand. You're gonna go down to 4. You can't even play your own Aurelia next turn.
As Aurelia,
now, is it time for a switcheroo?
Game 3 is bad for you, like really bad for you. I think Obelisk is not good.
Switcheroo come in, pit crew is on 5, Stellarcorn Herder goes down to 1. What other cards can you use on the side of Kraus?
If you want to de-ramp down to 1, you can use the other Defiant Dance, right? So you switcheroo and then you're going to even trade. You'll both be 3, but do you even want to do that? Is that even? Oh, the fight or flight's there. Sorry, yeah, it was hidden. So we'll react with a fight or flight before switcheroo, and switcheroo is people in the same battlefield, units at the same battlefield. So that of course is the easier way.
Pushing the rat makes sense.
That is really well played from him with the immediate reaction of the fight or flight.
And that now means that a subsequent showdown is harder to break through, because now the Stellarcorn Herder is 5 already. Switcheroo's gone. You kind of assume probably harder to get through. No reason to kind of rush into it.
Thing is, you're already at 6 on the side of Specimen. Just retreating the pit crew here could be a decent spot here. Your opponent is not going to go anywhere with holding to 5.
Which that's an interesting conversation, because as I was saying, we're in a game
where still in a very good spot because of the infinite amount of runes, and Aurelia only has a Stellarcorn, but the issue is Aurelia's on 4 runes. You don't want to be at 4 runes.
Or is it, in this situation, useful to burn the Aurelia resources and say a pit crew for you de-ramping twice is actually worth it for me?
100%. I think you want to starve your opponent out as much as you can, especially when you're up on points, right? Then it's really worth it to just slow your opponent down the most.
Are you allowed to go back
closer
there?
And closer to that victory.
I don't think we're allowed to go back.
and it certainly feels like Specimen is getting closer and closer at this point. Looking on four runes, what is available? There is a charm in hand, but
I think the play was to stay and pray.
That's not exactly the spot that you want to be when your units aren't on the battlefield. It's going to be de-ramping now into looking like an untap. Wow. Like ready, the Stellar Corn Herder and a quick
absolutely, guys, absolutely not.
Oh,
absolutely not.
Is being
we're just using 2 runes to give Stellarcorn 1 might. Like, be serious.
Declaration. Are we going to use it on action speed just to get full use out of our energy? Oh, you just
let it pass priority, let it resolve.
I mean, I think you're just absolutely fine with 2 runes being open on your opposing side. Kraus has managed phenomenally so far in this game to just always avoid the big pushes, but he's keeping himself low on the resources.
Yeah.
He has so many cards in hand. I mean, if this was an Irelia or even a Stellar Corn Herder, but he would be at 8 runes, this would be impossible to win almost for a Specimen.
To be pedantic, but just as somebody who loves Stellar Corn Herder, just whenever you go into a showdown with a Stellar Corn Herder, remember it's a move trigger for the draw.
Yeah.
So could have been significant, not in this way, because if, say, the top card is like a Defy or something, like that changes that before you pass priority, right? You don't want, if your opponent like has something and then you're like, oh, the top card was Defy, actually, you want to sequence that properly. It's like,
you
get your
can't
move
charm.
trigger done first before
you have to Defiance
the
and keep Defy for hard bargain.
And of course, you then get priority as the active player. So just, I know the players are shortcutting. Of course, we're in a feature matchup. It's just something that I always like to try and say for people who are at their Nexus night and stuff like that. Like, there's these little reminders that are useful to keep track of. As I don't think it's possible to understate the amount of pressure that goes on as a feature match. I mean, you've played many in your time in other card games on a national
It's not even
level.
a greedy play, it's not that
so
good.
you very much can speak to that, of like the pressure of being in this moment where you're looking for top 8 and every single decision and interaction is like highly scrutinized by both yourself, your opponent, and everybody watching, like us. We're just chatting about it. But
there is a lot
like,
of
it would be
pressure.
greedy
If
the upside was good enough. The upside is not high.
Finding a factory recall, not even from the stacked deck. Sometimes the deck is stacked already.
Yeah, exactly. So sometimes you just find everything you need. Now, stack deck, are we going to see a Nocturne? Is Nocturne perhaps a card that you side out in this matchup?
I was also wondering whether you side out things like the Rebuke, some of the copies, and a little bit of
Defy
the Flight because
stacked.
of the counters. But
Absolutely not.
Well could be one.
Hello?
There is a Defy.
And that is something that I kind of like. You want to give your opponent a hard time, right? You want them to not find another option, another out to your Stellar Corn Herder.
How many cards does Timo have in hand?
Yeah, although the problem, so I guess
if it's 2 or more,
wow, are you going to 0?
Then Defy makes no sense.
If your only card that's castable, right, is
it's only
dance. I see a charm in hand.
So stack deck was the only card.
You're basically saying, well, I don't want you to have any options. Yeah. But I basically don't have any options for myself.
Recall? What's recall?
Exactly, and I think, oh wow, using this immediately,
factory.
I love this play from Specimen to not go into the combat there, but to say, hey, if you have another Defy, you can use it now, and then I will know.
Yeah, then Defy was great.
Yeah, exactly. The combat becomes a whole lot
if
easier.
If it's
and also, you know, so we talk about
only
this in
2 cards,
sometimes you just have to make them have it, and if they're using a stack deck searching for an answer, maybe the other card in hand isn't as useful. A lot of the time you do use your least useful card first, but a card like stack deck, I don't want to let you see 3 cards. I really don't want you to be able to look at more.
That's absolutely true. Now, honestly, when we're looking at this possible game shot from Specimen, I know he needs to play. We know he needs to play around the Defiant Dance. I think he's very well aware of that, this opponent has sequenced his plays in a way that there is only 1 rune left available, but it's open. There's so many cards in hand. The thing is it enough to push with 3 units? Let's count.
Well, as much as let's count, I agree. There is only 9 minutes left on this round, just under 10 minutes. And this is, of course, an extremely important game. And for Specimen, he needs to be able to win this and then potentially win the next game. For Crows, looking obviously to close this out as a 2-0, have to consider time at this point. You can't spend too long adding up if you are Specimen.
Thing is, if you clear the Stellar Corn Herder somehow, if you push every single unit you have, then this Defiant Dance can only do so much, right?
Yeah,
just
you know
push
it's
and
a
hold.
4 might swing, so you just need to be above 4.
Well,
so if you push
we're literally
all of the
wasting
units in
time
there,
so that we can
you go to
we
7,
can tie game 3.
and then how are you not gonna hold against 3 runes?
What even is the math? Because Defiant is 4. What are we thinking about?
Yeah, that's very true. So it's 3, 6.
I think it's very understandable that the players are taking their time. Of course,
No, it's
sometimes routes to victory seem almost too easy, right? And also, there's always the option that we are missing something.
Yeah, I'm wondering what we're missing, because isn't it...
All right, I think...
Wait, but hang on,
What?
isn't this a way that you trade down? Am I missing something that Ezreal plus the equipped pit crew, or
Girl.
the other pit crew plus the Ezreal was 7?
What?
And Defiant Dance math would be 3...
Like, what's the math behind
maybe it
this?
would be even trade and you lose both. So maybe at this point...
And that is a little bit annoying, because if you're trading... I mean, you're not trading down afterwards, right? You're not losing the might, so you can push the 2 pit crews into the Stellar Converter. It's basically still the same thing, but now you know what you're dealing with. There is
Okay, yeah, and you get the other side of it. Yeah,
there's
that's fair.
no rune left open. Your opponent is going to basically start the game from scratch at only 6 points with 2 runes and a full bunch of cards in hand. Wonder what we're discussing here right now, because that seems like a
Minusing the might... oh, okay, this is the other way, is if the Divine Dance doesn't have to target the Ezreal.
Oh.
So you actually sap the pit crew that's in base, and now...
So now
it is
it's an
still
even trade.
even, so you lose everything if you go in on the battlefield here, but the Stelicon
Day 2 is somehow worse than Day 1.
Well.
To push everything there.
That was, I guess this is the real fine detail here, is I was wondering about just moving with 1 unit, if that was enough. I didn't see the line of targeting the pit crew in the base, and that does then force you to go elsewhere.
Right,
so
now,
get up to 7.
Now you get another. I think you're definitely trying to hold here, right, with the 7.
Yeah.
Because otherwise your opponent is going to go to 7, push back into the base, and then play just something to target.
Crows can't even Boots of Swiftness, because that's 3.
I think Specimen is really still just... He just needed to get this rune out of the way to push 7 might into the arena's greatest, and then try and hold, and now it is on Crows. Wait, what can Crows do in this scenario to get rid of this situation?
The answers just aren't great, because it's like...
I think it's on guard, Defiant Dance.
But yeah, I guess because you can untap the Stellar Converter, so you bring it back, Aurelia Legend, and then a pump spell potentially gets you over the line.
I think if you Defiant Dance one of the pit crews, if they're only at 5 might, but you will be at 5 might.
I'm pretty sure they were counting how many there. We know that at least 2 have been used, so this is going to have to be a great top deck. What is it? Didn't quite see it.
There are 2
Why
card
are they playing so slow? There's 6 minutes on the clock.
Sticky situation. Oh, come on, show us the cards you have in hand.
I think that's a discipline hiding.
Oh, there is a charm. Oh, picks up the boots.
I mean, the thing is, by doing this play, we give them lethal. Because if there's a charm and on guard, then it's over. Like, we literally just gave them lethal.
Right?
It makes no sense.
Target the Stelicon herder.
And that is,
but you also can't get
the pickup, and Specimen clutches this game out here.
No way they're just yapping. Girl.
Down the rabbit hole and like in the tank on.
You have 5 minutes on the clock. Keep the yapping after the game.
How that goes is like Crows de-ramping so much, like forced to de-ramp so much through the game, really just left you with very few options on the Aurelia to actually play that out.
Definitely, I'm baffled by the fact that Crows stuck in this game the entire time, and with so little runes that he still had left, he kept pushing and pushing, and even had some win conditions in his deck on 2 runes in the last turn. Because
okay, Uncle detected in chat.
Defiant Dance and On Guard.
Dario,
Unk
status.
Yeah, that's fair. If you had it, that would have very much been it. I think as well, that Defiant Dance clearly Crows.
What are you saying now?
Having a lot of these situations where you're like, okay, my opponent's
Stalcorn goes back.
1 unit in, but I can target the back line. I'm thinking about
you on guard the Stalcorn, you ready the Stalcorn, you charm the unit back to base, and then you push the other battlefield on your win.
Is like, I can think of a line that I know, and then you can think of a line that's probably better than my line, but it's never always the same line as what the players have in games. So it's always really interesting to see these adaptations that players make in a spell like
Yes, charm is not only bring into you can push as well. It's move a unit
very interesting game. I feel like I've learned a lot, but I need to like decompress.
Also, you hate the word DRAM? Yeah, I use it a lot. I need to find something else that doesn't make sense.
Of course, you can try
but I've been using it since the start, and it's like a bad habit.
Force a big conquer,
or cycle.
Like Specimen did it, and just say, hey, I'm going to let you use up all of your protection on your one unit in your battlefield, but then I am going to push in the other battlefield, and I'm going to hold there, so I'm going up to 8. So not necessarily searching the fight, but avoiding
also on guard
fight.
plus
sounds like we are ready for an interview following round 10.
What do you mean interview?
Joined by Crows. Congratulations on the win. 9-1 now.
Wait.
The top Irelia left in the tournament. Everyone else has either drawn a game, so there's an 8-1 or has lost 2. How does that make you feel?
That's incredible.
Where's game 3?
Honestly. I did not expect to be the top Irelia, but
this is the top Irelia?
Kind of makes sense.
Girl,
people are right behind me, so I can't really let
no,
up
I'm
here.
sorry.
Is that a deck that you've
absolutely
practiced a lot with, or
not.
did you like take some time to decide what you wanted to bring in?
No, right away I was on Irelia playing on TCG Arena online and practicing a lot against a lot of decks, and the deck just felt really good. It fits my playstyle relatively well, so. Yeah, I'm pretty happy.
Oh, awesome. I mean, you should be. 9-1, you're definitely looking at those top 8 spots. Is there, you have a couple more matchups still left to go, obviously, on the day. Is there anything that you think would really ruin your chances of getting into the top 8?
Yes, there's a deck called Rek'Sai. If I hit Rek'Sai, it's going to be rough. I've practiced a lot against it. It is not a good matchup, so hopefully I don't hit it.
Do you mind elucidating
what
to
are we
the
saying?
viewers about exactly
Rek'Sai is a good matchup
for
that?
Yeah. So the problem with the Rek'Sai matchup is that they see so many cards, they're very fast, and they have the best removal spell possible against Irelia, which is Call the Weak. And they almost always find it because they see so many cards with Rek'Sai,
just play Charm.
with the signature spell as well.
Charm.
They have
Just
so
play
much might in the back line
defy the
with
call, and you win.
that come back. It just creates a point tempo for them and a card advantage pool for them as well. And if you lose Irelia, usually the game is pretty much over.
Right, so if you're teching into that, and you can tell me if this is too much, right?
I can reveal it. It's fine.
If you're teching into it, how would you be side decking? How would you be sideboarding?
So for sideboard, I just try to bring in more counter magic. So Hard Bargain, for example, another Defy in the sideboard. And my main deck is definitely a little bit tuned towards Rek'Sai, so it's not as bad as like the list I was starting off with. I have Poros in the main deck, for example. That's definitely a good card against Call the Weak, because you draw a card off of it if it's in a different zone. So that's been very nice for me the whole tournament, honestly.
Awesome.
I have not faced Rek'Sai, but...
All right, well, we're going to let you go get ready for your next round. Is there anything you want to say to your friends, to your fans out there before we do?
Honestly, shout out to my opponent, Joe from Into the Rift podcast. Very, very cool guy. It was a really fun match. If you haven't seen it, I mean, I guess probably, if you're watching this interview, maybe you caught the match. Really awesome game 2. Game 3 unfortunately went to time, but you know, it is what it is. I still squeaked it out.
Well, good luck on the rest of the day. Hopefully we see you back in the top 8, maybe even for a winner's interview.
I hope so.
Yeah, well,
thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Medic.
Yeah, if I bought Irelia, I would have gotten the solid card.
Game 3 from that series, but as you can see, Crows was able to advance in that match against Specimen. We're actually going to utilize our second feature match here to get one more game from round 10 at least, and hopefully we can see some more players advancing throughout the day. Leo, that was, you know, as Crow said, a fun game, but from a broadcast perspective, I'm just going to hold my hands up and say,
is the fight still good, or are they sideboard now?
The players for what can happen, but we're going to go into a totally different matchup here. Is going to be Azir
like 1 or 2
Ezreal, and Azir, one of the decks that came into the tournament, people were saying, ooh, will it be able to, you know, it will be Azir.
You could also 2 mainboard
it. But Azir coming into this one, a deck that people said
will it have
the same success that we saw in a second place final in
this list is okay.
Yeah.
I like it.
I mean, the deck is quite strong. Here we are seeing a Kai'Sa deck list, which is also a great deck. But of course, Ezreal plays a little bit different from Kai'Sa. You're utilizing similar spells, like for example the Singularity. Just Ezreal has the upside that you're drawing a card because you're targeting 2 units in the same turn with Singularity. The downside of having to pay a power cost of 2 Mind Runes. And there we can see Rocklow's deck of Azir. And this is actually a very, very similar list to the one that got second place in China. You're seeing the Sacred Shears, which is a card that is not the best in Draven matchups, but it is phenomenal in every other matchup, because this card wants you to lose combats, so you can get draws off of your tokens. Draws are rare in this color combination.
Card for card.
But this also granting Draven draws. But
Double Charm is good, Double Defy is good, One Not So Fast is good, Double Call is good, Battlefields are good. This won't be a list problem.
We'll have to just be on the lookout for which version of Ezreal it's going to be.
I think this list is okay. I don't hate it at all.
There's a couple. There's Pick Through Ezreal, which we kind of just saw a Teemo take on that. Then
I think 2 Shears is wrong. I think you should only be playing one.
And I love the new Ezreal where it says like playing big stuff and flickering it.
It's acceptable.
And that kind of thing. I would love to see if it was that version, but
it's actually.
For people who don't know Battlefields, the top battlefield is Conservatory. When you defend there, you can look at the top card of your deck, and if it's a spell, you draw it. The bottom one is Valma. Units cannot move to base.
We're seeing a Ravenbloom Conservatory as well. That might be. There's the battlefield. Oh, I actually dig that Ravenbloom Conservatory in Kai'Sa. It is more of a greedy version, where every time you defend, you look at the top card of your deck. You have a bunch of Fury runes, by the way. Look at the top card of your deck. If it's a spell, you can add it to your hand, which is in, we call it Spellslinger Kai'Sa. Okay, is a very consistent version of drawing cards. Now, Kai'Sa being played on 4. Is there going to be some immediate removal? I want to say this is Brave versus Order decks, because Cull the Weak is a real card.
Yeah, and now you get a little recruit token from the Eye of the Herald. You get the option to Cull the Weak just off something really, really like insignificant at this point. Oh, that's a card.
Yeah, you could just.
It's a brutalizer. Okay.
Okay, so that's the one moment where you really, really, really want to have the Cull the Weak.
Yeah. In this matchup, I would say that the Vile Mausoleum is going to be quite important. A lot of what Kai'Sa likes to do is, at least from Origins, is take us. Okay. It's
Charm into kill Kai'Sa. We're also triggering the thing. Looking at the top card, we're drawing it because it's a spell.
Oh, that is crazy. You just use the Ravenbloom Conservatory. You're becoming a defender because you're in there charming the Kai'Sa in. You find the Death Grip because, quite frankly, yes, you're playing lots of gears, but you're also playing lots of spells. You don't play a single unit in your deck.
Yeah, that Kai'Sa is literally on that battlefield.
That is so
Maybe we move her
efficient at this
out.
point. I was like, it's not as efficient as Cull the Weak, but it does the job. It does everything you need.
I mean, you lost a
Why
lot
is the Kai'Sa there?
We're going to say it like this.
But Kai'Sa lost Chosen Champion and lost a big unit for the early game tempo, where you're like, I want to be able to draw, I want to be able to get early points, I want to contest, and then ultimately keep my Kai'Sa as safe as possible.
Yep, there is going to be...
Can we please put the Kai'Sa...
You're going to try and have to start removing those Sand Soldier tokens, otherwise Rocklo is going to just hold everything. You're not at a watch your turn quite yet, but you also don't want to deram so much.
Yeah, Falling Star then... it'll do the job, but it's going to deramp, at least one. I do want to note, we are going into... This is game 2 of 3 between these two, as Azir has already won game 1.
But now I want to mention that this is going to be...
No way that's the trash, right? No way we put the trash there.
Any more equipments, because you already have played 2 equipments of yours. This might slow you down a lot with the Falling Star clearing off 2 units. So Richard, maybe not even too sad about losing a possible watch-shot turn on the next one, going down to then 7 runes in the next one. Mind and Fury. So Rocklo now has to consider what he can do. I mean, there is...
How does that even make sense?
There is equipment. Oh, that's the best friend sword.
And there's a friend there.
It's Azir.
It's yeah, I was gonna say Azir. BF sword is in hand, but Azir gonna be played from the champion zone as Azir's sovereign.
Yeah, we should have kept the unit on to play around the Falling Star for sure.
So not sovereign anymore. He's actually quite dead, if you will.
I will say, this is the Origins feels bad, where you're like, do you have Falling Star? Cool. Do you have 2 Falling Star?
Cool.
Not cool. Like, I'll give you 1. The second one is bad-mannered at that point.
Okay, actually to me, even this Azir placement is confusing to me. If I was playing against Azir, I would be thinking, is that an Azir on the board? Like,
sometimes suffers from, and that is not success, but it is, hey, you have a lot of runes
still confusing.
You could go for big power plays, but in the end you can just make 1 Sand Soldier token. Yeah. So while you're getting a lot of free value with these Sand Soldiers, you're sometimes losing a lot of
tempo. I think the runes and the trash should be swapped, for example.
There are plenty of spells in the deck.
To give more clarity.
Will give you more and more and more.
How important do you think that the Azir
I mean,
Sovereign, like
the face down runes,
staying alive
the stack of
is in this
runes,
matchup?
and
Is it
the
as
Azir, for
influential
example,
as
should
other
be so.
matchups? Fair. I think that answers the question quite succinctly.
I'm going with a very consequent.
Because some legends and champion combinations are like really
Hi, Scorpion.
specifically strong. So here comes a Piercing Light is going to get the card draw because you'll death knell your own.
Oh,
The
you
Defy.
won't death knell your own Watchful Sentry anymore because the Defy comes through. So obviously Felix.
Yeah, it's not even about clutter.
valuing
It's more
keeping
about
that Sand Soldier
like
on
the board is
more
on the
so
same line as the
than,
trash.
giving the card
So
over to,
if there's a unit on top of the
I don't
trash,
think
then I
can
don't know if
remember
that's
when I
trash
saw
or not.
someone Piercing Light a unit
Like
of
that
their
Azir looked
opponent in the
very
battlefield
alive to me.
anymore.
Yeah.
I feel like it's always just push one of your units into the battlefield. Most of the time, the Watchful Sentry and Piercing Light it to snipe something from the back row. But now, of course, we have
Brin
used
here.
Defy of that. Apparently, we don't need our runes because we've seen that in the last turn. Question is now, do you even push into the Raven Bloom Conservatory? I don't know if you want that because you're going to just trade for the Eye of the Herald. Oh, not even giving your opponent the draw, so perfect choice there. Plunging Poro is going under the deck, still gonna grant a draw.
And the shortcut there is don't even bring the token out.
Yeah.
just trade it with the Sentry.
I like that. So now we're going to get another Azir token that is going to equip the BF Sword. And we're passing again. So we made a 5-might unit, yes, with the Sand Soldier. That's BF Sword is so important for Azir. I want to say BF Sword is way more important than the Azir Sovereign. Because every single turn you make a Sand Soldier token, and that lacks strength at some point, right? When you have a... Please.
So, no, you were continuing. I was
This
getting ready
Azir
to
has been
follow on.
drawn from Conservatory.
So you make a
more than
3-drop
Kai'Sa.
every turn. You make a
Like we drew
3-might
2
unit.
cards
As soon as you have
from
one BF Sword in
Conservatory.
play, boom, 5ers. Every single turn you have a 5-might token that is so much more efficient.
So now how much of this game becomes Thermo Beam and Wind Wall?
Yeah, Thermal Beam is incredible in that
How
matchup.
much of that is you got to hold a Wind Wall if you have it from sideboard to
Also,
basically counter the Thermo Beam, which blows out the entire board you have.
I mean, I think if you just keep your Wind Wall, the good thing about the Azir deck is you don't need to spend that much energy, right? You don't use your runes that much. You have your equips. You want to play 1 equip per turn to make a Sand Soldier. You want to have the Wind Wall ready for a Thermo Beam, so it's going to be quite tough for Richard to actually resolve it if there is a Wind Wall in hand. I think this is something you would want to mulligan for. But also, you want to Thermo Beam before a Rise happens, because a Rise gives you infinite value almost.
I
think there was a progress they dropped as it was picked up. And thank you to our team that are here using the card viewer that we can see, showing what we were talking about with Thermo Beam and Wind Wall and the importance of both.
Great to be able to trade.
We're into a showdown now. Discipline comes through onto the Sand Soldier. That is a big old Sand Soldier at this point.
Oh, Rucklow wants
It's
to
a
get
10
not only a draw,
Sand Soldier.
but also wants to keep the Sand Soldier on. Yeah, that one has 10 might now, right?
Yeah.
Goes down to 9. That would
This
still
trade.
be
No, you still
more than
need
enough
one
to
more.
clear, I feel like. Or was the Brutalizer not equipped this turn?
Oh, it was not
It was equipped on Felix's previous turn.
Alright, that would make a lot more sense then. Unless Richard just wants to cycle through some cards. But we're picking up the draw from Discipline, and now it's back to...
If Brutalizer was
is
not
going
equipped,
to
why
use
did Kai'Sa
which
Ray?
priority. Do you want to commit even more to this? Nope. We're going to take
Right?
the even trade. At least that's not a hold anymore. That's what
So
Rocklo can say to
the Azir
himself
token
now.
is at
Thing is, if you had an Arise,
5,
would you
right?
drop it,
No.
get all of those equipments
It was
attached,
6
or do
exactly.
you say, hey, I need to
It was
kind
6
of
to
always
6. So why did
have the Wind
Kai'Sa
Wall available?
not
Because
start with Stupefy?
that
Why did
is
we
a
Ray?
massive- Oh, wow. Going for 2? No. Okay.
Oh, maybe maybe it was equipped on.
Isn't
the
6 to
turn.
6 with Ray the same
misread where we were
outcome?
in the
I'm
turn. So
confused.
there is going to be a Sand Soldier equipping the BF sword.
So we have another 5-drop. BF Sword makes this deck infinite times better because every single token... Just imagine you're playing
The
Victor
Sand Soldier was
and
8.
all of your drops are 5-drops. All of your
Was it
recruits
equipped that
are
turn?
5-drop tokens.
If it was equipped that turn,
That's the power of BF Sword.
then it
Which
makes
is why it
sense.
also costs, you know, for...
Thank you.
Okay,
Well, the
Progress
casters
Day.
were wrong then.
That is
So it was
my
8,
goodness, we already at 12 runes on
and
the side
Ray
of
makes
Richard. He
sense.
has been ramping up. He has gotten more points than Rocklo. It's a very slow game in terms of points, but that's exactly what Kai'Sa wants, right? Slowing down your opponent so you can have those big clearing turns.
Yeah, and the Progress Day, we talked about this a little bit yesterday. A lot of decks were bringing this in for Kai'Sa basically because Draven was drawing so many cards, you're like, well, I just won't take combat as often. This should be... Okay, yeah. Okay, I was going to say there's another unit coming out.
To me, this matchup should be quite heavily Kai'Sa favored, in my opinion. But it depends on the number of Nobifies, of not so fast, and the fact that
You know what I would like to
Azir
see from
runs.
Richard?
But mostly not
I
so
don't know if
fast.
it's pronounced German or English, but Richard should go for a double thermal beam turn.
Oh, so you can get the wind wall with the first one and then thermal beam. Well, I mean, if you can get there, you progress state, so maybe there's one or two in hand.
I think there is very little chance that Rocklo is ever going to leave up less than 3 runes, right? So there's always going to be wind wall available. And I think you need to cycle through your deck as fast as possible to just capitalize on that and say, hey, you know what? I am at 12 runes. I am going to drop double thermal beam on you so that your precious wind wall turn has done nothing. Then we see the Sacred Shears, which is going to make this matchup much harder for Richard, because then we might actually find a double wind wall.
Richard had the same response. I think a lot of people have seen that.
Soldiers.
Can I just read that for the specific text?
3, 4, 5 extra sand soldiers are going to be spawning as
Is this the last round before top cut or no?
So we get 7 free units, 2 of which are ready. Oh, what are we going to see? Stupefy.
Draw a card. See what we can get for potential next turn.
All right. And now the craziest thing is they have Weapon Master, right?
13 rounds is crazy.
7 units, and almost all of them will get
and then
to
top cut,
attach
untimed top cut.
themselves. Now you can
This is gonna go
choose
until
which ones are the most
11
important
PM
for
by the
you.
way.
I think the ones that are getting ready, they will get the Eye of the Herald,
Like
right?
10
All the
PM at
Sacred Shears.
least.
Right. Yeah, just to get extra value. Yeah, it's going to be... we'll see where it actually ends up being, because there's a lot of sand soldiers coming. Looking at a following turn, I think for Richard, one of the less than good parts is isn't a Cathian Rain in hand, and that normally would deal with, you know, multiple units on a board, lots of units, but these now have additional might coming from equipment. That's the importance of the Weapon Master part of this, is like, you're not going to be able to deal with this with just one Swift Cathian Rain. I also saw, I think it was a Rocket Barrage, if that is the correct name of the card, in hand. It's the one where you basically have 2 modes. You can pay 4 and either deal damage or destroy a gear, and you can repeat it. Rather than a Thermo Beam, that does tend to be a sideboard card, so looking for utility. Our Spotters. I mean, I hope that is the card that has been played. If there's an unchecked power in deck, then that would be a significant card to play for Richard.
I mean, he definitely needs something.
Yeah, I mean, that would do it if there was an unchecked power.
If you clear with a Thermal Beam all of these equipments, it's still gonna be quite tough to handle all of the sand soldiers.
I think Azir is one of the best designs
Rise does not give you
in this game so far, because you get the feeling of playing Azir from like with the soldiers, and it's just Azir with a bunch of soldiers, very much flavorful.
A lot of the might that is at sand
So that's
soldiers
very good.
on the battlefields. Then, you know, if you can get rid of the equipment, the Cathian Rain can help. The Cathian Rain can also pick off some of the ones that aren't getting additional might. So maybe there is something there, some recruits as well.
I feel like a Cathian Rain is also a card that has seen less and less play. So some people have put it back into their decks.
Yeah, Lucian, you're missing his ult a little bit.
More counter spells in the game, like Hard Bargain, and especially not so fast. It's really hard to drop this card sometimes.
Yeah, that's a really not advantageous trade. Also, there was that minor adjustment with the errata. Some people do think it has reduced the power of a Cathian Rain a little bit in the way that you have to select everything and have it resolve kind of up front.
Having the Death Grip now as a chain to the Thousand-Tailed Watcher.
Before the -3 applies.
Yep, so you can actually get those 5 might transferred onto one of the Eye of the Herald Sand Soldier tokens on the Valmor's Lair. So that would make it much harder to clear there, because I think we're still at then 9 might then? Wait, let me check. Your Eye of the Herald does nothing when it comes to your might. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, and you're still at 9. You get a 5 extra.
You love orange Lucian?
So good.
That's broken.
This equipment distribution from Rocklo is phenomenal, because the one Sand Soldier token that you had in the Ravenbloom Conservatory had the Sacred Shears. You're killing one of your own units at the conservatory to
Girl.
boost your Vilmor Slayer tokens, and then
They're forcing.
force your opponent
I mean, there's
yeah,
not
to-
enough
to-
spots
to
on the
get
battlefield.
you the
Why?
card
Why is
draw.
that soldier there? Like, it makes no
There's a
sense.
Hex Tech, right? Going to just deal with a little recruit, dealing with
Just let him.
one of the units. So now we're down
Let
to
him move the Azir. Oh my god.
I mean, Richard can
Is it
still...
7 on? We'll have them figure out the math. There is a lot of calculation to be done on this one with this many units, all being affected, of course, by the Thousand Tail Watcher, and then the Death Grip on top of it, plus all the equipment. Richard is going to go in and take out the recruits. We'll be able to take control of Vilmor's Lair. That Thousand Tail Watcher is now there, so aside from having a retreat or something like that in hand, it is now stuck in Vilmor's Lair.
And I mean, now you're in a decent position on the side of Richard. You're getting another point for conquering the Vilmor's Lair. Now, Rocklo, he still has a lot of runes open. There is still quite a few Sand Soldier tokens. I think there's 2 more in base, right? And if you have those 2 in base, you can just equip.
No, we lost too many soldiers here. We need another
hero
Arise if we want to actually
to them.
come back into this game.
Currently discussing how much might we have.
Yeah,
I
literally
was
just
kind
move the
of
legend
curious
back.
because I
Doesn't matter.
figured. Oh, wait a second. No, you pushed for 5 might, but that 5 might got reduced in the end. So you had 4 tokens there to were Sand Soldiers, which is 4 might after Watcher, but you got 5 to it, and then 3 of those got reduced. Then again, it was only -3 because the Sand Soldier token was at 2. Oh my goodness, this is hard. I am not wondering why sometimes the players need a second to just get the math done. But of course, we are finding
I really
correct
do
game states
apologize,
here.
but I have a
Sometimes,
very,
you know,
very
I'm
hard time
really bad at
following
math,
what's
so
going
sometimes
on
I get confused
because the
in
board is
process, but we
genuinely
got
just
it done. We have a Sun
actually
Soldier
triggering
with the
me.
Brutalizer attached, which is not the best one because this is primarily the one that you want to attach to something. Wondering if we're going into the Ravenbloom Conservatory. Richard is now completely exhausted when it comes to his runes. Ravenbloom Conservatory
I
is
do
going
think
to
that, again,
reveal a Lecturing Yordle. That is not only a
Kaisa
card
is
that
still
you don't
somewhat
get to
okay
add to your
in the
hand from the
spots
Conservatory. It's
because
also a card that you would have, I think, liked
Azir
to
doesn't
draw.
have like that many tokens.
Yeah, that was quite a turn in.
But Azir has a big
deep in
hand,
the
that's a
tank
problem.
of math across
And
the
also
last
Azir can
2.
probably go to
So
6
now
here first.
We'll
She's
see
also a
where Felix
problem.
goes with these Sand Soldiers. There's, of course, Felix now at this point 1-0 up in this matchup as we go through round 10.
So we're floating to order runes. Therefore, we can equip
If I was playing
the
Azir,
Sacred
I would
Shears
bring
and the
one
BF sword
green
to those 2 Sand
die,
Soldiers, I think
and I
now
would
we
also
have to
bring
crush
one
them
yellow
into the
die,
Thousand-Tailed
because
Watcher.
Azir floats a lot, so you can float and show how much you're
So
floating with the
one
die.
has one and one has
It's
the
much
other.
better.
The Watcher's just going to trade against.
I think
Oh, are they both equipped to the 1 Sand Soldier? Okay.
yeah, that makes more sense. Wait, Sacred Shears.
Yeah.
How much additional might do you get? Was
Is that
it 1 or
another
2?
Rise? Oh, that
It's 1.
this is really good to get
so
more
if
units.
you put a BF sword, you get to 5, you get to 6, so you actually have to
I believe Azir should be at 6
push
points,
another
not
Sand Soldier.
5.
That one is not equipped with anything, but you get the draw still, of course, because you put both equipments on 1. And now you're going to play another Sand Soldier. The Desert's Call. Weapon Master, BF Sword, immediately such big units on the one side, and on the other side you have another free 3-drop that is going to have Death Kneel, draw 1 card. So the value you're getting out of this deck, if you play it correctly, is absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, and there is a lot to kind of moving all of these equipments
Weapon
around.
Master a
So,
trigger?
couple cards
Yeah,
to
it is.
note in hand. There's a Not So Fast in hand for Felix. There is also the Wind Wall that we talked about earlier. So any moment in which a big spell is looking to resolve, whether
I
it's
kind of
in
wonder
captain
about this
range, we
holding
know is in
though.
hand
It depends on the hand,
for
but
Richard,
if we're
and,
safe from Watcher, sure.
potentially a Thermo
If,
Beam,
like, there's
although
a
we've
hidden
not seen it,
blade.
and the fact that the Rocket Barrage is there.
But this
you
is
wonder
dangerous if we don't
whether
have hidden blade, for
it's
example.
either of them are kind of main boarded for the amount of equipment that we've seen in the tournament. So we'll continue to take a look as we get through the deck of Richard. 15 minutes, just under 16 minutes left on the round for these 2 players.
I mean, Rocket Barrage, I think it's a cool card.
it's very expensive.
Yeah. It's in Germany we say it's a Tropfen auf den heißen Stein, so it's a drop of water on the hot stone.
Okay.
It really doesn't make too much sense, does it?
I have the visual of what's happening when you put a drop of water on a hot stove.
You pay 8 energy to power to get rid of what, ABF salt and the brutalizer, and then your opponent is still sitting on 4 equipments that are chilling there, and you spent your entire turn getting rid of barely anything.
I mean, when you're playing against like in Aurelia with GA, maybe that's the way. Maybe that's
yeah. I mean, 0-1 game 1 already. I'm very surprised that Gaisa doesn't have thermal.
Maybe this is like just to attack.
Just didn't draw it.
GA and Azonias with that, or you actually suddenly feel a lot better if you're spending a lot. Even if
I mean,
it's just
obviously Watcher.
Once without the repeat.
Then what do you do after Watcher?
Things that are there. I can see where that would be like. I need to try and tech for my worst matchup first that I'm going to hit more often.
I'm also
maybe
slightly surprised that they have not showed us any XOs, and we're only watching X2.
But you can. There are so many decks in the room. You cannot have. You only have 8 cards in your side deck. You cannot have a side deck plan versus every single deck.
Gotta be slim on that one. You
can have a plan, but you cannot prepare your side deck specifically for every one of these decks. You can have some cards that do help you generally in the matchup. You would side in the Rocket Barrages, of course.
Singularity, Time Warp, Icathian Rain, some big spells in hand. It's about getting there to the to being able to use them. We're at 5, so Richard is nearing. Okay, his units aren't, but Richard is nearing the point at which a Time Warp would be like a way to close out the game. But you have to get to the point where you control battlefields. Is there a way of getting up to 7? I'm looking at it. Is there any way to kind of, on Felix's turn, retake both battlefields, or is it just that Richard will untap going to 7 and then Time Warp to 8? Is that possible?
Oh, I mean, you've spent so much energy already with the Thousand-Tailed Watcher this turn. I think it's going to be tough to Time Warp there.
Not this turn, obviously, but on a following turn.
I think you're very easily going to be able to clear those battlefields, unless there's some crazy combat tricks that I have not heard of in Rocklow's hand. The thing is,
there's a Discipline, a Death Grip, double Wind Wall as well. That's actually Time Warp is a dangerous play in this situation. You get blown out heavily by that.
But the thing is that Rocklow will need to take 2 fields, and he only has 1 Sand Soldier token in base. You can use your Discipline here to take care of the Noxus Hopeful.
Oh, has a Candlelit Sanctum first.
And it's the Conservatory.
Sorry, yeah.
And it's actually good that you revealed the Doran's Blade, because that's not the card you want to draw in this situation. This card barely does anything for you. It's one of your early drops where you can make 1 Sand Soldier token when you're starting with 2 runes and you have a 3-drop. That's phenomenal. But now let's see. We have Discipline. Discipline makes it so that the Noxus Hopeful is weaker than the Sand Soldier. Is there going to be another card that is going to be used by Richard to take care of this situation, or are you not going to conquer there? I think if you have something like a Void Seeker, which I think we have seen, you need to use it just so that your opponent doesn't hold there.
It was the Desert's Call that came off the Discipline.
I think you really want to Void Seeker this and then push the Lecturing Yordle in there, so you go to 7 points and then hope that your Thousand-Tailed Watcher survives, or you're just playing. Okay, so apparently that's
I was gonna say Brutalizer doesn't go to the trash. The GA will.
Okay, so the Guardian Angel was on that Sand Soldier token. All right, the Shears. All right, so this was also in the battlefield. There's still the Sand Soldier with the Shears. Got a little bit full at that battlefield there. I'm not going to lie. What a complicated game state.
The hidden card, Hidden Blade. This time to keep the units low for Richard, as Rocklow, knowing that if you can just control the battlefield, you have the wind walls available to kind of deny the hold from 7 going to 8 on Time Warp. And we know with perfect information that Rocklow has the ability to stop
Oh, the rocket barrage. There's the not so fast and immediately handshake offered by Rocklo just to win this game here versus Richard. He is going in with the rocket barrage, tries to get rid of some of those units, but nope.
Azir top cut maybe?
Yeah, we didn't even get to the time wall.
I don't think Azir's bad. I really don't.
I wanted to see the wind wall on the time wall.
I think Azir is really good into like Victor, pretty good into Kai'Sa. She doesn't drop Thermal.
I'm fine seeing some other legends rise their way to the top, but congratulations to Rocklo on the win here in round 10. Of course, we are still playing in Swiss round, so this is not elimination moment for Richard. We'll have to keep a track through the standings as we go to see how that goes.
But Rocklo is on his best way to win the best off for Azir. I think there's one more in competition, and that win definitely helps, and that's an error. But how hard is it to play versus Azir if all of those sensor tokens are sitting there? You have to keep track of so many different pushes your opponent can
Alan is
well, you know who we should ask about how difficult it is to play Azir? Maybe Rocklo. Let's hear from him.
Interview.
Thank you so much, Felix.
Thank you.
Oh, that's really exciting.
Hello there.
We would have heard from Rocklo. Amy heard from Rocklo. We'll see whether we can get that interview perhaps for you later. It was quite the board state in that was kind of intense and messy for my liking. I'll be honest, it's one of those things that as a player I'm like, whoa,
what's going on?
That is a lot to keep track of.
You need a full minute to really understand how many Sand Soldier tokens are in which battlefield, then how many are in the other, and of course how many are in base. Plus, if you remove one or two Sand Soldiers from a battlefield, you just know that the equipments are going to go back to your opponent's base. So they can move over to the other Sand Soldier tokens. You have to keep in mind that costs, of course, some power, but how is the math working out for you then? Which energy will they have open in the next turn, in the turn after that? Are they still going to have a rise pushes? It is so tough to play versus that deck, and I think some players like Rocklo are capitalizing on it.
Well, please no one win wall this time warp, because let's go to our interview with Rocklo.
Hello, and I'm back with our feature batch winner, Rocklo Felix, coming in with currently the top Azir list in our day. Why did we choose Azir?
I feel like the funny thing is everyone I talk to always asks whether I play for the medal card. But honestly, when I think everyone plays for a medal card.
Yeah.
But I chose the deck to win out. Like that is my intention, but everyone is like so surprised why I play Azir.
You made that choice for that.
Are you only playing for the medal card? So yeah, I feel like the deck is great. I feel like the skill expression is very different than other decks because you just have to do math all the time. And since I'm good at math, I thought Azir is a perfect choice where I can combine math and skill. And the strongest signature spell in the entire game, like uncontested.
No,
if anyone, I will fight to death that Azir is the best signature spell in the game. So
absolutely is not.
Yeah,
it's one of the worst.
I always tell everyone
it's actually comfortable.
Azir's great.
In a purple meta.
Yeah.
Especially if you draw a Rise. If you draw a Rise, it's the best deck in the game.
I love the confidence so very much in your deck. You know what you've got going on. You know your matchups. It's clear that you're a very, very skilled player. You came over from League as well, playing a bit of League of Legends. Is there anything that inspired you to come just a little bit? Is there anything that inspired you to come over to Riftbound, or was it just a natural progression for you?
I always played like TCGs. I'm not dropping names, but beforehand I also played competitively some other TCGs.
Great.
And in between, I always was a professional player for League of Legends. And when I've heard the news that Riftbound is coming out, I knew from that day, when that game comes out, I want to be like the first professional player in that game. Like, if anyone, like,
that's you.
I love the IP.
Yeah.
I love TCG, and I believe in Riot Games. They did a great job with League. I'm pretty sure they're doing a great job with Riftbound. So it was pretty simple and clear for me that. Yeah, I will put my life into this game.
You were like, straight away, I'm in that cooking pot. That is a bit of me. I am absolutely in there.
Yeah,
I love that.
I played like 22 skirmishes.
Wow.
In like in the first season.
That's a lot. Like we haven't had a lot of time for those yet.
Yeah, with a friend, we won more than 75% of all of them. So
were you playing Azir in all of them?
No, it was Origins.
Of course.
Yeah. We played Kai'Sa and Set.
Oh, I love Set. That was my deck for Origins.
Yeah, I played a lot of Set, and
won all of my buys with set.
Amazing. That's incredible. And you're going
Nice.
really
Actually,
strong
playing
into
set
these
gives you a lot
competition
of
now with those round 1
zero
buys.
rep, I think.
So you can feel confident that you've got that kind of rest in the morning.
yeah.
How's it feel to have those kind of banked up and ready to go?
The funny thing is, like, even though I can sleep longer, I'm here around like 9 a.m.
You're here anyway, ready to go.
Yeah. Because I talked to one of the info point guys,
Yeah.
and they said it could be a problem at 10 a.m. yesterday, so please be here at 10 a.m.
Oh.
And yeah, I like to be on time, so
Good.
I was here like at
Good.
9:30 or something.
As you should be. Honestly,
Yeah.
you know, promptness is always helpful and you get yourself ready for the day. It is a really fun environment to be in anyway.
Yes.
I've got a little bit of an Azir question for you, if that's okay.
Of course.
If you have 6 runes open,
Yes.
right, do you prefer to play like more equipment first, or do you just want to go aggressive early with your Rise?
It really depends on how many equips I have.
Yeah.
If I have 6 runes, that should be turn 3.
Yeah.
So I have 2 equips. That's not the point where I should play a Rise, especially game 1.
Yeah.
But I will think about it on game 2 and 3, because people side in Thermal Beam. And the thing is, as
Smart.
soon as I activate a Rise and I can clear the whole board, I will do it. Because then he's forced to Thermal Beam again and turn skip himself, and I get 4 points from it. So I think it really depends on game 1, game 2. Do you play against red or not?
True.
How does your hand look? Or can you play Asia champion unit for free in your base? I think those are like all the factors that you need to take in account. Or for example, if he goes to
I'm a
7 and
believer.
can Mind Splitter,
This
maybe
player
just
can win
drop
the
the
whole thing.
Rise.
Yeah.
Or for example, if you have to conquer because he's not allowed to hold,
No.
then you have to drop it and just run over a board. Because then you either have BF Sword or Brutalizer, and you can always go in with 7, and no board on Earth lives
Can
7.
handle that, no.
Yeah, like this early.
Yeah, no,
Yeah, yeah.
absolutely. No, that honestly, that's such good insight. Thank you so much. It's very clear that your mathematical brain is so attuned to a deck like this. I believe that you can take it all the way. If you're having that feeling right now, you going to take it all the way to the win?
I just try every game.
Yes, that's what I'm talking about. You can
Of
do
course,
it.
I'm confident, but realistically, yeah, I'm very close to the medal card.
Yeah,
I
oh,
already
yes.
won with my friend 2 medal cards from the prize wall.
Wow!
Yeah, we got Kaiser and Timo.
Oh, good choices.
Yeah.
Good choices. Are there any others that you would go for? If you could get a third right now.
Yeah, the problem is always the price.
Yeah.
Because I wanted to take Asia to play Asia today.
Of course.
I wanted to like maximum aura farm and unlock the gold
Yeah.
the gold medal
And
with the
play
normal
it.
medal,
Oh.
but the problem is the Asia is, let's say, sadly it's too
It's
cheap.
not as popular.
Yeah, it's not that popular.
You
so
can popularize it. That's
Yeah,
what's
yeah.
going to happen today. Everyone start getting your Azirs right now. Well, thank you so much for joining us. Your insight
Yeah.
is
Seems like a
unimaginably
very
useful.
cool, nice
for any
person.
Azir believers out there,
And very, very
you've
good player,
got your
for sure.
champion right here.
Based on
You've got someone
everything
fighting your
that
corner who truly
was
believes
said,
and
like
is
the thermo
exceptionally
and
good at the
understanding
deck.
of
Thank you for joining us.
of,
I wish you all the best of luck in
of the
future
turns
rounds.
and what you should be
Very
playing
good
around.
luck to our
It
top
shows a
Azir
deep
players so far.
understanding of the game.
Bye-bye.
I have faith. I really do have faith.
What a wonderful opportunity to talk to one of our champions today. Still taking it far in the competition, and we've got so much more where that
Also,
came from.
what I said
am
about
really
League
joined
is,
by the wonderful Medic
I
once
think
again to bring
League
you
is
action
obviously one of the
at
best
this
designed,
ritual
if not the
qualifier
best
Bologna.
designed, like video game. Like the design is amazing throughout every game. Like Valorant, League, TFT, Legend of Runeterra, Riftbound. The design is the best part of Riot. They have the best like minds for design.
Here's the thing, chat.
And this, like the lore is really cool. Like League lore, the story, what they did with the stories and Arcane, obviously everything. I think it's amazing. It's nothing like it's beautiful. It really is. Like it should get more praise even, in my opinion. The only problem that I have with Riot throughout like the whole like every game is balancing specifically. I think obviously it's not a small indie company. It's a big company, right? When they have multiple, they have like processes and like a lot of paperwork and a lot of things and a lot of like methods, and they have to be very precise and follow a certain, like, you know, when balancing they have to follow a certain program. I just feel like it just doesn't work, in my opinion. Throughout League it doesn't work. I think throughout Legends of Runeterra it never worked. I think it never worked. In 6 years of Runeterra it was never good balancing. And I think for Riftbound it's honestly impressive that there's no infinite combo, and there's no like a lot of weird it's very hard to balance Riftbound, I think, but still I think I see the flaws, and the flaws are, some of them are quite obvious, and I don't think they should exist, in my opinion, like balance-wise. But obviously there's a lot. I understand that there's a lot that is taken into consideration. Some cards should be unbalanced. Some cards should be designed to be strong. Some of them should be designed to be more for multiplayer. Some of them should be designed for like sealed or like other formats, or some of them should be designed for future sets. There's a lot of things that take into balanced, not designed, sorry. There's a lot of things that should be taken into consideration when balancing cards, but the philosophy is, I think, flawed to some degree. Not fully, but some of it is flawed. The good thing about Riftbound, though, is I think they can do something cool, which I think actually works pretty well, is create imbalance in many legends and in all colors, so that every color does something broken and every color is unbalanced. In that way, every color is playable, and then you have a healthy metagame, like healthy quote-unquote, but you do have like good representation, you have multiple legends represented, you have multiple colors represented, because you're creating imbalance throughout many colors. But overall, I still think there's like a couple obvious mistakes that shouldn't be there. That's it. And I think those mistakes would be more visible if the processes and the methods that we're using to balance the game were revamped a little bit. That's what I'm saying.
Generally across the event, which surprised me personally, so I'm glad to see it here. But against Irelia, could be a
Irelia with Rasa and Shovel. With Seal Ezreal. Yeah, I mean, this looks jank, right? But I think it works. I'm not against this at all. This is a different version of Irelia. It's not regular Irelia. It's like Miracle Irelia with Rasa and Ezreal package.
Nothing too surprising overall here. Only a couple of tie turners, but overall you're building up towards a big Irelia. I like the Rasas there as support for that Irelia, because often we do see when the Irelia Fervent is gone, you then don't have the units to back it up.
No, the drop-off has been very clear, and that's been the downfall of the Irelia we've seen thus far. And against a deck like Fiora, you're going to need some beefy units to really close out those games. Fiora, of course, relying on buffing units, having really big turns, a couple of combat tricks here and there with Punch Burst, but ultimately lots of gear, lots of big guys. We're buffing things. We've got the set Brawler as well from Origins. We've got a lot of really
I think 2 Akshan main is wrong. Should add another Warmog.
And keeping it there.
But
so
other than
Irelia does have that kind of advantage in that they can also have some really big units going on, because that's their whole thing, is make a couple of units.
Yeah, not running sabotage just has to be a mistake, like an objective mistake.
Kind of relying on always having big units and always taking things down, but not letting Fiora do that kind of buckles their game plan.
Yeah, getting over that might threshold as well, so important for the Fiora. I did notice no salvage run in the main there for Vendorti here on the Fiora, using instead the Akshan 2 of in this main deck as their equipment hate, their gear hate in this current meta. And I think having something in the main that does deal with gear is so important when you're looking at Guardian Angels, when you're looking even at Sirens for the Irelia.
So Irelia list, okay, just to give you guys an idea, this Irelia list specifically, I tried it a lot. It's pretty good, but you do need seals. If you don't get seals early, the deck is a tier 3 deck. If you get seals, it's like a tier 1, but you need seals.
Yeah, I think that's the only thing really, but being able to spend buffs to do so is perfect because you can make those, you can have that. So it's a nice combination of going, okay, well, I don't have great natural card draw, but that's okay for the moment.
Yeah. I mean, you are just having a quick word on turn 1 there with the judges. It seems to make sure that everything is correct. We'll work out exactly what that was. But yeah, not really much gameplay to analyze yet. Two runes were channeled, and I don't think there was an easy 2-drop in hand. So
no, and I think that's the thing. You want
I don't think.
You need that early 2-drop just to be able
I
to start getting things on the
really
board,
don't think you can play orange without playing Sabotage. I think you need at least one of it in the main deck, and you just need to use it properly. And it does not replace reposts.
Now let's see where
It's a
Vendorti goes.
completely
It's
different
just going to be the Fiora to kick us off, getting Worthy out on the battlefield. Worthy, great. When a unit you control becomes mighty, you can pay a power to ready that unit. Gives you, again, pseudo-accelerate is the way that we tend to talk about this. Slightly cheaper, and when you play something like the set Brawler, it immediately buffs itself. It becomes Worthy. You get the Fiora Duelist, Grand Duelist trigger off it to channel an extra rune, and then you can even use that extra rune to pay the power cost for Fiora Worthy to then ready the set. But here's the Ezreal. It's going to get the discard onto the scrap heap, meaning we are drawing 3 cards here. Something that Aurelia does so well is get through a bunch of these top cards.
And honestly, that's kind of what we want to be doing at this stage of the game. We want to be building that hand, building the board, and just slow rolling into this battle, because there's going to be a lot of big fights coming our way on these battlefields. So Aurelia kind of wants to go slow in this moment, because trying to go too early into a Fiora can be really devastating, especially with the amount that they can kind of buff those units up or do some extra damage during combat. It's not worthwhile right now to kind of push into anything too early.
Yeah. In terms of miracle decks,
as well is really good. We've got the set
Aurelia is the second from
away
worst.
bring the buff, and then of
Okay,
course we
miracle
can
decks
start
go like
readying
this. It's
right
Draven,
away.
the best one.
We'll get the buff on it.
Then
you
it's Sivir, second best. Then
kind of
it's Jinx, third best. Then it's Annie, fourth best. Actually, Jinx and Annie you could swap. No. Annie after Jinx. And then it's Teemo. No, and then it's Aurelia, and then it's Teemo.
You don't want to push too many of your resources in early doors, right? If you can find a good trade angle onto Aurelia, it makes sense. But otherwise, I expect to see this more slower, attritional game in the early game, while both the players kind of establish their base.
Yeah, which is honestly
Aurelia should take a turn off.
Like, I'm not the patient kind. I would be like, yeah, get me in there. But these guys are the experts on these decks and very much showing us for
No, if you jump here again, you lose the game. So it's a very simple.
I like that. Honestly, might as well get more card draw onto the board
if we
right now.
ramp again this turn, we are gonna lose the game.
The argument to do the cold shot anyway.
So it's either play Aurelia or play GA and
you've already got one
pass.
Ezreal that's reducing that cost. But if you just want the draw discard from this initial Ezreal, you can go for that instead. I didn't see a scrap heap in hand, so just going to discard. Is it going to be the Guardian Angel? Okay, getting rid of one of those protection tools, drawing into a seal.
Against Fiora.
Yeah.
Because I feel like that's one of the decks where you want to keep those protection tools really under your belt. So that surprised me. We're just passing over to Vendorti there. Set readies, and so does Fiora. Of course, we got the we got the extra rune channeled from Fiora's legend ability last turn. So we're doing really well for rune production here, which is something that kind of set Fiora decks have struggled with in the past.
Yeah, if you're LSU, just thinking about that Guardian Angel discard, a lot of your decks do like to play salvage in the main, and it's a very easy, low-cost killer gear draw card. There's also the Akshan, and then you're stealing a Guardian Angel, which Fiora doesn't usually have access to, not being in Calm Domain, right? So I kind of get the idea of, okay, maybe this Guardian Angel isn't as effective for me as it would be in other matchups. Set's going to go in. We'll get the Conquer and the Monastery of Farana trigger. Going to leave the buff on there, but what's technically happened here is a buff has been sacrificed for the Monastery of Farana draw trigger, and then a rebuff has come on from the Conquer trigger. Vendorti there stacking them, but it doesn't really make much sense to take the buff off, draw the card, then put the buff back on, right?
It's just a bit of a waste there, but it's understandable that, like, Set is a great maneuverability card in this instance, and that's where a lot of your card draw will come from, is just moving that set in and out so that you can draw cards effectively and spend those buffs. But then again, you kind of want to keep the buffs for attacking turns as well, because it can increase your
We're drawing from the deck instead of the runes.
It's a nice flexibility spot you get. You either get power from it or you get a card draw, and both are powerful in their own right. It's just nice that you can choose the situation that fits.
Yeah. Looks like we might be having a small discussion about the timing of a Grand Duelist trigger here, because the set, when you get rid of the buff, it goes below the Mighty Threshold. You then draw the card and then you rebuff, it goes above the Mighty Threshold. Grand Duelist can then be exhausted, to get yourself a rune exhausted.
I think it depends on judging. Judges will determine
with the judges to make sure everything was
if
done
they give like a warning or whatever.
It may have been that we drew the card a slight bit too early, or maybe we accidentally revealed from the top of the deck, as there is going to be a quick deck check happening.
Understandably, these interactions, especially where you had to remove the buff, and with Mighty being your unit has to be at 5, and then you're right, dipping below and above that threshold can complicate things slightly.
It's one of those things where shortcuts are great because they do allow you just to get through those few triggers a little bit quicker, but if you are a little bit more deliberate, it means that you don't fall into positions like this. It also looked like maybe Vendorti needed to shuffle the top of his deck, not including the cards recycled so far. Perhaps 2 cards came off at once or something. Judges have organized it. It's all sorted. Both the players happy as we go into the next portion of this turn. Victorious coming down. Doran's Blade there is going to make it mighty as well, giving it deflect, ganking, and shield.
The hold here is good. You can't do this if Aurelia is already out, but Aurelia is not out, and you still represent in punch first. Very, very little ways to actually push this.
Making sure that kind of Fiora's doing what Fiora does and just makes it kind of feeling like it's impenetrable.
Bye-bye, Jim Jam.
A lot of might on that bottom battlefield right now. 5 from the set, and then 7 from the Fiora on attack. That is, or when she is defending, she is 7 because of the shield. Currently, she is 6 because you don't get shield unless you're on the defense. But Aurelia, not very good targeted removal. Like it's things like the fight or flight that are bouncing them back. But
Aurelia should play this very slow.
You don't have singularities. You don't
very
have
slow, very long game.
Like I will just kill your unit before we have to get into combat.
No, exactly.
But you should sacrifice Nazriel here.
Benefits
I think to draw.
Kind of buffing your units, making things bigger, going on in there and actually fighting the real fight. Whereas that's not great for Fiora. Like we don't want that. We want to be being the aggressor, not taking the aggression. So it does put Aurelia in the driver's seat a little bit for those combats, which isn't what we want. So we're going to go in with, of course, the Seal of Discord for a cold shot.
Another Ezreal. I think that might be a few too many. 2 Ezreals, nice. 3 Ezreals, it's a little bit overkill, and it is going to go to the bottom. We'll go through the second cold shot trigger here. Not so fast, and a Titan.
Not so fast for sure.
Really effective later on to make sure your Aurelia Fervent is protected well.
And that's what we need, and that's why Guardian Angel was kind of a, like you say, it was like, oh, is that too easy to remove
really thinking about
from
this?
play or even to take from play? So actually a Titurner maybe is an option here, but no, we're going to go for the not so fast just to give a little bit of flexibility, and I respect that. You know, the not so fast is really good against some of Vendorti's
how many losses before knockouts?
That can help
I think maybe one.
We're definitely going to see those big
so top 8.
If
it's top
really
8,
so
you have to X1. You won't make it if you X2.
Of a lot of kind of pumping spells.
But I think
makes sense.
people are still tryharding because they're trying to go for top 16, and they're also wants the medal card. So
the largest of trashes. I think there's only 4 cards in there right now. Don't really want to be taking big combats on that Monastery of Harana. Can go up towards the Zorn Warrens with one of these Ezreals.
But yeah, if you lost 3 times, you're gone.
If it attacks in alone, you're giving it +4. That takes you to 7. That would be enough to kill off one of these units, and perhaps sacking an Ezreal is enough. You also have the Defiant Dance and the Discipline, which gives you another effective 4, and then -2.
And this is exactly those combats I was talking about.
But this is the attritional war that
and it's just kind of building up your hand until you think you have the advantage over your opponent, and then kind of seeing that they've got not too many runes ready so that they
actually
can't
so smart.
react in time. And it's all about that back and forth. So going with the
pushing into
there,
sets
so
just to kill sets is actually so smart here.
Ezreal's a little bigger now at 5.
So smart.
Yeah, on this bottom battlefield, on Monastery of Harana, we currently have 6 from the Fiora, and then 5, apparently I can't write, here we go. And then 5 from the set. This will go up to 7
Yeah.
So when you're looking for damage, you
What
do
is
need
this?
to get over the 12 mark, which is possible with the Discipline and with the Defiant Dance. At the moment we're at 5. We've got double on guards, which gives us another +4.
We kill Sat, but not Fiora.
And then with
Fiora
the DD,
has
you
7
take
might. How
yourself
would you
to
kill
11,
Fiora?
and then your opposition down to 9. But Ezreal's just going to go up to Zorn. Warrens will go for the discard draw.
I think that's really nice here. You're just kind of, again, giving yourself every option humanly possible. You want to make sure that every ball is in your court before you make your final decisions. The extra card could be the difference between winning or losing this combat, because this combat is where it's coming down to, is this big fight at the end of this turn.
The thing that LSU has to play around as well as a punch first. We have enough body wounds, we have 1 energy available on Vendorti's side, so the question is, do you risk it for, you're going to risk it for the biscuit. Ezreal going in currently at 5.
Sad. I thought we were playing.
We just got the Defy off the card draw there as
so
well.
here's a big problem here, is that I like this trade. I think this is fun. Going with Ezreal to kill Fiora or Set is okay. I'm not against that at all. The issue that I have is we're also losing the other Ezreal on Zon. You don't want that. You don't want to be at 0 units in base. If you give them,
I can just do this. There we go. 12 on this side. On guard gives +2. We're now at 7. Another on guard will get us to 9. And then we need to Defiant Dance, probably the set to avoid the deflect that's on the Fiora.
Yeah, we don't want to be paying that deflect cost. Something that Fiora's done very well into kind of Kai'Sa and Aurelia style.
We want to keep a unit in base. We don't want to lose everything.
More resources where they really don't want to.
So Ezreal on Zon is not as good. And deramping again here is bad.
First. Okay, so that's a -2. Target set.
Yeah.
That takes us down to 10.
It's still 9 to 10. So we're committing everything into this, and if there's a
that makes the most sense. And
then
this is the
what?
line we talked about at the start of the turn. Blowing out the set and the Fiora would be huge. On guard down 4-11.
Can there be a response? We have more response in hand though of our own. We've got deflects.
Punch first it gets around deflect.
I cannot express how much I hate everything about this.
That punch is just too big.
I don't want to sound too much like a hater.
Buff spent.
I really don't.
Glory, but that does not get round deflect.
We're gonna deramp again.
So deflect might come
with Defy.
This is a huge tussle. This is going to be such an invigorating match, because we just see these huge battles whenever it kicks off at a battlefield. They're just going to go head to head, toe to toe, just like this. And that Call to Glory can be played for free if you spend a buff, which is great. So it's got a +3 now, but of course it got Defy.
That it did.
Tapped out, we lost Ezreal. We have no more wounds.
There's the punch first afterwards, the Call to Glory coming out. So in total,
no, I'm sorry.
we have -2 on the set. Takes it
I'm
down
sorry.
to 2,
I'm sorry. I apologize. I don't want to be like. I
in
really don't want to be
totality,
mean, or
and I
like
think
I really do apologize, but the Aurelias are frying me.
Low cost left in the hand that can be utilized. So it looks like Ezreal is taken down, and going in aggressive didn't work out.
We lose the Defiant Dance, we lose 2 on guards, we lose a Discipline.
That's so many resources early in the game. That's really scary for LSU. Vendority probably feeling pretty good about
Vegas? No, I can't go to the US, but
still there.
I'm going to the European ones, like the Netherlands and Barcelona.
Absolutely,
those two for sure. I might go to Vancouver.
Now, your trash is a lot larger than it was a few
and if I
ago.
find a sponsor, I can go to Sydney.
With the double Rasa in hand,
but without a sponsor, no.
Right now, and you did manage to get rid of the Fiora.
Okay, but let's turn this into like an educational thing, not just trash talking. If we try to learn from this, or like,
can then, when it becomes mighty, ready it.
So we had Defiant Dance, on guard,
Instead, not gonna do that.
And we chose to throw all of those on an Ezreal, instead of actually taking a couple turns off. The game is not that accelerated. The opponent is only at 1 point. They were only at 1 point by that point. So the game is still going to go for a long time. Why did we feel the need to accelerate this game so much? We did not need to break that battlefield. What would have been the point of breaking the battlefield? Like, I was okay with on guard on Ezreal, push into set just to kill set. What are you trading? You're trading one on guard, one Ezreal for one set, which is okay for you because you have so much drop. Going all in
That's wild. That's
makes no sense.
Ability of Fiora once she is
You want
mighty.
to play
She gets so
you want to play
many
Aurelia.
events,
You want to
deflect,
keep a
gank,
lot of
and
spells,
shield.
a
Hello, do you
lot of
want
tricks
more?
to protect
No,
her,
it's
and then
perfect. Get
once
those back
you
to
have
basic,
Aurelia
that's
out
brilliant.
and
Protected,
all of
doesn't
those
have a buff.
tricks,
You don't
then you
need
can
to
go
leave it
in.
there and
Then you
it's
can
a bit
start
vulnerable.
deramping. Then you can start playing Rasas. You cannot do all the Rasa stuff before your Aurelia is out. And also you cannot put all those things into Ezreal. It's a misunderstanding of speed of the game, misunderstanding of the matchups, misunderstanding of risk assessments, and misunderstanding of how impactful it is to recycle runes.
Vendorti is going to be at 5, maybe 6 points.
And that's exactly it. Vendorti's already got units in play. They're strong units. They've got protection, they've got buffs, and it's going to take us a while because we can't ready units right away in a lot of circumstances here. So it could be a little bit of a struggle to get things kind of moving
And if you
again,
guys want like a piece of advice,
we can get things down, we can rebuild, we can reestablish our
like general advice, okay, general advice is pretty bad in Earthbound because there's a lot of parameters and there's a lot of variance. But if you want tips as Aurelia, please, okay, do not recycle a lot of runes or aggressively or ever like, okay, try, okay, I'm gonna make it simple. Try to reach 7 energy before recycling runes. If you can do that, then that's the best case scenario. If you can't, you can just recycle 1 or 2. If you spend a turn where you recycle 2, or like over 2 turns you recycle 3 or 4, the game is over. Like you will not win. Like you. That is not how Aurelia works.
We can go for that, but it looks like we go for the Raza first.
Okay.
Bringing that into play, and again, that gets us a unit on board, which is very much needed at the moment, and it's a strong one at that, so we don't only have to pay a couple, because thankfully there's lots of cards in the trash.
Okay, when I said misunderstanding of speed, I meant that this game was gonna go for a long time. Fiora doesn't have ways to cheat points, so the game was gonna go for a long time. If we understand that the game is gonna go for a long time, the only way to lose is if the opponent is able to accelerate the game by holding 2 and then like conquering 2 and getting 2 points every single turn. Okay. To counter that is to take 1 turn off where you set up your Aurelia, and then you push in and try to hold to decelerate the game with a lot of runes up. You don't deramp at that point. You deramp after your Aurelia is on the board already. Okay.
Keep the momentum solid, because that's what we need at this point, and we don't want to be kind of having these cards like actually these draws aren't great, I'm not gonna lie, like that discipline was lovely, but this one bit of a trickier situation. But we're putting cards that we don't need right now to the bottom of the deck, and it's a shame about the Stellicorn herders, because I would really love to see those in this
but
match,
the thing is, it could be like, it could be nerves, it could be obviously the camera, people are tired. Like I understand those metrics, I do. I absolutely totally do. There's a chance I play worse if I'm on camera because I would be nervous. Like I understand it, but this is not nerves. This is a misunderstanding of all of the things that I talked about. Do you know what I'm saying? Like miscalculating is a thing that can happen if you're nervous, or like but if you're nervous, you're not gonna fundamentally unlearn how to do your game plan. Does that make sense?
Or you can just play out the scrap heap if you so desire.
If you need to, yeah, that would work out as well. So we're ready on Vendorti's board now. Lots of runes, which is really nice to see. But I'm not sure where we go from here. Is it just kind of continue that onslaught, continue overwhelming battlefields, continue to buff up our guys? I'm not sure if we've got any other equipment right now to be able to help out. I haven't really seen much.
It's just that with the amount of draw that Aurelia had, okay, we had a billion cards in hand because we played 2 Ezreals on a scrap heap.
mighty though, as we do get the buff.
We're going big. Is this like a hard?
If you manage to play an Aurelia without her dying, and then you every single turn you have 5+ runes to protect her, which is very common in this matchup, you cannot lose the game.
Does give you a huge amount of might as well, but doesn't become mighty. Importantly, isn't underneath that threshold. Does allow you to go in with the set though, get the conquer, get yourself a buff, get that mighty trigger. Yeah, just wanders it. He's set. He goes where he pleases. You know?
Aurelia, you have to show patience. If you're not a patience person or a patience player, do not play Aurelia. Do not play Ezreal. If you are impatient, play Lucian.
It's so true. It's so
play
true. Grew up in the fighting
Victor.
pits,
No, not Victor. Play Lucian. Play Kai'Sa.
Gets readied as well, can be drawn out of this.
Play Fiora.
Vendorti desires just to add that extra degree of protection, and that's exactly
play
what is going
Azir.
to happen.
Bringing it back again, like there's not a lot in an Aurelia deck that can do anything about things in the base. We're just kind of chilling there, so actually it's a nice place to be. We can get those buff effects as well next time for the Conkers, and so actually bringing the effect to bring your units back to the base for a Fiora deck is great. We love that, and there's so much might on the on the battlefields as a potential for next turn that you kind of don't need to worry too much. Aurelia kind of on the back foot right now, which is unexpected in this matchup. Looks like we might have to just go in to try and draw more cards, but I'm not sure other than Stellarcorns how we're achieving that.
It's a tough one for LSU because you invested a lot into the hopes of killing a set and a Fiora with an Ezreal. And I entirely understand why you would do that. You set your opponent back so far in terms of tempo on the play that it becomes really difficult for them to regain that advantage. You can then play your Fiora out, start moving her around. It becomes so difficult for Vendorti. But when you lose that trade, you are put so far behind. We've seen a couple of stack decks, as you say, the Stellarcorn exists as well, but you can't play a Stellarcorn out easily into a set Harness Dragon Fiora worthy. It is just too difficult for you to do. So instead we will go for the Rasa, the last rites. We will activate our Blade Dancer to ready this Rasa.
I can't. We are allergic to chilling. We are allergic to chilling. Just chill. Play your Rasa, play your shovel, pass the turn, please.
I mean, a couple of buffs, like defensive or aggressive plays, if you so desire.
Yeah, so they're going to the bottom. They're not going to be used again, and then we'll take something with our last rites. I'm surprised that they went back, but I guess,
you don't really have recursion, right, in the Aurelia deck, so that your recursion is, okay, we'll recycle these, and maybe I'll recycle enough and stack deck enough to actually get back to those cards, but it's very unlikely that you ever get to that point. Now with the Rasa going in, you can discard the scrap heap to the Zorn Warren's trigger. You also have the Conquer trigger.
And are we gonna play Rasa now?
Are we going for LSU?
Maybe another Rasa again, just going straight back
in.
Base.
It's also cheap.
It's cheap, it's cheerful, not that cheerful. It's cheap, it's not cheerful, and honestly, it's probably the best choice here. It's got high might level, which you need going into this matchup, and at the moment, it's going to be our cheapest option to be able to leave some room
EST3N, thank you for the follow.
Costs this turn, or just to leave
sorry for
in case of combat. At the moment,
sorry for
points. You need the point advantage here because otherwise Set and Fiora are just going to run away with it with their new pet dragon.
Okay, here's what we're gonna do. I'm not gonna speak unless I'm saying something positive, okay? For the rest of the stream, I'm only talking if something positive is happening, okay?
You have nothing to put your last rights on apart from Aurelia Fervent sitting in your champion unit zone. So deciding instead to go to base, we'll play out the Rasa, has 3 energy up, a couple of points and prods coming out here from Vendorti, so we'll see exactly what is going on there. A little bit of a discussion happening, but I don't think it's anything too consequential.
Okay, chat, you can calm down.
Looks like we're good to go. It's a tough situation.
I think that rune art, rune alt art is beautiful.
We need those points to win, and at this point, the last rites feels dangerous in there alone. It doesn't feel good to have Fiora Set and a dragon, a Harness Dragon.
Beautiful gowns, beautiful gowns.
You know you need that last rites for your recursion, and there's no way to get it back into the base, so it does just kind of have to sit there, and then you're at the mercy of all of these mercenaries who can take you down.
I was thinking about whether you'd want to hide a Tide Turner for LSU here as well, and you Tide Turner onto Zorn Warrens, you then can use the Rasa to come in, get yourself up to that 14 might mark, and that beats a Harness Dragon and a set. That's only 11. Even with the Dorman's Blade equipped as well, it would
Dorman's Blade.
Looks like that was a spending a buff
Who's
to
Dorman?
make set a lot bigger, doubling his might up to 8 now. So, and then we of course get the Fiora trigger. We get to channel that rune exhausted. So then that's just increasing our fervorance for next turn, making it even more difficult for our opponent to make a comeback. When you look at the rune difference,
I mean, here Fiora is just obviously in a very good spot.
Really strong, commanding position to make comebacks and to also have the advantage during combat.
Yeah, so now 14 might on the side of Vendorti, at least in. I'm only looking at the Harness Dragon and the Set Brawler because you don't really want to send Fiora Worthy in.
No.
Her ability to ready your units when they come out and become mighty is so powerful. With the Doran's Blade, could equip onto that Harness Dragon.
Akshan stealing
itself instead. It's Akshan, and we talked about the power of Akshan, the power to steal.
Fast.
I mean, that's what you keep it for. That's why you pulled it off one of those stack decks earlier on. Stops you from having that stolen away.
Akshan was duped by the knock so fast, and that does not take effect. And it
Where's you not so fast Akshan? It's an ability. And the target to gear.
We have to spend resources, and we're down to 2 runes now. It's pretty devastating. So regardless, that Akshan still had a really big effect, even though it wasn't
that
the
board is
initial desired effect.
Yeah, it means now you're looking at, like, do you have an on guard for this Rasa, right? That's all you can really think about. And
we're
as far as I
attaching.
can see, there's not one hand.
That makes sense.
Blade's going to set.
So they've pushed you to 10,
obviously.
which would mean an
10 to 8, on guard here trades. Define Dance is horrible.
Last right still in play, but now won't have that hold effect.
Set will get the Conquer trigger, gets himself a buff. And then
this is a big set.
Yeah, Zorn Warren's trigger as well. So what are we discarding here, Vendorti?
It depends. I want to see the hands. They don't show.
Cards. And Unsung Hero,
Unsung Hero is not as good.
That's fine.
We don't care about the Unsung Hero.
No, that's an early game card at its best. Right now, it's kind of like, oh no, that's fine.
Yeah.
Not a problem at all. And then it's whether you kind of, what are we on, 5 points? So we kind of do want to push for the 6 here, I'd say. So you do go in with the Harness Dragon.
Go in with Dragon makes sense.
There's no way for that to be countered in any
because Fiora is more valuable than Dragon. And 6 might is a little bit more annoying to do with.
Now that we have the ability to do so, it's kind of like we got to trade.
Let's see if we find a way to recycle these two runes that we got left.
Reason to go for the monastery at that point is just being able to spend that buff that we actually don't need right now. We've got Doran's Blade, we're mighty kind of permanently for the moment.
Was the Harness Dragon buffed?
No, the set was buffed, but you can spend the buff from wherever.
Oh yeah, sure, yeah.
So
you're 100% right.
Yeah, the buff was on the set, but because we are in control of monastery.
Buff, it's not spend a buff
the buff on that's here. Yeah, spend a buff.
Right.
So you can spend the one that's on the set or one in base.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. And LSU gonna get up to 4 runes. Needs to really gain control of one of these battlefields. Has a Ride the Wind in hand. Rasa with the last rights on it gets pretty strong. Up to 8 would outmatch the Harness Dragon, but with 3 runes up, Vendorti has a plethora of tricks. Still another punch first, a possibility.
Yep, you've always got to be concerned about punches. I don't like being punched, so I don't think Rasa would either.
Yeah, nor do I. I mean, Rasa, you know, they've sunned it a few times. I'm sure they've been punched a few times. Do you think you could
Miracle deck plays a little bit different than regular deck, obviously. In Miracle in general, actually, you want to sacrifice your Aurelia a lot more than in regular version of Aurelia. And you do that by just playing her on base, on the board, of course. Bait out like a whatever, challenge, Fallen Star, Singularity, let her die, and then transition into like a Miracle game plan, and you win with that, basically. After forcing the opponent to use resources to kill your Aurelia. But you should never Aurelia after your Miracle game plan is already in place. You can't Aurelia anymore.
Literally going up to 11
here. Yeah, Spinal Tap, you know?
That's wild.
Rasa is struggling in this position.
I mean, Ride the Wind here is good.
Ride the Wind over to the Highness Dragon.
Yeah, looks like that's the play is try again, but over
Nothing.
there,
Okay.
like, oh, that didn't quite
Nothing
work out.
negative.
Poke
Nothing
the bear,
negative.
didn't work. Let's hop
I
on
wonder.
over
Okay,
to
let
the
me
next
rephrase
battlefield, see
it
if I can
into something
take
that could
this
be
Dragon
sound
Visor right
positive. Okay.
instead.
Well, Vendorti doesn't have the runes for an extra punch first here
I
on the
wonder
Harness
why
Dragon, so
we
it does
didn't
become a little bit
use.
harder for him to truly
No, hold on.
protect, but
Oh.
where are we going? Riposte. Riposte. You are going to stay here, my friend. I'm going to buff up my set.
Aurelius?
One of the best signature spells
I would
in the game. Riposte,
think
stopping
that
any
Aurelia
chance of Rasa getting out of the fight.
maybe
Boss says,
understands
"No,
her
you
position
stay with
and
me,"
should
and
mayhaps maybe
unfortunately, that
think
spells
about
disaster
surrendering
Rasa.
this game
Rasa
so
is
that
once
they
again
have
bouncing
enough
back to
time
base.
to actually
Not
win
getting
this
that
best of
conquer
3
ability is
if we surrender
huge.
this game.
Really
Because
looks
this
the
looks like a
writing's
rough
on the wall
game,
here. Vendorti really
and I
taking
wonder
a
if
lot
we're
in
staying
presence,
because we have a
making sure
strategy
they're
in
winning
mind or
those
because we want to see more cards
combats.
from the opponent.
LSU's
Also, I'm
last
really
option,
curious about
blade
this.
dance. So last rights onto your Rasa,
The reasoning
blade dance
behind.
trigger to
Oh my
ready
god.
your Rasa, go into the Harness Dragon. There's no runes available for Vendorti, so
Nothing.
won't be able to protect against this, but still, Vendorti has the Akshan later on. Like, that's a massive trash
A
for
massive
LSU.
trash, but LSU has no runes now.
Yeah.
So we're going to go down to just having 2 at the beginning of our turn. And is that going to be enough to keep up with Vendorti's onslaught? We have 2 more units in base. And although this Rasa might manage to get a point here, I don't know if it's going to be enough to just keep command enough of this battlefield.
We are floating the 2 energy, so we can get back a 2-cost unit. Traveling Merchant gonna be the choice. I mean, it's 2 might more. It's 2 might more. Gets us up to 10 on this Monastery of Hirana. Do you want to play the base?
Considering maybe keeping it in base. I think you've got to buff up that Monastery. I think you've got to try and hold it away from Vendorti at this stage.
I agree. So it will go to the Monastery. Gets us up to 12 might down towards that bottom side.
And it's
Vendorti's
pass
going
over
to hold.
to Vendorti. Let's see if Vendorti can clutch together the win. This could be the turn if they can piece it together and take down LSU's 1 battlefield.
With 5 runes, the set unable to move unless it is brought back, made not mighty, then readied somehow. We'll see where Vendorti decides to go. Does have 7 might in base. Needs to add 4 to that to be able to take over the Monastery of Hirana and go 1-0 up in this round 11 performance. Nothing in hand that LSU can do, as you say. No runes available.
No runes.
But
and that gives Vendorti the notion that it's kind of safe to do whatever he wants to do this turn. There are no runes in play. You can do nothing. Cool. I'm a free agent here to play another set brawler.
And it's just going to get buffed. Go mighty.
Get
recycle
readied.
a rune. So we channel 1 exhausted, then we recycle to the Fiora. Ready it up. Spend the buff, go to 8, go in, win the combat. Vendorti takes game 1.
The underdog, Fiora,
Yeah.
not very well represented in day 2, but I've always believed taking the big win away from Aurelia, who we thought would have the advantage.
Yeah, I thought Aurelia was favored in the matchup. I do think LSU will be looking back at that 4-card investment into the Ezreal to try and clear out the set and the Fiora early on and be kicking themselves. It did not go well at all, and it cost them so much in terms of early cards, in terms of early tempo.
The Dragon is going to be good
in
against
the sideboard for Vendorti, we have a couple of Cannon Barrages, a couple of Unmuted Spirits, so we're going to bring those in. Maybe you could add in the Sabotages just to try and play a little bit of hand disruption into this Aurelia, but so far
now because you're not in Hirana, you want to get out of
absolute stormer.
You want to get out of Warmark, for
a
example.
really strong deck, and I think it's been underestimated throughout this competition. It's actually one of the decks I was considering bringing if I was playing this event, and it hasn't had great conversion over to day 2, but that's because it didn't have a great showing in day 1, and those who did come over to our second day seem to be doing really well. So I'm really proud and really happy to see that they're still on in it. Now for LSU, we're probably looking at some more of these kind of comeback mechanics that we're going to need. Maybe the hard bargain and another not so fast.
Hard bargain just making
I do have to say,
the Fiora spend a little bit more of
Adaptatron
her energy, make it a little bit harder for her to actually have its effective turns.
Sideboard
It's when you get into these like attritional wars on a battlefield, having a hard bargain at that point just does give you that little bit of acceleration that you need overall. apart from that, I don't see major changes.
No.
I do really think LSU will... We called it the salty run back in League. Have you heard of a salty run back?
No.
So it's when, in the old days, when you were drafting a 5-game series, you could pick the same champions again.
Yeah.
So a team would lose and then pick the same draft, the same 5 champions. We call it, it's a salty run back. Like, they think they just misplayed and they can play it better.
So
they're salty, so they're going to run it back.
They're going to run it back.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised if LSU goes for a predominantly salty run back here. I don't think there's major changes to be made.
It very, very much could happen. Now, I think that something that's really poignant right now is that the battlefields that are chosen aren't possibly going to be as advantageous as last time.
Aurelia has a good hand because we see Seal. Seal is really good. We just need a
Sunken Temple really good
like a 2-drop here.
when you are
Okay, yeah.
getting those mighty
Aurelia has
units in.
perfect hand.
Sanctum obviously giving you those
If I was playing Aurelia, I would had to pick cards like from the deck and as a starting hand. That would be it.
For Aurelia, we want those low-cost units in play as soon as possible.
Or maybe Ezreal instead of
Vendorti's turn looking quite simple, just bringing out the Fiora
sorry,
and
the
moving on into LSU's second turn, where we start to see a bit more dynamicism from the Aurelia matchup. We might be able to get Stellarcorn down now, actually, which might help out with that card draw that we were lacking last game.
Yeah, nice low-cost units
pushing
here for LSU.
2-drop is really good. We don't want to get free.
It's expensive enough, but the ability to get out early when you know it's only a Fiora worthy on the other side of the battlefield makes you a lot more comfortable.
Okay,
This
so
Fiora
far so
worthy,
good.
we saw it from Vendorti. Against someone like a Kai'Sa, you wouldn't be doing this. You don't want to play something in your base when it can get killed by a falling star, but here it's like, okay, I know LSU is not playing targeted removal. He doesn't have like Call the Weeks and such that he can use against me. Instead, I can play this out. I can use it for the rest of the game. Whereas LSU will be trying to get that Stellarcorn herder out as soon as possible. Traveling Merchant not moving around on LSU's turn. We go back over to Vendorti, who's going to put down that Set Brawler.
Saw to great effect last game. Is Set going to once again just be an overwhelmingly strong
So this
unit
playstyle
really
of just
kind of
chilling in the back
Aurelia sweat to be able to
is really good for
overtake
Aurelia.
it.
This
Of course,
is
on
not good
play
for
and on
Fiora.
Conquer we get that buff, so Set is of course now
Aurelia
even
is
bigger
built
and a
to
mighty
punish this
unit,
sort of
which is
playstyle.
kind of what we're
If you
aiming
let
towards. It
Aurelia
not only
play
allows us
her
to
combo
channel more
pieces
runes
and
faster,
get
but
to a
also allows
high
us just
enough
to be
level
bigger
of energy,
into these
you are in trouble.
Aurelia decks who
So
do
this
like to
Aurelia
kind of
loves
try and, like
this.
we
This
said
is going
yesterday, protect
amazing.
the princess.
As long as we don't
I think it's
demap here, we're good.
I mean, it's
That's
looking
it.
like another Stellarcorn.
That's the
though,
only-
with 5 tapped. I wonder, is just going to be the Aurelia Fervent. Only 1 rune left to help defend it, but it's not going to go out. Turn past again without the Stellarcorn moving forward. LSU, even with a second Stellarcorn in hand, deciding that he wants to make sure this is well protected when it does start advancing for that extra card draw as the game goes on.
Nice thing about Aurelia here is at least it does have the deflect cost, so if you're not in a pure combat situation, you do have kind of
I like
spells
this.
slinging around, then that
And
does
then you
help out
pass.
with this matchup. But in this instance, Vendorti's probably going to be trying to go in with as much raw power as possible.
If Aurelia
That's
dies,
gonna be
you
where the
transition
unit's
into
might is,
Miracle with
much
the Stellarcorns
overwhelmed
and
when
the
it comes to
Merchants.
Aurelia.
See for the moment, I think Vendorti expected to take the first step onto a battlefield.
And if Aurelia
of the
doesn't
2
die, you
players.
win
Unsung
again.
Hero being used
So-
here. Good death knell effect, but you do need to find 3 might from somewhere to get it up above that mighty threshold, as it
It's a
only sits
big
at
one.
2.
Yeah,
I mean,
but
draw 2 is huge, and
Well,
you need to find 3 might
anyway,
from somewhere.
there it is. There is the
So
big
away
old sword, the
in
BF
as Aurelia,
sword.
a way to
Certainly
beat
is big, and it's going to help out
Unsung Hero plus
perfectly
BF
to make
Sword
that
is to
unit
Defiant
mighty.
Dance and give them
I like the fact
-2
you are
and then
practicing
kill
the
them
flavor text these
I'm
days,
doing my
that's
best.
good,
so
yeah.
that they don't draw.
I'm going to chuck this onto the Unsung Hero most probably, then can ready it with the Fiora, also channel the rune from your Grand Duelist Legend, ready it with the Fiora, then go in probably towards Sunken Temple. You have 1 rune up, you can pay the cost to get that card draw. But instead of readying it, just puts the BF sword on and decides against sending it
No,
into
you
battle.
can't
Fiora
ready
Worthy
and
on the
push
other
the
side
temple
does put
unless
a
you
little bit
have
of pressure down on you. I just expected
punch
you
first.
to want to get the extra
But
card draws
this
out of
means
the death knell from Unsung Hero.
Yeah, I'm a bit
that
surprised
Aurelia
about
should
that, but then
read
again,
and
we're not the
understand that
experts
there's no
on
punch
desk,
first.
And I'm certain they've got a game plan in mind, and sometimes going slow, we've seen it to great effect throughout this tournament, from being able to maybe allow your opponents to
Aurelia's
kind of get
playing
smaller units
perfectly.
stuck
I'm not
in
even
bases.
trying to-
Maybe that's what we're going
we're
in
playing
battlefields. Maybe that's what we're
correctly.
going for.
We're making the
Knowing
correct
that LSU was
choices.
wanting the card draw
We
off
should
the
pick
Stellarcorn
Rebuke.
and possibly won't be able to bring it back to base, and then leaving that really kind of vulnerable unit there means that you get to take it out with ease, and then you're getting the benefit of battle as well.
Close.
So if anyone doesn't know Candle Sanctum, you get to look at
I think
the top
on guard, if you want to play around your Aurelia, it's better.
Recycle one
But
or both
Rebuke
of them,
hitting the
and then
set,
put them back down in any order you desire on the top for the ones that you remain.
Rebuke hitting set is not as good because Fiora can accelerate him. So I think on guard is better.
We have a Rebuke and an on guard.
So you keep
in hand. We've got double Rasa,
interesting.
Defy,
So you keep on guard on top.
Rebuke would be
for sure.
really nice.
It would.
Okay,
And they are going to go down. Rebuke on top, on guard on the bottom is how I believe that ended up.
It also kind of gives you a little bit of a
on guard on
spy
top for sure.
into what units you're
And
going
then
to have
Rebuke in the
available for the
bottom,
next few
maybe?
turns. Because we've got quite expensive units in hand and no way to cheapen them right now. With
Because
nothing in
if you're planning to move with
discard
Aurelia
pile,
and draw,
hand, kind of
then on
clogging
guard is
that
better
up a little
now.
bit is
So
not
this draw
ideal.
should be on guard.
Looks like we're trying to
If we're playing perfectly.
be able to draw more here by going for the Sunken Temple.
And there's the Rebuke coming off the Sunken Temple trigger. And you're conquering with a Mighty. You get to pay 1 if you so want and draw a card. Traveling Merchant going in for the discard draw. Wonder if we're getting rid of this Stellarcorn.
Yeah.
Decided that we are far enough in terms of card advantage ahead. Also allows us to draw that on guard, so we have a slew of protection for the next turn.
Are we going to see one of those big back and forth battles once again?
I feel like we are. Like I saw a Defiant Dance, an On Guard, a Rebuke in hand. If you're LSU, you want to hold that Rebuke for as long as possible. Make Vendorti use as many tools in their toolkit, as many cards as possible out of their hand before you just bounce a unit to the enemies, the opponent's
let me
enemies,
phrase it correctly.
The opponent's hand.
Staying on
It's a tough one,
battlefields
though.
like
Vendorti
this
still has a lot of power
is
on
the
board. We've got
only
multiple mighty
way,
units. We've got
the only
ways
way
of making them bigger.
Aurelia loses
And
this game.
It's just, I'm not sure it's going to be enough. LSU does have a lot of runes standing though. We've got 3 spells, so we've got the On Guard, which is going to be able to buff, but that's not super helpful. And Not So Fast might be
Because you might feel safe
kind of
with the
turns
Rebuke
tide in this
and
instance
Defiant
if
Dance
Vendorti decides
and On
to go
Guard,
particularly
but then you're
aggressive.
gambling
And I think you
into
go
a
for the
Fiora hand that
Aurelia.
has
It's just kind of
repost
alone right now.
and punch
vulnerable in that
first.
sense.
I understand that. I think Vendorti will have in their mind, this Aurelia is alone. Why is this Aurelia alone?
Yeah, it should not be alone. I will take that.
When you're choosing it as well, it gives that +1 might. You also have the On Guard. So an On Guard here onto the Aurelia is +3 might, effectively, because of the choose. And then you also have a Defiant Dance in hand, which is another +3 might, -2 might, so a 5 might swing, alongside the Rebuke as well, if you ever get to a position where you are actually overpowering the Aurelia. We'll go in with the Unsung Hero and the set at 8.
A spent buff set, so it's at 8. Wowza. So yeah, we've gone in big on for a 13. Thank you for that quick maths.
That's all right. That's what I'm here for.
Going in with a big 13, trying to say, look, I think this is going to be too much, even
It's going to depend
if
on
you come back
repost.
at me. And that's what I was talking about with that
It
pure
is going to depend
might
on
total, rather than
repost.
using spells like Punch First, which could be kind of sent back your way, that could be counter-spelled.
And for LSU, there's a risk of a double punch first coming out of Vendorti, right? That's an extra 10 might immediately. If they are put on the same target, Rebuke then becomes an incredible option for you, but Vendorti is 8 and 2. I don't think he's going to double punch first on the same target, you know? I think it would be a little foolish overall. Also, Riposte, a threat. The good thing for Aurelia in this matchup is that your buff spells tend to not have a huge energy cost, so Riposte is only giving a +1 or +2 instead of something like a big +5 or 6 that can sometimes happen. LSU thinking through the sequencing here. Defiant Dance first. The most probable option for that +3 -2, but even then you are only getting to 7 yourself.
So we're not quite there yet, but we still have the Rebuke. We can still send something flying back to its owner's hand. Defiant Dance bringing those totals.
So importantly, the reason you put the first counter on here is you have chosen the Aurelia Fervent.
Yes.
So that it gets the +1
I
might
see the
for being
repost
chosen. Now we see the next
the
sequence
hand.
come out. The Aurelia moves up to 7.
Unfortunate, we decided to gamble game 2 as well. And
But
that's
I don't
it.
think it's going to be enough now, because we now see the Rebuke come out and probably push the
It's going to get
set back.
reposted, and then you lose the game on the
Unsung
spot.
Hero
Unsung Hero,
back,
yeah.
Because the set is down to 2. There's the Riposte.
Oh, that is a well-timed Riposte if I've ever seen one.
And we'll see what the Riposte is targeting. It's going to give that +2 across. It's going to go on to the unsung hero. So
we knew
that's
that
an extra 2
Aurelia
over
was going to
there.
be safe in
this
base
is why I
because
need to
they
do the math.
didn't choose
So
challenge
we've still got
before.
7 here.
So why
And then
not
on
just
this
go
side, it
back
sets it
with
to
Aurelia and put her
+5
to
+2
safety
is 9,
instead of
as far
leaving
as
her
my
on the
maths
battlefield
is
to
working.
die. Like, I
And
talked
on
about
guard
sacrificing
takes us to
Aurelia in the game
takes
before,
us to
right?
10.
Sacrificing Aurelia is okay, as long as you have
gonna
an
trade.
actual
Just gonna
ongoing
trade.
miracle
Gonna
game
keep it
plan.
simple. I don't love Aurelia coming out of play in this stance, but then removing
But there's
the
no
set
miracle
is still
game
a
plan
big
here
deal.
for
Yeah.
Aurelia.
Yes, it is. I wonder if we have... I was thinking a last rights here would be nice, but it's not in hand. Double Rasa, Seal
Because
on
if
guard.
Stellacorn
Fighting
dies,
against using all of the
we don't
resources there. And
have...
I don't blame
Like,
LSU
if that
for
battlefield
backing
gets
out at that
broken,
point, because you have to
we
look at how
lose
much
all the
energy, how
draw.
many runes
We're
Vendortis have
relying
up. If you
on
then on guard
top
and
deck
get blown
Azure
out by a
to
punch
be able to
first,
get
you've
our
invested
engine
so
going.
much into this Aurelia, and you're losing those combat trips. It's what cost him in game 1.
The triple Rasa in hand actually hurts me with so little in discard right now. We've got 3 big units that are just so expensive to cost, and we don't really have a way of churning through our deck right now. So maybe actually we're kind of thinking about allowing things to be defeated so that we actually are gaining more in our trash to allow for the earlier plays of those cards. We kind of do want to be cycling through some of our resources in some sense because it's all we've got going on right now.
On the other side, we have a Call to Glory, a Hidden Blade, a Challenge, and an Akshan at the back. So I want to avoid putting those GAs down if you are LSU.
Looks like we're just going to be attaching the Doran's Blade here to Fiora. Again, making her mighty is always a good
I don't
shout.
understand this blade at all.
She gets lots of fantastic
I think it should have been
effects.
challenged
Doran's Blade,
on
of course, giving a +2
Stellacorn
power on that one as
with
well.
the
Definitely
unsung
worth
hero.
its weight in gold.
And then you push in with
this
Fiora
instance.
if it works.
It is.
And then
Like, what is this doing, really?
do much else with your turn. We've expended a lot, and I think it's just...
Oh, you're going to worthy in?
We're gonna move
Just
it.
try-
We're gonna
just
go
trade?
for it. Knowing that LSU
That's
used
crazy.
a lot of
That's
resources
crazy.
in that previous battle, maybe they're assuming that there isn't
This is an
anything
on-guard
left.
moment, though. You on guard and you trade in.
On guard, and I think that was the beautiful thing about keeping that back, is that you made your opponent think you were out of resources, but that was false.
Really nicely done there by LSU, pulling Vendorsi into the battle, but with the Call to Glory, have the runes available to it, and now there is a defy. It's going to get countered.
4 might open?
We're still
Wait,
going,
we have 4 energy
and
open
more and
as
more
sets?
resources are going to LSU's trash
Why
at this
didn't we
point,
challenge
which is
before
great for
moving in
them. They're
then?
loving playing these
Wait, what?
cards at this point, 'cause it's making things cheaper
I thought
for
we were
them
completely
later.
tapped out.
Vendorsi's going to be mad. You lose the
Why
Fiora
just,
worthy.
we should have challenged and then we
Thought it was
and then we
safe,
move in.
could have just held
Wait,
back, I think, was trying to get over that, the 2-point threshold that LSU is already at, so it would have been great to be able to wipe away all the units at the board, but a little bit overeager there from Vendorsi, and it's kind of been the catchphrase of this series. A little bit overeager at times. It's a difficult battle attack play. We've got into day 2 already, 3 p.m. here, so players have been around for 5 hours already just today. But
and we're struggling at this point
for example,
LSU because we really
can
are wanting
tight
to
turner
get more units into
the
play. So being able
merchant
to take out that big
and
Fiora
see
threat
hand.
is huge because we're still a little bit away from our Razas, and I don't think they were just counting up the trash there to see.
I think it was 9.
Oh, so
Okay,
actually
tight turner
we
is
can
bad.
afford it
You
now.
need to move
you
back
can
with
play the Rasa, so I
merchant.
think we're gonna
Discard
float the
tight
energy
turner.
here,
That's your first
use
move.
the seal to play a Rasa. I mean, we could Traveling Merchant first for the discard draw. Discard
Oh, we want to play
and
Rasa
then
there.
play
I think
the
it's
2 others,
risky,
but that's also
but sure.
6 might that you're putting into your trash without a last rights to recur it. We'll count again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Aurelia loves going fast.
I thought it
The
was
opponent has 1
more
point.
than that,
We can
but
still
it may
play
have
some
only
cards
been
Slow
first, so
down.
I mean,
maybe move some more into
Yeah.
the trash first, or
You
just
do not
no,
need to be
going on
holding
Rasa,
here.
Come out.
Slow
just spending
down.
the extra cost to be able to get up there. I still love a big discount, so I'm still not mad at that.
oh
it's a
yes,
cheap,
70%
it's a cheap
off.
investment, right?
Yeah, you'll take 70% off when we can do it, and twice on Fridays.
I'll take that.
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Another couple coming out here.
Go back with
It's
merchants.
a Titan
Where?
in base, can decide to switch with the Rasa.
Ooh.
Choosing the Rasa readies it, which now allows us to go in with the Unsung Hero. So the reason you put Titan in base is then you can Blade Dancer the Rasa when the Tide Turner chooses the Rasa. Readies it in the base, goes in, gets rid of the unsung hero. Will be card draw for Vendotti.
Like, this looks good on paper. It's horrible. You're giving them 2 draws, they're gonna develop in base, they have 2 weapons, they're gonna win the game from there. Why are we trying to accelerate the game?
Really showing the strength of Aurelia.
This is horrible.
What we were expecting from game 1, and then we just didn't see it come into fruition. But this time, Vendotti's got a really big uphill
Chill
struggle
in the
now.
back.
We can
Delay
ready
the draw
units.
from the
That's a
unsung hero.
positive. We love
You do
that.
not need to do it
But
now.
we're still kind of lacking right now in having them available to play. So we're going to need to really look at what we have available. We had the Akshan at the back of the hand last turn, so that might come into play, but I don't remember if there were any other units of note.
I think it was only the Akshan, a challenge, and a riposte.
Speaking of the devil,
stealing gears. So
Go
funny.
ahead, you're welcome to it. I don't think
And stealing seals
the
is so
seal
funny.
is going to do too much for you. Can only pay those purple chaos power costs. Although if something has a pay any power,
I think
you can use the
it's
seal
fine. This is
for
fine.
it, so
Aurelia played really
still
clean
denying
for the whole
something from
for the whole game.
Denying the ability to
The issue
not
is,
have
well,
to recycle those runes does work.
The issue is
Akshan now
we are
equipped
playing Aurelia
that Dorman's
aggro.
blade.
Please. You're playing.
keeping up the pace,
what's
even
an
though we're
example?
having to recycle to be able to do these attaches, going for another attach, just really using our only unit
You're
in play
playing Lee
to be as
Sin
big and beastly
in
as
Legends
it
of
can be.
Runeterra,
Yeah, currently sitting at 7. Sorry,
you're
9,
trying to
in fact.
aggro the opponent out.
That's why I
It
should do
makes no
maths
sense.
first
The
before I say
game
something. I
plan,
was trying to do it as I was
the
talking,
way
it just, immediately
you're
fails. 9 is big.
aggressively
Challenge
going for
the Rasa.
points
You win at
indicates
that challenge,
that
not
you
enough
are
runes for the not so
trying
fast
to
out of
accelerate the
LSU.
game.
I love a good challenge.
Why are we trying to
You don't
accelerate
have
the
to go
game?
into combat. You're not risking any comebacks.
We are a
If they
combo
can't
deck
counter
that
the
wants to
challenge
set
straight
up,
away, you know that that's gone.
have
It just
all the
limits
tools,
amount LSU gets going
then
into the next turn as they only get one
win
hold
from
point,
there.
putting them on
We're
5,
not
which is a much
trying
more
to accelerate the
awkward
game.
position to be in
Please.
when you're looking at kind of that
Hi,
straight
Grappler.
down to victory.
I was trying to just quickly do some maths.
No,
some
nothing
thinking
crazy
about
happening.
where
I'm
I'd
just
be going
being
here as LSU, 'cause you still have
salty
double
about
Rasa,
the
right? So
the
I'm
early
wondering if you
players.
just all in on
I
Candle
think
Exemptum.
that
You're
would
just
be really
saying,
nice.
look, I'm at 5, you're at a couple of points. If
Because
I
what I'm
just
sorry,
Rasa
what I mean is,
it sounds like
we could
not
have
even a couple, just
went
at one
back with
point at the moment,
merchants,
Vendotti instead is gonna put it
discarded
into
this
base.
elephant that does nothing,
I think you do have the option of
and
kind
then
of
we
taking
can
it
like look
slow
at
here,
what we
and
can
you
do.
don't want to give
Stay
Vendotti
in
too much
base.
time to make a comeback.
Don't
The
give
risk
draw
is
to
if you
Aurelia,
do
to
go double
Fiora.
Rasa into Candle
Let them
Exemptum,
pass turn with an
a
awkward
single punch
hand,
first
not
and
have
Cold
units,
Glory is +8,
and then you can
right?
kill the
That puts
unsung
you in a
hero.
really
Just wait
difficult
one more
position
turn.
overall.
Be a little bit more
So we're
patient,
just going to
please.
sit with this Rasa back in base, hold the second one in our hand, look to try and go to 6, see if perhaps Vendotti overextends with the Akshan.
Going for an on guard, okay. Yep,
On guard
just
for
to
the
be
ready.
able to ready.
So you should on guard Rasa,
And then,
go
yeah,
back with
move
merchants so
on
you draw.
in and
You should
grab
not go
that
in
single
first.
Draw a card as well as this.
It's huge
I'm
right now, but unfortunately the only other card in hand is Rasa, so
I-
we don't
I need-
have
I
a
need
lot
to be
to
right
come
back.
back with.
Well, you do have the Sunken Temple trigger, right?
That is so
yeah,
true.
you pay the one to draw the card here. It's a cold shot, which
Ooh.
is good, but not really what you wanted right now.
No, but
I-
it can help us to
Yeah.
flowy through and see more cards.
It looks like we're going to bring Traveling Merchant back for that discard draw, and it allows us to see more cards because of that. So
Yep,
we're going to
so-
discard,
okay,
get the
Ezreal.
Ezreal. Not enough runes to play it right now. Looks like we
No.
might retreat the Tide Turner
Okay,
2.
I'm back. Sorry.
Saying that 3 times
Let me
fast.
explain what
No
the issue here
Tide
is.
Turner 2.
What we could have done was
I think retreating the Titan
Play
is
on
good here.
guard
You know the Vendotti has
on
these
the
really
Rasa,
strong
ready
units
it.
ready. I think then just
Play
building up in
the
base and
Rasa.
then going
Yeah.
in for the win.
So we have 0
going to
cards
the
in
7th and
hand.
8th points on the
Go
same
back
turn.
with
If this
merchants,
Rasa that
so we
is
draw
in
a
Sunken
card
Temple
from
gets taken
merchants
down, you're
instead
kind
of
ready
having
with
to
it because
discard
you're
the card that we
intending
drew
on
from
taking
temple.
the 7th and 8th point in the
Then you
same
push
turn.
into temple, and then you draw.
Gonna have to work
That
your way
way,
through an
you have
Akshan.
2 cards,
Vendotti a
and you
long
didn't
way
lose the card that you
behind
drew from
currently.
temple.
Has the Call to Glory challenge, riposte, hidden blade. Akshan's gonna go in,
We're going
kill
for
off
it.
the Rasa. We'll get that draw nice and early from Sunken Temple. Go to 2. LSU doesn't have a huge amount of might on board.
No, it's an uphill climb for Vendotti, but they can do it.
Yeah. Pay the energy, draw the card. I wonder if you challenge the Rasa just to remove some more of the power that LSU does have.
I think if you can, you should.
Yeah, looks like that's what we're going to go for. Get rid of the Rasa.
By the way, Kiwi, you're... wait.
Yep. And there's no
Hey,
response. We
Grappa,
know there's no response to that.
Your voice is
One
basically
card
same
in
volume
hand,
as
we know
broadcasters, so
But I
it
think
doesn't
that
carry
is a
enough.
tell. That
Oh.
tells Vendotti it's not
Sorry.
anything they need to worry about.
And now
Is this better now?
Start investing a little bit more on our side of the board. Would be an epic comeback. 1-6. Getting back into the game.
Got it.
Will come down with the Weapon Master, steals away the Doorman's Blade, becomes mighty. Can't ready it, we don't have the
Oh, true. Okay, I see.
One rune exhausted, and now just a Traveling Merchant and a Titan. There is one free point for you, if you so desire it.
Oh, there was a Teemo list. The Teemo list was basically just literally Ezreal list in a Teemo shell to try to win metallic card. That's it. It wasn't that bad though.
Yeah, so do I. I think you go in, you get the one from Candlelit, and then you don't really look to try and kill the Akshan this turn.
How did you make your VTuber?
The problem is
A friend made it for me.
really strong. You could
A long time ago.
to take him to 5, ready with Blade Dancer, and then we have the Defiant Dance, which takes Akshan down, but there's still enough runes on Vendorti's side for a punch first, and they have a riposte in hand. So these are the things you have to play around. LSU wisely, I think, deciding not to go all in to try and kill off the game this turn.
I think honestly it's a very wise decision. Don't put all your eggs in one basket. Note that you are so far ahead that you do have the option to take your time and then try and
No Lux deck scene.
kind of oncoming
I mean, I think Lux isn't. No, we haven't seen Lux, but there's a lot of Azirs, so I think you should be a little spooked by that.
Maybe not units, because that's not really how.
And there will be a lot of Azirs in NA, I think.
Just aren't quite there. Going into the Tide Turner with Lucian.
Yeah, but they're the Azir that is doing well right now that doesn't have a bad list, so
Just eke out combat.
I think a lot of people will just bring it that one to just get for metallic maybe.
No defy. That means Tide Turner loses.
That one. So we're going up to the 3. Vendorti's uphill battle is still crushing onwards.
That it is. Lucian will be readied after the Conquer, and he wins for the first time. Gonna hit the Candlelit Sanctum trigger. You can look at the top 2, put them back in. Alright, put any amount of them back on the bottom, recycle them, and then put the ones that you keep on the top in any order. So one on the top, one on the bottom.
I really hope eventually when I get to play on stream, I really hope I don't flop. I really do. Because after all this talking, and honestly I'm not like when someone calls out my misplays, it is absolutely not offensive for me to me in any way, shape or form. I love people calling out when I misplay. I like talking about it. I think I find it encouraging. I learn from it. Please call me out if I see any obvious misplays. If I miss a trigger that I shouldn't have. Well, the triggers is different, but.
Hidden cards that you do play in this Fiora deck makes it harder for LSU to try and gain control of that area. Cold shot to kick us off. 1 power recycled.
Another Akshan, of course, in base as well, now ready to go as well. We don't really get anything from the effect of that, but just having another really strong unit on board there.
Reposting that makes sense.
Cold shot. I mean, I love it.
You still have to target for repost, but it doesn't matter, I guess. But you still have to target.
The previous turn, there wasn't a threat in hand, so you assume that actually this might still not be a threat. And indeed, we see it as the Discipline goes in, just to draw a card, I imagine, to try and hopefully get out of the situation.
Okay, play this here.
Not that helpful.
Yeah, not helpful whatsoever. However, Traveling Merchant can be sacrificed if you so desire. The seal is going to come down. Traveling Merchant, I mean, you still get the draw even if you don't discard. So we're going to go in here with 5.
Yeah, go in there, makes sense.
Making 7 into the 7 of the Akshan. Draw is a ride the wind from the Traveling Merchant move. No
not good.
Happening.
GG.
Oh, it feels so bad.
We lost this game. It was unlosable. Unlosable Aurelia game.
So close yet so far, because we're so close to the win on points, but the board is empty.
Yeah, I mean, it's incredibly well played by Vendorti to stabilize after LSU was able to take such a lead early on.
This is what when I talked about the need to accelerate the game. We have a total full misunderstanding of the playstyle and the speed of this deck, which we accelerated the game instead of playing combo into actually playing the game. So we accelerated and
putting things into those battlefields that you can't
and your
do
bad late game because your engine is not
that's all you've got left, right?
like going.
At this point, Vendorti's thinking,
And
okay, well,
we also missed a
probably
card,
want to
but that's
be
okay.
getting all of these really strong guys just sat on these battlefields. It's not necessarily about the points, although we do need those, but it's about making it really hard for LSU to be able to actually use last rights.
Just control the space. Akshan, equipped with the BF sword, gets the mighty channel a rune, and this is another thing that Fiora has been able to do really well, is just to replenish the runes.
Yeah,
like you look at the other side, LSU has 4? Three and a... Oh, that's his hand.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's painful.
Yeah.
That is painful.
I kind of think
It's
that like 13 rounds of Swiss is a little too much in my opinion for best of 3 like format. It's a little bit too many games. It's
I mean, also really big for Vendors to come back like this because they were only 1-0 up. This is the second game of the best of 3. If they weren't able to claim this in time, we'd be looking at a draw, rather going to 8-2-1 rather than the 9-2-0 that they are currently looking at. Defy Ride the Wind is nothing for LSU.
The uphill struggle is
like you have to play 30, 32
if LSU can't dismantle one
average
then that's game over.
games. It's kind of crazy. 32 games in the same day, almost same weekend, is a lot. Is a lot.
6-1 down, coming back and being able to claim the win there on the Fiora. Superb stuff all around by Vendorsi.
Vendorsi makes the climb. That is the biggest climb that I have seen during this tournament thus far, from going to such low and just sticking in there, believing in what his deck can do and taking it back from your opponent by just whittling them down.
Yeah, really
Magic Spotlight Series is 15 rounds Swiss. I think Riftbound is like 7 times more complicated than Magic.
Units early on to really get back into it. And as soon as Vendorti took control of the game, it really felt over. It's just great stuff all around from Vendorti as we round out round 11 here of RQ Bologna.
I think it was a really lovely tale as well.
Lux lists?
Why you should never give up.
Yeah, we can look at them after the tournament is done.
Speaking of climbing, it's time for us to climb over to the interview area to speak to our
there's
winner.
no interview.
Oh, no interview. Oh my goodness,
We can speak to each other though if you want.
Oh, that would be good.
Wait, no interview? Why?
Having a great time,
Yeah, so am
honestly. I'm really pleased to have seen that matchup. Really happy that we were able to highlight a deck we haven't seen yet.
Yeah, true. It was a lot of fun to watch the Fiora, and we're going to go to a break. We'll climb over the desk as opposed to do an interview. Goodbye. We'll be back.
Riftbound being harder means that, I mean, in every card game, taking stamina into consideration, like in tournaments, stamina is, if you have a better stamina, you're rewarded as a player, of course, right? But stamina shouldn't be the #1 skill, it should be still your plays. And if on 13 rounds, I feel like stamina becomes the most important thing, and I don't think it should be. That's what I'm saying. Because the game is more complicated, so it is more draining to play the game. And since it is more draining, then it's, you know. Yeah. Wait, Bologna is beautiful, beautiful. Beautiful.
Welcome back, everybody, to day 2 of the regional qualifier here in Bologna, Italy. James O'Leary, joined by Leonard Koenig for all the action. We're running out of Swiss rounds. There are not many left to cast here. I think this is our round 4 of the day, which puts us at round 14. Am I correct on that? No, 14 is totally wrong.
No, yeah.
Never do math on stream. Never do math. It was 8 yesterday, and 5 today means we're on 12.
No, we should, yeah, exactly.
12.
We should be on.
See, this is why don't trust my math when we're doing. Trust Leonard's.
Yes, I think we're doing round 11 now, actually, and then there's another Swift round afterwards, which is round 12, and then there's also round 13, if I'm not completely mistaken.
You know what? There's going to be a graphic at some point that's going to come up, and it's going to tell us. It's been a long weekend full of magic. Full of Riftbound action here today. Exactly, magical plays coming through here. We have a big match this round for you. 2 heavyweights in the scene for Riftbound as we get ourselves ready to go. Marcus Bartel, a former European champion in Yu-Gi-Oh! Going up against Alan ZQ, a very, very, very well-known player for, of course,
everyone get up. Everyone get up. This is Alan. Alan game.
From
Alright. Alright. Everyone alt tab from your league game. Stop playing TFT, just surrender. Go 8. It's okay.
On X that he is going to win multiple metal best of cards of Ezreal, the Prodigal Explorer, and he's absolutely crushing it. He's the only undefeated Riftbounder in this tournament. You can see a tech on the bottom right of this deck that is so absolutely genius. We've seen it before yesterday from Ludwig, who was also running Ezreal Prodigal Explorer. That is the Vex, a card that you actually mentioned in the beginning. I think it was one of your favorite picks.
Yeah,
it was crazy good.
Weirdly, it was one I picked because it's a card that I like, not a card that I thought was going to be played so much. So I guess I'll take a win on that one. And then we look over on the opposite side of the table. As I said, a very formidable player in their own right, playing the Draven. This is the first time you and I are going to actually get to cast a Draven.
Regular Draven. Alan eats this for breakfast. This is free food.
Okay. There's a card in this list that we haven't seen too much.
I mean, this is the most basic Draven list. This is the most tested matchup in the team. We played again. We screamed this like a billion times.
Absolutely, it's one of
he screamed that a billion times.
Like, to just play and then push into a battlefield
literally at least 200 games against Draven. This is comfort zone.
Just have a ready unit that goes up to 10 might, which is absolutely crazy, especially if you're looking at the power level of Origins. However, in the Draven deck, in Draven you want to have some tempo. This card is also incredibly useful, paired with some units that are incredibly sticky. So you can push a Ferris Forerunner, you develop it, you already have a great presence on board, and then in the next turn you're following that up with a Darius. It's really hard to beat them. That is also why so far Draven has been the best deck of the tournament.
And Draven on the first turn of the game is always a good sign for your
drop is Draven going first is a little bit unfortunate, and this 2-drop is slightly annoying, but it's okay.
Extremely well. 2 might into 4 might into 2 power into 4 power, for instance, goes very well throughout the early game. It's going to be a very early Ezreal play from Alan.
Yeah, depends on. We need seals.
Also, he forgot to put his headphones on, which is not too bad, but now we know we fixed that.
One thing about that, we of course do play with some delay there, so it's not that he will be able to hear us at any point. Thankfully, these games have already at least begun and started taking place, so we are working with a little bit of a buffer there. So Treasure Hunter goes to the battlefield, over to Reaver's Row. We'll get the gold, and that's one of the things, getting these gold tokens early on just allows you to kind of compensate for recycling at any point, whether it's with the Draven ability on the attack or defender trigger, or there are multiple other cards in the deck that force recruitment, force recycling. Treasure Hunter going to use the Reaver's Row to back away as Ezreal goes to the base.
Treasure Hunter generating 2 gold is annoying, but then we literally we're gonna kill both Draven and Treasure Hunter here, which is really good. So Bellows Breath repeated into -2, and everything is cleared. It's really good.
Hit the Draven with it and then go for a Frigid Touch immediately.
Early board wipe is really good in this matchup.
Passive ability of Ezreal. Alan ZQ is showing everyone, hey, here I am, and I'm going to rock you like a hurricane.
I've seen a lot of chatter around this Ezreal deck being very, very strong into a lot of the matchups like Draven.
Aurelia gets absolutely smacked by this Ezreal deck if you're playing correctly.
Yeah, I'll just take that defense trigger. However, the problem with that is you, of course, essentially losing a combat, which Draven is fine with that. It's like, yeah, I'll get benefit from doing that.
Especially versus a Kaiser, right? So that was 2 draws immediately. It was very good.
But it's still close. I think I have a positive win rate into Alan, but we haven't played after the last changes.
So you really want this Ezreal Prodigy in your base. You want it to
I had a positive win rate into Alan with Aurelia, and then he added the Vexes, and then it actually, I was like, oh.
That is a 2-drop that has been falling out of favor when Spirit Forge released. Oh, we are going to actually play the Seal of Discord, so important in that deck. Oh, we're going to go for the combination that shouldn't be possible. Fizz plus the Arcane Shift.
Oh, hard bargain in response. So
nasty moves, nasty moves.
Of course, try and take Kai'Sa out
absolutely
from
forked.
the battlefield, as that will come through. Hard bargain.
Sorry,
dealing the damage here.
So if you guys don't know what happened, we
that's what I was looking for.
used Ezreal's spell on Fizz, dealt 3 damage to the Kai'Sa on the battlefield, and then Fizz gets replayed and uses Frigid Touch that gives -2.
It's 3 damage.
Yeah, Bellow's Breath wasn't cast as well.
So Frigid Touch -2, 3 damage, so Kai'Sa dies, and we hard bargained the fight.
Void Gate. Are we assuming that Void Gate is the
No, this is okay.
Because we're on Reaver's Row, right? Void Gate is the other battlefield. Kai'Sa was set on Reaver's Row. I mean, maybe I'm missing something, but I
Yeah, Frigid Touch is what you're missing.
So for the moment,
feel like Kai'Sa should have been alive on 1.
Yeah.
No.
Does Void Gate, is it asymmetrical? Is it just units at this battlefield?
I think you blinked out. I think I have it.
Okay.
I think you might have blinked out the Fizz and then replay it and then get the Frigid Touch from the discard pile to lower the Kai'Sa's
Yeah, Alan's
might.
playing too fast, so he
They
shortcuts a
did not
lot.
see
Oh,
too much of
shortcutting potentially?
To not go to time.
Sorry,
But I'm going to clarify this. I'm going to try and clarify this with some of the judges. Of course,
Vex is so good here. She needs to get final start instantly. If she doesn't, Draven loses.
If we realize something that would be wrong with the game, which I honestly, when we were playing with Alan ZQ versus Marcus Patel,
I'm going to assume they know what they're doing.
Absolutely.
Ooh.
We couldn't help it. So we're going with what we got here. Next is hopeful. Nox is hopeful. It's going to be played in the base after a falling star. Vex is now ready.
I'm pretty sure you're right. It was the Fizz, Arcane Shift, Fizz again, and then it gets the Frigid Touch out of the trash.
So the Reaver's Row is absolutely pivotal for the Draven strategy if you are playing Reaver's Row in game 1, especially because you probably know what your opponent is on. Maybe you have a different
This is a tough
battlefield you want
turn.
to play when you know that you're playing
This is a thinking
Draven
turn.
matchup, or when you don't know what you're playing. But Reaver's Row is incredibly powerful because every time you use it, you save a unit. You can have something like an Overzealous Fan that gets you very important points. And then again, if your opponent uses it, you get a free draw. So now the Morbid Return gets you back the Ezreal. This is also a really nice way to play around the scenario where you
So
think,
Vex
maybe I need to
Vex
play 2
discounts
Ezreal or 3 Ezreal
the
in my deck to constantly have
the bring
Ezreals.
back
You
spell.
play Morbid Return,
I
you can use your
wonder
Ezreal
how he
gets
forgot that.
removed from the battlefield. However, you can also use it on other cards like
So
the Fizz
even
Gate,
if you go back with on Reaver's Row with the units,
unique interactions here.
technically Vex is still in combat.
One rune because he paid extra. There actually was,
So you can play the spell for one mana,
even though the
not
defender
2.
comes in and Reaver's Row you move back. Technically Vex is involved in a combat, so it allows you to pay less for a spell that happens during a combat Vex is involved with. Just catching up on the current state of the game from this. I will say, Alan being 11-0 with a deck that constantly
Brynir is
reveals
annoying though,
things
and
from
triple
the
axe is
graveyard
extremely annoying.
relatively
If they're
complex
played
to play
correctly.
is impressive at this point to be very clean on exactly what
Because Vex is good against spells, right? And Vex doesn't affect axes, and that's the problem.
Well, because this is also a deck that really needs some time. You have
Can Vex
grinded
reduce to
out
0?
games.
With
Decide-
Ezreal,
oh, I
yes.
love this award. Reverse
Without
Row. I'm going
Ezreal,
to
no.
Go into that later on. But this is a deck that really takes quite some time.
Yeah.
And I'm very impressed that he actually managed to not draw a
But
single
there's a
time or
there's a
lose time
technique
on
to
which
reduce
is when
spells to 0
11 and 0. That is
with Vex
absolutely
and
massive.
Ezreal.
No.
I mean, you expect that from a player that you know was getting the best of Kai'Sa in a meta that Kai'Sa was very, very prevalent of back in Houston.
Now, I really enjoy what Alan ZQ is doing with the Reaver's Row here. You have this Vex 5 might, and he just shies away from an Overzealous Fan, which is only at 2 might.
Yeah, free
knowing,
cult
hey,
shot
I
is
do not have
nasty.
any combat tricks, and I don't want my opponent to commit heavily into this play.
With
so
Vex,
that
I
they
mean,
can
cult
get
shot is very good with
actual
Vex.
kill on my Vex.
And I find it interesting, we were talking about this a little bit, knowing that we were going to kind of be looking at this matchup for a few minutes before we started. We were talking about the prevalence of Vex in this list, maybe not hitting Draven as much as it hits other matchups, because for instance, like in Aurelia, Vex will shut down pretty hard, but Draven has spinning axes, which I'm pretty sure Vex doesn't actually affect. I'm pretty sure it
isn't bad.
spells during the turn, and of course gear do not get affected by that.
The only reason I stopped playing Ezreal is because Alan mained him in our group. I was like, okay, I don't want to be on the same legend, so.
Carefully sequencing out his
my
turn.
interests were Ezreal,
Alright,
Sivir,
we
and
are
Irelia.
going to
I was on
maybe
Sivir
do
first,
something with the Ravenblooms.
and
Of
then
course, you have
someone
just
hopped on
drawn
it,
into
and I was like,
Singularity,
okay,
a card
Ezreal.
that is
But Alan was playing
well
it, so
used by
Irelia
Ezreal.
was like my third
However,
choice.
Ezreal, especially in this version, if you do not have gold tokens from, for example, a card shop, you will not be able to use your Seal of Discord to reduce the power cost you have to pay for Singularity.
I wonder though, Singularity here, is there a danger that it whiffs? Because we know there's multiple spinning axes in hand. So
why aren't you in Bologna? Because I didn't get a ticket. It's not a free entry. I was on the website. I refreshed the website, and tickets were sold out in that same second.
Although Voidgate would prevent the Noxus Hopeful, so you might have to put both, or at least cast 2 spells just to untap Darius to keep it safe on that 7.
I mean, if your opponent uses a Singularity just to get rid of a Noxus Hopeful, I think you just take it, right? You don't need to necessarily preserve it and put 2 spinning axes on it.
I guess my point is more that Alan has to think about through all of these lines. Is like which two cards or you know what 2 abilities are going to be able to nullify a Singularity. So it's one of many options at this point, and this is why I'm impressed at the clean gameplay that is required from an Ezreal list like this.
Now, Marcus even said, I don't even need to play.
I'm kind of surprised we're not putting up a fight with these axes a little bit. I guess it makes sense. We don't want to lose them early.
With this Noxus Hopeful, now Seal of Discord is now going to be tapped so that the Vex
double Vex is nasty.
They'll stack, right? So if you're attacking with 2 Vex, your opponent has to pay so much for each of their spells.
Yeah, that's the really important thing to be aware of.
I'm not going to travel just for side events, no.
That involves Vex. So yeah, if you're attacking or defending with both of them, you'll get both triggers. But other than that, they do not both apply in that regard.
That sounds like it's made for the Irelia matchup, which is otherwise a really tough matchup for the Ezreal deck. But if you're playing versus Irelia, they just have one big unit, and you tell them all of a sudden your discipline is costing 4
Okay, continue to make guides with Alan. Okay, someone has got that.
I think one thing that we're going to see the spinning axe potentially here. I was going to say one thing that might be pretty influential in this matchup. The Bryn here that we just saw in hand may very well come into importance later.
Thundersong is also a card you need to learn how to play around it.
Yeah.
Because there's many different things your opponent can force you to do when they play it. So if you play it and you have 10 runes open, you kind of need to throw all of your cards in hand into it, or just accept that the Bryn here is going to be a massive turn for your opponent.
This is the spot where Draven completely loses control of the game.
Some runes open, but try to play
the 2 Vexes is too annoying,
on your turn
and there's just no universe where we can do anything, because if we hold,
also don't force them.
The Vex is annoying against hidden cards.
Then you're always tapped out, and that doesn't help you.
Right. I was going to say, Alan looked like he was going for Arcane Shift to cost reduction. That is going to be a double
paid 4 for it.
Bargain. That is paid 5 for the repeat.
Oh, true. You have to pay 5 and runes because of Vex.
To ready and get that additional might.
Marcus is driving a hard bargain.
1 mana Rebuke, by the way.
Is going to be played for 1 energy.
Oh,
wow.
And then that is painful. After that hard bargain, you have to assume there's probably not another one coming.
And then that forces something else. If the Darius is going to get removed here, that forces the following.
Vex is literally the strongest card in the game. I said it. I didn't want to talk too much about it during the turn 'em sideways casting things, but because I was getting, because I knew Alan was running Vex in Ezreal. Vex is literally the strongest card in Spirit Forged.
So it has to go on the fan.
I mean, you keep the spinning axe around, but your opponent just steals 1 more power from you, which is really, really strong. And in those grindy games, I mean, sometimes it doesn't sound that bad that you have to pay 1 extra power cost, right? But if you're looking over the next future turns, right? If you're looking at the next 4 turns, that is in total 4 energy that you are missing just because you had to pay 1 more cost if you're trying to be very efficient.
Hey, here's the second spinning axe. Again, not affected by Vex, so this time Vex will head to the trash.
But then again, this is a unit that definitely can be gotten rid of. I don't know if that's even a sentence, actually.
That makes sense.
But
I'll take that.
I mean, if you now get rid of
the problem with
overzealous
this
fan,
hold
which you
is
really can't
if Vex
necessarily
pushes,
do by
then
combat. No, wait, actually,
Draven
it's not the Reaver's Row effect,
cannot
it's
play the
just
two mana spells.
sacrifice this card and then push one from your opponent back. But if you just singularity
Would you play
it,
Vex in Aurelia?
which, in the Void Gate still works. You
Yes.
gotta get rid of the double spearing axe.
But the deck list would be completely different. I wanted to wait and see how Alan would have done, but obviously Alan was gonna do very well. But if everyone is on this Ezreal list and everyone's playing good, then Aurelia has to adapt like heavily. And the only way to do that is by playing Vex main deck.
I guess then is the answer to that. Like, are there any left?
And then you completely switch Aurelia build.
You have Fizz, Trickster, so
yeah, you can bring it back. That's another very, very solid point. This is, again, what I mean about this deck is, like, there's so much to follow in the sense of, like, your trash is not out of the game. Like, the only thing so far that's banished is the Arcane Shift. And I believe the second one was Hard Bargain, right? So that's also a target for Fizz.
Yeah, definitely.
In future.
Oh, it's really, really strong what LNZQ can do with those Fizzes here. The only thing that is not as efficient about Fizz than with just hard playing the card is if you're pushing Vex into the battlefield and you have an action spell that is going to save you from the overzealous fan with 2 spinning axes, or get rid of it rather, then it's going to be much cheaper than when you're just playing a Fizz, right?
Very true, very true. But, you know, that would be...
You just have to play correctly against Vex if you're Aurelia. You have to put most of your spells out of combat, and then you enter combat, and you keep enough for not so fast. And Defy.
Free cold shot with the first seal. There is a Fizz in hand. There is a Mind Splitter, so sometimes the best option is just find out what you're playing against and get rid of something.
Patience.
Oh, we're going
do you guys see? Do you guys understand?
Again. This is the biggest overzealous fan
do you guys understand patience?
Quite a long time.
This is what patience means.
Destruction. LNZQ is going through this matchup like nothing else. Now gets
Rebuke.
complete information. There's Darius. There's a Ferris Forerunner.
These
we take out Rebuke.
Units, huge units that if they stick on the battlefield, here comes the Fizz. Do we go for the Rebuke and then get?
Scoop, game 2.
Free Rebuke from the Fizz effect, and LNZQ just gives up and says, yep, that's gonna do it.
Clean.
Wow, LNZQ,
absolutely
that
clean.
Child's play for him, honestly. He just went through this matchup.
That is very clean. Very, very, very clean.
Draven is playing well as well, yeah, but
at that point, I mean,
do you guys know what the triple pockets are there for?
Seeing 3 spinning axes
That's the question. Do you guys know what they are for?
Very impressed by Alan's first game in this series.
Look at him rolling up his sleeves here, going into game 2 soon. There you can see the deck list. Look at it. Remember it. Write some notes down, because this is what it's all about. We have 1000 Tailed Watcher, 1 Mind Splitter. Those are cards that you are seeing quite frequently with triple Cold Shot and of course also stack decks. So you have quite
but yes, they are for seals, but in which matchup?
That most of your cards just alone trigger the Prodigal Explorer ability, so you can draw cards.
They're specifically there for one singular matchup, which is Miracle. Miracle is the worst matchup for Ezreal. Miracle Draven. And the only way to beat Miracle Draven is to kill the seals with Pickpocket.
For why specific cards are one-offs in there, like you might think you know, but actually until you've played out the amount of reps that a deck deserves, it can be very difficult to play it out. Now we see Marcus's sideboard.
That's true. So sometimes if you just net deck a deck, you don't know what it's all about. But for random one-offs, there's always one reasoning that is always going to be true.
Like, regular Draven cannot win against Ezreal. It doesn't work. Miracle does work though. But the thing is, Miracle is worse against Aurelia.
And second of all, if they play around it constantly because they have seen it in either on your table in the previous round or in game 1, and they play around a smokescreen, and you never had a smokescreen, but it's in their head. So you're going to make... You might not even draw it, but it's still going to affect the game.
Can't you bring both Dravens with sideboard? It's not enough.
If it comes to it, 1 copy of Edge of Night in Marcus's deck, and at least 1 copy of Switcheroo that we saw.
Down wall is for...
So, very interesting matchup. I would say
Azir, Aurelia.
Of all the matchups we've had so far, this
Mundo is for Kai'Sa.
I would say is like a heavyweight contest of names in card games playing now on day 2, looking for a spot in the top 8. 11-0 against 10.
Yeah, you can't really switch between 2 of them.
Marcus
Grappler.
Yeah, I've seen him play other games so far already. I know how great of a TCG player he is. He's super experienced. He has the titles to his name as well. We're immediately going down in power again, starting off with the Ezreal. We want to find our seals, we want to find our cards. But also, I talked to him before the round. I was like, did you play versus Alan already? And he said, no, dude, thankfully not, because if I see Alan, if I play versus Alan, I'm just gonna scoop, man.
Well, that at the end of the game happened for Marcus in game 1, knowing when he was done and saying, okay, let's get into the next game. Interestingly, Targon's Peak.
Targon changes why the matchup was easy last game is because Draven got blown out by Frigid Touch and Below's Breath,
there are people
but
who play Annie over Draven because it's so strong to get your 2 runes back at the end of the
with
turn.
Targon it's slightly
Targon's
different.
Peak makes your deck just Annie on default, plus the Draven ability. It is phenomenal. You can just play out in most of these turns, especially
No
with
seal
decks,
as well.
do not want you to get
He
those
doesn't have the
combats.
hand
They
that he
shy away
wants
from
here,
combats.
but
They give you a few
it's still not
free
bad.
points, maybe with something like the Pit Rookie.
Do you prefer Miracle Draven with or without
they're giving you
Nocturne?
some points, they take those points back, but if you can be more
I think Nocturne is better,
efficient,
but
you can play a
I think
Ferris
if
Forerunner
people
on
play
6 runes and then
Pickpocket,
ready to runes.
then your
There is so
Nocturnes are
much
reliant
Draven
on
can
seals
do
because
with
you
2 energy
use
overload.
too much power.
We've just seen some of it in hand with
So
a Ferris
if
Forerunner as
what I'm saying
well, but
is,
it's actually gonna be Marcus
if
saying,
everyone's playing
go.
Ezreal with Pickpocket,
With a
you
Ferris
have to get
Forerunner,
out of
didn't wanna
Nocturne.
commit into it. Of course, this turn wouldn't have been able to untap because you're not conquering Targon's Peak, so wouldn't have access to that. It would have to be on a subsequent turn. But there are multiple spinning axes, and here is potentially the way. Already flipping one rune.
Who's
It is
sideboarding?
Alan's priority first, though, in the showdown. This is one of the ways where you can kind of play around this Vex. Spinning X, again, we mentioned it in game 1, does not get affected by Vex's asymmetrical.
Here's a question for you guys. Right now, Below's Breath repeated. How much does it
It's
cost?
1 and a recycle, and your spells will cost 1 and 1 recycle less during combat that Vex is involved with.
And it's so funny because you can just, you know, you don't have a
Double
seal
call
yet.
shot
You
is
think, call shot might be expensive.
Free cool shot.
Exactly, together with your
With the
Ezreal.
Ezreal? Cool, I'll look at 4 cards and take 2 of them.
It's so good. You basically essentially play 6 seals now.
Oh, and then an Arcane Shift is
It's
another
either
great
one
choice. That
energy.
looks like a retreat.
We are getting just through so many cards already in this turn. You just need to make sure that you can save the Vex if your opponent has enough combat tricks, because when you're playing versus Draven and they leave open 6 runes...
1 energy, 1 power, or 0 energy,
and
1...
now you basically are just looking at like all
2
these
power.
cards that are low cost. It is to a minimum of 1, so Stupefy does not become free. But
No.
you're looking at all of these cards and you're like, well, that costs 1, that costs 1.
The
that
Vex
costs
reduces
1.
the Vex reduces the
Everything is
repeat
so
effect
cheap.
by
This is
1
half a
and
binder in Alan ZQ's
I
hand.
mean the
Can also
regular
go for the
effect
Prodigal
by 1
Extra.
and
It's
1
more
rune,
cards,
and then
we
Ezreal
want more cards,
reduces
we want more
either
cards. Double
the 1
Stupefy
or the rune,
equals
so it's either 0
triple
energy, 1
draw
power,
now. The first
or
response
0 power, 1
from Marcus,
energy.
He's like, hey, can I play some
Yeah,
cards
please.
too?
I would like to play a card in this showdown, please.
No, that is very interesting. Puts up the Draven to a total of 9 might minus 2, so it's 7 again. We're going to resolve the Stupefy, as this was a reaction response onto the Stupefy. And now LNZQ has the priority again and is going to just use
Obelisk
Rebuke
second
for 1
is,
power cost and 1 energy cost.
because you don't want
Vex,
double
all of a
Obelisk
sudden,
game.
It was so overlooked, but it feels like it's the obvious choice for
No,
every deck,
sorry,
no?
opposite. You
Alan?
want double Obelisk
Okay,
game.
hard bargain, important, spending a lot. That's a 6 cost repeated hard bargain.
But Alan ZQ
Against- at
drives
least
a
against
hard
Relia.
bargain
Against
too.
Draven, you
It's
don't
got a
want
hard
it.
bargain. The hard bargain, you can get your Draven back, and the Spinning Axe preemptively put to the trash. This card is not going anywhere. It's another game where LZQ is dominating.
And Marcus took an entire turn off calculating like, okay, I'm going to need the Spinning Axe. I'm going to need the repeated hard bargain in order to win through this. And Alan
Against
says,
Draven,
no,
you want
I've
this
seen
to,
half of my deck. I have the cost reduction in
split
play, and I'm just
the
going to have
obelisks.
every single answer that I need in this situation.
Dude, you're onto something with your Vex prediction. This card is absolutely phenomenal. It's looking so strong.
I am that annoying hand destruction, like tax you kind of player when I play card games. So I'm so sorry to anybody that ever has to play against Vex against this. But Alan is making it look incredibly strong.
It's so crazy. And honestly, this Obelisk of Power is not going to be attacked next turn because, let's be honest, we have now conquered the Targon's Peak.
I mean, this matchup will look easy,
Is going to give
but the
us
problem is,
runes at the end of the turn. It's going to
The Miracle. Miracle would be an issue, but I mean, if Alan beats Prisma on Miracle, then
triple seals.
literally there's no deck that could be an issue.
And when your spells are getting reduced in cost anyway, and you're like, okay, well, I just need to skirt around the whole I need to recycle thing part of things, and that's a Rasa. I'm assuming that is
Wait, what do you mean?
one probably. For
No,
the
it doesn't
number of
increase
cards.
cost of repeat, no.
Proving it that it is at least low cost. Who even needs to pay for spells and units anymore in Riftbound?
Exactly. Not
Hard bargain with
this
cost.
This is just utter destruction. Goes in with
So you're paying 3 and 1 power for the first iteration, and then 2 extra, so 5 and 1 power. Yeah.
Okay.
No, I think he actually forgot the Targon's Peak trigger.
I think you might be right.
No.
Through, right?
First Alan slip up. We literally slipped up. First misplay. Kurva, misplay.
Nothing we can say or do at this point in time would affect.
We didn't get our tag on.
State of play. I think you may very well be
we played too
on that,
fast.
which is costly at that point. If it indeed
No, we're losing this game because of that. It would be very unfortunate.
Somehow, Targon's Peak is gonna be held, and now the situation isn't even changing so much. You only have 6 runes for this turn, so you only have 6 energy. I mean, power cost is not something you're going to be very likely to pay with your 3 Seals of Discord. But there's only so much
difficult
energy you
spot.
can pay.
Yes, Alan does also have another Vex in hand. Of course, again, it is quite a costly unit.
Yes,
to
combat
actually get out of the
requires
battlefield
units
to,
when you enter
get it
combat.
into base,
When
and
you
then
enter a battlefield.
Obviously takes another turn from there.
Or someone enters a battlefield that you control.
Just giving him a run for his money, though.
Yeah.
I feel like those 2 runes could have really done a lot there. Especially since there's cards like Wages of Pain in hand.
It could have been a clean to I mean, playing fast has its drawbacks, and forgetting the Tygon is one of them.
We're going to hide the Wages of Pain into the Targon's Peak, of course, just paying with the Seal of Discord. Again, we're never gonna pay power cost ever again in this game unless it has to be mined.
Yeah, that's... if you're Ezreal and you have 3 seals out, something has gone well in the game so far. However, it's a very
I'm so incredibly surprised we kept Forerunner.
Scary hand on the side of Marcus, having big units, having, you know,
But
Ferris
it's good in this
there.
matchup
This
post
is setting
sideboard
up to be
specifically.
Next turn, contesting battlefields, trying to go over the top.
But Alan, I think
trying to
sideboard's out.
establish presence and say, okay, it doesn't matter if I have to pay a lot for spells, if I'm just stronger than you in the moment, and so strong that you cannot get past me.
I can see that now all of a sudden Marcus Patel is in a really advantageous position, has bigger units on board, and I think it always felt like...
Also, this is not an Ezreal deck, it's the Vex deck.
Ahead in both of these games, but I think that's just his aura at this point.
But look at the spells that are in hand. There's an Arcane Shift, there's, you know, if you hold a battlefield, you can Arcane Shift, and as long as you control it... Sorry, when I say hold, I mean if you're controlling a battlefield, you're able to play the unit back to it. So it's something like, do you deal
She gets precon? What does precon mean? Like the Fiora deck that we have this set?
So that you immediately bring more power over. You know you've got the hidden card as well. There's like a lot of tricky options that Alan has. I think from Marcus' side, that is like, okay, what crazy line is Alan going to do?
Yeah, she'll be very cheap, which is good.
And go into a showdown.
I mean, if you're playing versus Ezreal,
which is nice. I'm gonna main Vex for sure. It's not even close.
Just so much scarier with the
and this time I will not budge. I don't care if someone else plays her. I'll just play Vex. And I don't care.
In a long time. Also, we cannot forget about the Wages of Pain that is being hidden right now. I think about 4 to 5 cards in hand. We're still going to consider what we're taking back for the Morbid Return. It is another Vex.
Wow.
So not only for the Irelia matchup,
that's crazy.
This card is being highly valued by LNZQ. Of course, Seal of Discord is going to be exhausted to pay the power cost.
Like crazy in a good way is what I mean.
No, we
I'm
don't
not
know which
saying
legend is blue
crazy,
purple now.
I'm saying crazy that like Vex is a card that was not on people's radar coming into this, and we're seeing it have such a high prevalence in a game where somebody is 11-0. Alan is 11-0, undefeated with this, and we're seeing it come back with a Morbid Return. Again, another card that is on nobody's radar for being in the meta right now. We've all talked about and heard about Draven all the time. The League of Draven is what we were expecting this weekend.
Kindred is coming out in...
it's not over for Marcus yet. Still has the point lead. Still
in set 3, she'll be Chaos Order.
100%. It's really, really interesting. Now, I'm quite curious.
Set 4, sorry, not
Against
set
the
3.
odds, putting 2 extra might on this Ferris Forerunner, and Alan ZQ is just answering with the Wages of Pain. There could have been some potential play with the Arcane Shift as well to deal 6 damage to the Ferris Forerunner, but now that it's boosted anyways, I feel like you just take the even trade. And I'm saying even in quotation marks because there is still going to be 6 might in the base of Marcus Patel.
Yeah, the fact that this game is going to go to...
Targon's Peak is gonna ready
I mean, Draven needs to hold here.
Turn, place another Draven, and the overzealous fan.
Oh no, double conquer with Brynir is much better. So if Draven has Brynir in hand, then the double conquer is nasty.
Because of the conquer on Targon's Peak now.
Alan should try to clear the board here if he can. With the Bellows Breath and Frigid Touch now to play around Brynir.
Now how do you just conquer both on the next turn in order to take this to a game 3?
And I mean, this is what Draven does best, right? People have been talking about
But you could wait and just Frigid Touch on the Brynir as a reaction.
Double Vex.
If you're at 6 points.
Spells are going to become basically free at this point.
The good thing is I think you know at LZQ side that there can't be spinning X's anymore.
Okay, Alan does take a step back from that showdown starting. Moves Ezreal to the Obelisk of Power first. Now
moving Ezreal first plays around right, don't you have to do it like that?
On Targon's.
Oh, is he?
And then you're going to blink the Ezreal back, because of course it then of course is going to go back to safety.
Ezreal taking this and is of course going to be able to draw more cards. We have another body. We don't
need a third Vex. get out of here.
Oh my goodness. Instead of drawing into useful combat tricks, you found 2 Raven Blooms.
Raven Blooms are not that bad because you can... It's not rough at all. What are they talking about? You play the... because you want to hold here. So you want to play the students and then react to Brynir with the spells so that your students will get +2 and you guarantee win the game.
I mean that makes Smokescreen and Bellows Breath and Frigid
Wait,
Touch
I forgot.
Very much cheaper on a following.
My avatar.
But
that is true, but only if the combat is happening with the Vexes. If you spread out the Vexes evenly, you don't really get the full discount of 2 energy that you're paying less. I think I like it. You can give your opponent 1 Obelisk of Power Conquer, and then you're holding with double Vex. That is a pretty decent line. Bellows Breath is just going to be used now on 3 units in the base. Are we just
we're still in the combat.
Still in combat, so this Bellows Breath is free.
The reduction cost
it literally is free.
Again, even though we're not
it's 0.
dealing with anything within the battlefield that Vex is
it's
at.
0 energy, 0 power.
Going on.
So you can't play these cards for free with Vex, right?
No, it's
you can.
So I'm pretty sure 1 energy, right? So
yes.
With Ezreal, you play the thing for free.
Pay the power cost, of course. Ezreal is going to trigger as the legend ability, so that's another way of finding cards to draw. I think you only need to pay 1 energy in total for the double Bellows Breath because you have Ezreal Prodigy in your base as well, so you use that one to not pay the extra energy.
It's one of the most convoluted thing ever. It's extremely cringe and extremely convoluted because Vex actually pays for... So what Alan is explaining here is Bellows Breath. Okay, the total cost of the card is actually 2 energy, 2 power. Okay, Vex discounts the regular cost, right?
Never want to say you're guaranteed.
Like, okay, I want to show it by drawing, but I'll show you after the game.
On the back line. Now, does that mean while we stay in the combat, here we see smoke screen, Frigid Touch
I think
on
Frigid
the back
Touch.
line units?
Frigid Touch looks good here.
Repeat for 2 different units. Yeah, there we go.
The Draven gets killed immediately. And with the...
You just bought 80 Vex? Yeah, Vex was gonna go... was gonna absolutely skyrocket in price, so...
Just utilizing combat phases to deal with totally different parts of the game is the level of, like, in-depth that Alan is going to in this matchup.
I am in awe about this. This is so fantastic what LNZQ is doing here. And Marcus Patel, he is one of the best TCG players in the world, but
here comes the Fizz. I mean, there are more options. Is it Bellows Breath again, or okay, Cold Shot? Okay, we're not going for more kills. We're going for I need to refill my hand again. Free Cold Shots, just by tapping that seal.
Yep, and remember, you still have to play the power cost. You're ignoring the energy cost, so Call Shot is not the most efficient card you would want to use.
Stupefy is good as a response to Brunier.
I mean, at this point,
So you can
Discord, if it's a Sealer Discord, yeah.
you have 20 seals basically.
You can Stupefy.
I feel like we've had
Especially with
Arcane
students.
in this one round than I've seen
in my life.
Yeah, I'm only streaming the tournaments though.
Also very interesting.
When I'm not, when there's no region, I'll be streaming the Vegas one as well next week. So make sure to follow, and on Twitch, and on YouTube.
If he remembers this time, I can see players forgetting battlefield triggers.
So you get notified when I'm streaming. But I only have time for tournaments. Like I don't.
This time, Alan ZQ will ready the 2 runes at the end, and also never to underestimate.
I coach too much during the week, so I can't stream.
Playing in a feature match, in a high-pressure match, is always going to be the time where, you know, you have to focus on so much. I can 100%. Always understand something at the end of a turn, just sneaking by, and I knew I forgot to do that type of thing. Can never underestimate. It's easy to watch a game and say, oh, I forgot this bit.
And we even missed stuff. We were watching the game, we see both players end.
Tell me about it. Tell me about it.
But there's also, of course, this is such a nice dynamic game. That is, you are having so many different interactions. There's so many things that can happen to you. So Kaiser is going to try and take the Obelisk of Power. Wants to get another point. Wants to get another draw.
Is this the same thing? You do it on? Are we doing it on the Fizz in order to get that?
Yep. Do it on Fizz. Get Frigid Touch, and kill Kaiser. You could actually.
Get a minus. Is it Stupefy? You find a
you
Stupefy,
could,
get the -1, get
yeah,
a
that works. That works better because you get draw, of course.
Because you know, looking at it, okay,
it's slightly vulnerable to axe, but I think we removed all the axes, I believe.
Refill the amount of cleanliness. I mean, that's the way I'm going to keep saying it. Alan is playing very cleanly, and Marcus is putting up such a fight, such a good fight. Now we'll go up to 7. But I mean, with the Conquer.
Going up to 7 is not really going to help him. He's trying to hold that battlefield with everything he got. This is hiding another card. This is another game shot.
And hiding all the units at the battlefield. I was like, we need to be able to calculate the math. So it's 2 mechs, plus a Noxus Hopeful, plus a Fight or Flight. And
10 is never going to be enough.
To ready. At this point, it's to go to 12-0. If Alan can go and hold this first battlefield and then conquer the second, it's a Watcher. Draws into Thousand-Tailed Watcher.
Played for 7, by the way.
Going to be enough. With the Ravenbloom, with the Ezreal, with the Watcher,
that can still be
played for 7 accelerated.
So when you play Watcher, most of the time you don't have enough
because of Ezreal discount.
Onto 7, by the way, of course, on the Targon's peak. So now, if you
and with Rebuke, it's over.
You have 4 runes left to do some shenanigans with. Wex is not going to help you. Now we're going to do something really smart, and we start poking.
This is really good. You're gonna bait out Fight or Flights. Yeah,
surely that means it's it.
So you don't go.
Yeah.
You don't go with everything. You want to go slowly, trade, and then rebuke so that they have to use Fight or Flight.
Look at that
smirk
on his face.
Clean. It was a perfect play. We missed the Targon one turn with the Targon trigger, but other than that, absolutely clean. I mean, I said that this matchup was going to be like children's game, like it's a walk in the park.
In a great position for that.
Alan played this matchup like 7 billion times.
Every tournament. I think that is going to mean that
doesn't go in with everything also in it. No, maybe, but it's more risky. There's no reason to do it. If you go with everything, then the Fight or Flight hits the Watcher, and you don't want that to happen. You want to go 1 by 1.
In that situation. The mid-combat, okay, I'll target Fizz, I'll grab something from my trash,
to kill units.
There are so many options.
No, not switcheroo. Fight or Flights. But switcheroo too as well, yeah.
For those showdowns where you're going to focus on other parts of the game, I think is genius. It's so good. So credit to Alan, and I know Alan has testing partners that they're always talking about. So the team that have kind of workshopped on that, I would love to hear more about that as we
but
see
switcheroo, it can be hidden.
12-0 is in such a wonderful position for Alan. And I mean, Marcus is a player we're expecting still to be competing. We're still looking at will they be able to make top 8, but that is a big name to take down on your way to an undefeated run so far for Alan ZQ.
Yeah, that should mean actually that we have Alan ZQ guaranteed in the top cut. Of course, I don't trust my words completely here.
Yeah, it is guaranteed top cut.
Just one more round of Swiss. We were going to confirm that later on, of course, but
We're not done. Let's go for another game. Let's get another one from this round. Let's jump into our second feature match as we head in ever closer to a top 8. And I think I knew what this was before we sat down, but I'm so excited. I'm pretty sure it is Kaiser.
Oh wait, I know this player. Wait, I know the name, I think.
I'm seeing red and yellow. We're getting there. I'm going to need to take the next couple of minutes just to ramp
I think
down
Bullet is an
for a
Italian
moment,
player.
because, I am
They
excited
used to play
see
Legends of Runeterra.
Rek'Sai, but that was such a cool first feature match. Rek'Sai we haven't seen for our games so far. So this is the version, you know, with Void Rush, Under Titan, trying to get cheaper units with a bit of a finish on that Under Titan.
Rek'Sai Breacher is a gorgeous card.
It is.
I love it. But these decks, in the beginning, they were very unit heavy, but now people have started to play a lot of removal. You're going to get free cards from the top of your deck most of the time, and therefore you're finding so many cards that you can play cheaper.
And there's another asymmetrical interaction with this, where when you cull the weak an Immortal Phoenix, it will see itself die to the spell and come back. So if you have the Accelerate, like Sun Disk that we've seen being played, it will be able to come in, accelerate with the Assault, kind of get onto battlefields very, very quickly. So I think that's a bit of tech that throws people when you see it for the first time. Whereas Kaiser, this feels like I'm looking at an Origins list other than Progress Day, if I'm being honest, and I don't say that in any bad way. You and I talked about this off camera a lot coming into this. Now up to 3 copies of Time Warp in Kaiser. A lot of Kaisers in Origins were running a lot less. There's a few extra cards here with the Get Excited, allows you to discard Time Warp. You've been a big fan of that combination to deal with big units on the battlefield.
I do like it more if you play more Progress Days. I will be very clear on that. That is my personal opinion on that matter, because Get Excited is a card that loses value, of course, most of the time. There's not always going to be the scenario where you discard Time Warp for Get Excited and you get rid of an exactly 10 might unit. So to use the tempo that you're gaining with Get Excited by removing big units, you will have to have the value of resolving Progress Day so that you do not fall behind on card advantage, which is why I prefer more Progress Day, more Time Warp, and then Get Excited.
And as we head into this one, 8-3.
Guys, I have big news, okay? Everyone listen.
That is 3 different runes immediately, and something in me screams that this is wrong.
Big news.
You know, sometimes you just like a little bit of variance. 8-3, so this is a very important
like every single one of my students in the group coaching bootcamp thing that brought Aurelia are actually probably gonna make it to top 8. Hello?
So cheap early game units for Rek'Sai.
One of them is 9-1-2, and the other one is 10-2. So if they win one more, I think they're both in. They should be both in.
Because we're looking at Rek'Sai contention. Like, who is in contention for that?
Based on standings.
As we head through our final set of Swiss rounds.
Can't you say I love daring Poro?
Yeah, you can.
He's so daring.
Very daring. There is a Void Rush in hand. Rek'Sai.
You coached 8 Aurelia players?
It's the first time we're casting it. Rek'Sai,
no,
when you conquer, you'll be able to. Is it look or reveal on Rek'Sai legend ability?
From my students, 2 of them were Aurelia players. One of them was Jax. 2 of them were Lucian.
Top of the deck, and you can play one of the cards.
Who am I forgetting? One of them was Fiora. And one of them was Kai'Sa. These are all the students that attended Bologna. I mean, in the bootcamp, and then I coach other people outside of like one-on-one. But this is the group coaching.
Looking forward for that, because I can imagine that this is a card that is tough for Kai'Sa to handle with the recurring
it keeps
effect.
Coming back. Every time you use a kill spell on it,
both Aurelias are doing extremely well. So well. It's because I've been drilling information into their brains.
Hidden Blade Piercing Light.
We've been playing so much Aurelia.
Necessarily the cards that you wanted to hit.
They're as good as me now, almost.
But we're going to see how we continue. Piercing Light.
How does Alan's deck do versus Lux? Actually, Lux can be annoying for Vex a little bit.
It's very rune intensive, is one of the ways I would put it. Ooh, Piercing Light to just deal with the Kai'Sa. Just say, okay, yeah, I'm going to repeat it. I'm fine leaving my Paro, job is done, and end up taking out the base copy of Kai'Sa.
Honestly, heavy investment on the turn.
Yep.
I think you're losing a little bit of tempo, but you're also taking away.
I think you just need to aggressively kill the Ezreals and the Vexes, of course.
Kai'Sa, especially when there's only one progress day in the deck. If they do not find it, the deck can struggle from time to time. You have the lecturing Yordle, but I don't consider
Stinge. I didn't get to Bologna because I didn't get tickets.
It's okay, you're welcome, I'm ready.
I was in the voice call with Alan and the teammates and Prisma and Freaks. Everyone was there. We were buying tickets. I refreshed the page and the tickets were gone.
Alright, never mind.
Yeah, I know, I was gonna say, we can just circumvent that issue by having the card.
So stop asking me this question because I feel bad about it, about not being able to go.
Just draw the card you need.
Because based on all the Aurelias that I've seen today, I would have gotten Metallic Aurelia and then I would have sold it for $35,000. Hello?
But you don't have the time to play, so great. Going to go into the Veiled Temple. Veiled Temple, also another interesting battlefield. When you conquer, I believe, you get to either unequip an equipment or you get to ready a gear. So this also helps Rek'Sai with being so power hungry, as the community calls it. Because
what is a good video on how to play Wristbound? They have an official one. Riot has an official how to play Wristbound video on YouTube.
I love when we see players
that one is pretty good.
At an event like this, because every time we think we have a good read on a deck of like, okay, Rek'Sai's kind of hungry for recycling, somebody's like, yeah, but why
are your students using your Aurelia deck?
Well,
yeah, they are.
Let me tell you, there's not enough time in the day, but if you've tested it and you want to bring it to an event,
they are playing my
I
list.
will be happy to steal that tech and bring it in. So always love seeing new things, or at least, you know, things that people perhaps haven't originally thought of with the deck.
And honestly, I'm a big fan of all of the seals basically at this point. I think every single seal is going to find a way to become meta relevant.
Yeah, I said
so good, and you can
Aurelia, my Aurelia pupils. How do you say that word? Pupils.
They say, hey, you know the cards that cost power?
They are playing my list.
Stronger.
My final list.
So not having to do that, not having to pay for them.
Yeah.
Rek'Sai Breacher is going to come in. Ooh, quick Hextech Ray.
That should take care of it rather quickly.
Yeah.
Yep.
And this is one of the other areas where this deck can slow down on the side of Rek'Sai. So you got a couple of mechanisms.
Yeah, I was going to say the Lecturing Yordle dies too because it has Assault +1, so it was already declared as an attacker, so it goes up to 4 might.
Correct. Yes. So yeah, that the way it will play it. What was I was going to say the accelerate that Rek'Sai Breacher gives to other units can be quite influential as you start getting Phoenixes to come back from the trash. The Sun Disk is the other way of doing that. I do find in the games I've seen from Rek'Sai and the players that I've spoken to, I did an interview actually with Alexander the Great from Challenger TCG talking about like how important is Accelerate, and it does slow the game down a little bit if you aren't able to get Phoenixes out through the mid game and into the late game, because look at how low economy now we're going in this matchup. Watcher into removal with the Bellows Breath is not backbreaking, but it is difficult for Rek'Sai to now re-establish a board.
You know, I was just going to say to you that for now, you're losing the ability to accelerate all of those cards, but you have a developed field. You have a developed board, you have so many units, boom, gone.
How's the Jax doing?
Gone. And,
unfortunately,
Jax... in order to get rid of the Phoenixes, I believe there was a... Is there a cold week in hand? I know we know there's a Hidden Blade earlier. So
is X3.
If there is a colder week, you're
so
totally fine.
Probably not going to tap it.
On the Phoenix.
That does not look like it. If you get a cold week on a Watcher, you do it.
I know, that's what I mean. It's like, that's a great trade. If you are happy to take that, you take out a Watcher with it. But no, not indeed. There is a Bryn here and a Piercing Light. I do appreciate it when the players put their hand...
I'll let you guys watch and just bring some light.
Far enough on screen that we get to see it.
Thank you so much.
There we go, both of them. There was a lot of cards in Duffin's hand and a lot of them with damage spells. I saw a Singularity. I think I saw a Piercing Light as well. With all of the runes in the world that the Duffin needs, only it looks like 3 left in the rune deck.
The situation looks rather good for the Duffin, I want to say. You have so many more cards in your hand. You just need to... The thing is, Rek'Sai can play without many cards in hand, right? Because you can look at the top cards of your deck. You gotta stop them from conquering the open battlefield. And Kai'Sa is not necessarily the greatest at that. If there is a developed board, it's tough to stop your opponent from conquering if they do not die to something like an X-Deck Ray.
I was going to say, I think I saw a Falling Star in hand for the Duffin. No, it's a Piercing Light this time. I was going to say that there's a lot of options now to clear the back line.
Oh, that screams Singularity to me. Something here screams Singularity after the Piercing Light. Because you hit your own Watcher, you clear off the Broker.
And you're not particularly worried about the Watcher taking damage at this point. There's not really anything, at least from my perspective, that can happen. We know it's a Bryn here in hand.
Exactly. So I think what you want to do is you want to stop them from conquering by just never letting them go there. Oh, actually, there is not enough runes after paying this for a Singularity.
Right.
So quite curious.
So that was with a repeat now. So double, and the Noxus hopefully is going to take 2. Is it then Falling Star will be the finish on top? Yep, there we go. Just do the math. Make sure everything is less than 3, and you'll be more than okay with that trade. Again, just keeping Rek'Sai down. If you can't conquer, you don't get the ability to utilize the Rek'Sai Legend.
And that is also massive. Just like having such a power turn, clearing the entire board, and then following up.
The turn after you get the Call of the Week. It's always how it happens.
Yeah, this is one of those cards that is incredibly situational.
Guys, I should absolutely
you had a situation where it's Immortal Phoenix and just the Watcher on the other side of the battlefield, and you're like, if I just had a Call of the Week,
is it going how I think it's going?
Your whole board gets cleared, and the next card off the top is
it not going how I think it's going?
It is really sad, especially that the Lecturing Yordle was found as well, that almost found its way into
Guys, has too much draw. So Rek'Sai is a tempo deck that wants to tempo out the opponent and then take points by leaving units on the battlefield, while the opponent has to redevelop a base. So the problem with this strategy against Kai'Sa is that she has no issue just blasting things on the battlefield, so she doesn't have to develop the base. Kai'Sa is a tempo deck, and this is a battle of the tempo decks, and Kai'Sa has just more removal, so she is the better tempo deck. So there's inherently just no chance for Rek'Sai to win. It's fundamentally impossible.
So this is post sideboard, as we can kind of lay the playing field a little bit more for this match. 8 and 3, likely playing for best of. Just playing the small units at this point. Watchful Sentry. A lot of people have gone away from playing them just because the
prize wall cards are like, I think, not metallic cards, but they're not the best of metallic. They're just regular metallic.
I'm immediately thinking of Kai'Sa.
So they look different, and they're cheaper.
You have a Stupefy, of course. Now, Piercing Light onto the
Rek'Sai won game 1. Okay, I take it back.
The hold. I think we at first pointed at the.
Am I gonna save these VODs? If Twitch lets me, yeah. But they should be available on YouTube anyway.
Yeah.
Like, the VOD from yesterday is already on YouTube, I think. So.
Now Call the Week also still not great, but
so Falling Star will. Yeah, okay. There was a double tap on the Sentry there. I was like, I don't think that's what's happening. But yeah, the 3 points will finish off the Watcher. So the Phoenix is here now. Watcher has been dealt with.
Is that a Kai'Sa mirror match? Everyone is just removing units all the time.
Hey, turns out Falling Star is still pretty good.
Yeah,
Spirit Forge didn't change that much in the spells available. I'm hearing a lot of commotion from the player area, so somebody is clearly happy as we are heading towards our top 8. This is really the right down to it moments that we're seeing, is we're basically just one more round to go after this.
Just clearing the units back with a Singularity, but all of those 2-drops, this is what the, I want to say, modern build of Kai'Sa is all about. You clear, and then you play a little bit like Victor, actually. You have those 1-drops, those 2-drops that you're, okay, barely any 1-drops, but you have your 2-drops and your Lecturing Yordles, those cards that replace themselves, that give you a little bit of value, but they can also score some points, because, I mean, you need to win the game.
What's your question, Noctis?
Yeah, carrying units doesn't win you the game, unfortunately. There has to be follow-up.
So you're trading away your points with your
on my channel,
and you're trying to
YouTube.
win the game most of the time with Time Warps or with your Thousand-Tailed Watchers.
I don't put videos on there anymore, but maybe I'll leave the live for a bit at least.
Watchful Sentry is so valuable because, you know,
maybe like a week, and then
that Watchful Sentry, great, I get to draw a card.
Yep.
If they don't, I might even be able to hold with this.
So where does Bulat go
Okay, do you guys want to hear backstory?
He has a Call of the Week in hand.
This I shouldn't be saying this. But in
I cannot believe what my eyes are seeing.
in Legend of Runeterra, the left player is a Bulak, an Italian Legend of Runeterra player.
How is Call of the Week on a watchful sentry the best play that you can make? That is a desperate
When I was
scenario
in the
for
early
Bulak.
days of playing, when I was like, I think 19, 18.
In that situation, sometimes it's like I have to work with the tools that I've got at this
I
point.
had a
My opponent
huge
has
crush
their
on him.
deck in the hand.
That,
I'll
yeah,
just give
for
him
like
another
a week.
card. Hey, when you got
and
10, what's
it went
11?
away.
I know the card is called Immortal Phoenix, but you know it's gonna die. Singularity again, taking off that card. Rek'Sai basically has infinite value in its ability of the legend, because every time you conquer, you can look at 2 cards, you can play with those, but if you can't conquer...
But is this a meat grinder? Is this like, I'll just burn through every single unit Kai'Sa has? Although, I will say, yeah, okay, no, there's...
game
I was
3.
going to say, we'd be in here for the long
I do really believe
if,
that
we weren't going to game
Kai'Sa should be really good in this matchup, but I'll be
this
focusing
matchup,
on game 3.
as you said,
We can
potentially really
commentate and
important for the
actually
best
look
of
at it.
Rek'Sai, determining factors, and of course, best of Kai'Sa likely, I would imagine from the number of Kaisas we had coming into day 2, likely.
I think First Foreigner is a really good card in this matchup because it buys you back a lot of tempo. Because even if it dies, you get the small tokens. So you should always play.
Depending on the matchup, you want more value. For some,
Should always play First Foreigner in this matchup as
Thermobeam is
Kai'Sa.
a card that can be used. What I liked to see in some of the Mind decks is Pickpocket in the side. Just because against specific decks like those Miracle versions, or like something like Rek'Sai that is really relying on the Seals of Rage, or okay, I'll give it to Medic on.
yeah.
You can just get rid of Seals, and that is so huge. I mean, you have seen how many power costs the Rek'Sai has played in the last game.
Yeah, significant number. Sideboard for Bulat, mostly, you know, there was a couple of units in there, Imperial Decree as well, some salvages.
The Scout is soaring, flying. There's of course also the Under Titan. That is a card that I have liked.
Looks good.
Victor so far. If you're playing
we talked about it. I like this Rek'Sai list.
The order heavy deck.
I think it's
Under Titan really helps your unit-based strategy.
I like the ratios a lot.
Crazy. And if you reveal it, you actually get 2 energy for completely free.
Hey, hi Kyra.
Which is very helpful.
Back to streaming. I only stream like big tournaments, but I'm usually busy with coaching during the week, so I only stream like the regionals. I will be streaming every regional when I'm not playing. How did the Rumble do? We didn't see. But I think probably flopped, but we'll see.
Kai'Sa Arena's greatest is not always the optimal situation, because of course Kai'Sa can just conquer very quickly and get up to 8. Reaver's Row, both kind of like unit heavy-ish decks in that regard. This version of Kai'Sa is playing a lot of low cost, and that's a no 2-drop turn from Bulat.
It's actually interesting to see a Kai'Sa player on Reaver's Row. I didn't really pay attention to that when we saw the entire deck list, because Reaver's Row, it has been seeing a lot of play in Origins, of course. However, as Draven is such a pivotal part of the meta, just giving so many Dravens their best battlefield possible, it's brave.
That is brave. That is a really good consideration around battlefield choice with deck building. Falling Star comes through, takes out both units, and this is where Kai'Sa plus Arena's greatest. You're like, okay, I'm going to take that. I'm going to keep this tempo up. I will go up
Sentry is
to 2.
amazing in this matchup.
I'll play out another unit, I'm going to imagine, on the back end. Because then you're looking to go to 4 on your next turn if Bulat can't remove the sentry. No, we'll say go. Okay.
I
not
like how the
playing
Duffin
units
has
though.
a very clear game plan here. He is just...
I think we had another 2-drop, but we didn't play it because we were afraid of Piercing Lights, which makes sense.
The Legend Rek'Sai, it cannot do anything if you can't conquer, so if you don't have any units, you will also not be able to conquer. However, Rek'Sai Breacher can be accelerated, so if you have 4 energy to spare and 1 power, then you can just bring that in and start to conquer. However, then you have very little energy left over.
Okay, there's a Sun Disk, so we'll allow the accelerated Phoenixes when they come in, and I think that's what we're about potentially to see.
That card is definitely going to help.
Yeah, Phoenix does have Assault. So it's going to get stronger when it is attacking. So goes towards Reaver's Row. Of course, we'll have the option for the defender's trigger here for the Watchful Sentry.
I mean, this is usually a unit you would easily get rid of with the Hextech Ray. I believe that is something that the Duffin can do on his next turn if he wants to. It looks like he has two, so he's contemplating whether he wants to use two, but actually there's only one Fury Rune, so you cannot use both of those, and I think it's a little bit more card efficient if you just wait for your turn, take the Assault boost from the Immortal Phoenix, and then just Hextech Ray, boom, take one away.
Yeah, that is very fair. Of course, that Assault only really only active when the Phoenix is an attacker in a showdown, like a combat showdown. So yeah, there you go. I'll just do it on my turn, it's fine.
Kaiser, Daughter of the Void, is such a
Yes.
powerful legend. It's incredible.
Alan, oh yeah, Sunny, Alan is 12-0. Probably 13-0. I mean, I think he should ID, but it doesn't matter really. He stopped cutting Fisher.
Like, what do you mean these spells aren't free?
But if he wants good tiebreakers, he should ID.
So could very well have played both, but I think
if I was him though, I wouldn't ID. Because he's just gonna... There was literally, I promise you, I played against Ezreal, we scrimmed it, watched him scrim it. There is no universe where he loses this tournament. It just does not exist. Unless he, like, something happens. But I just knew instantly.
Arena's Greatest does give kind of like that little hop ahead for Kaiser.
There is a world, especially with the Immortal Phoenix in the trash, that we see a huge Rek'Sai turn. If you can get a unit readied on to the board.
There's a Phoenix in hand as well.
Yeah, you have the Sun Disc, then you clear off the Watchful Sentry, and then you cull the weak, then you get back the Immortal Phoenix. The question is, do we have
How do you play this as Rek'Sai though?
You'll have to count it. There's also
You have to Fallen Star into Phoenix?
There's a Void Rush if you're having a dig.
I think Void Rush is a nice choice. So every card you could play from this costs 2 less, and I think the
yeah, that one's really good.
Is a really
and then you tap Sun Disc and then you Phoenix in.
Yeah, if you want to play it.
So this Rek'Sai deck is really good if you get seals. If you don't see seals, you're playing like a tier 3 deck, basically.
Okay, oh, we're falling starring. Okay, so
really instead of
that line
Phoenix.
That, I put myself there, did not work out, but of course that is again because these players are sitting.
Oh, we're playing the one from the graveyard, sure.
Accelerated from the Sun Disc.
Yeah,
that is where that was going.
That still absolutely works, but you're double DRAM'd. Look at this. There's only 2 Order Runes.
And this is the situation that we were saying. The high cost, but then when you have the accelerated Phoenix, is the high payoff. In, okay, I can actually contest battlefields, I can make sure that I have presence, and what looked like a very strong position for the Duffin. Now there's a rebuilding moment where you're without units, you don't have your chosen champion, and suddenly you're like, okay, I have a lot of damage spells, but I've got to stop my opponent from climbing up and up and up in the points.
You know what, I think the position is actually still really good for the Duffin. There's so much removal in that. Oh no, is that going to be a piercing light? That is so nasty! With the Stupefy taking out 2 units with the 1 piercing light, the only units that your opponent has.
There's a Yordle to re-establish some presence on the board.
We should have John first, but that's okay.
We'll have to see what comes off the top for the Duffin off that draw plus the next turn. If there's an accelerate unit, or at least a unit that can be present on the battlefield.
Yeah, I don't think you should be drawing unless intentional drawing, unless you're
slow Phoenix, or at least
you're literally like 12-0 like Alan.
That's 2 Cold Weeks in hand as well. So setting up potentially for the return of the Phoenix next turn, plus the accelerate.
The big turn that the Rek'Sai player had, completely recycling almost all of these runes, really hurt the tempo of the deck and the recursion as well, because now you cannot go for a Cult Weak play and get back your Immortal Phoenix.
I mean, technically there is
just stabilize your first Immortal Phoenix and then use that card with the Cult Weak, then you will get a huge one off. If you call the week next turn with your Immortal Phoenix, you get.
There is a regional every month, so I will be streaming
if the
regionals that I'm not going to. Foreigner is insane here. So I will be like streaming the ones that I can't go to every single time, so that, and these are long, so.
We're not going for any kind of spell shenanigans. We're like, hey, I have a huge chunky unit. just try to beat that. First Foreigner is truly a rogue deck slayer.
Because even if you, at this point, Call of the Week's not getting many good targets.
No.
This sounds really weird, but even Ferris Forerunner is going to leave behind 2-3 Might Mechs.
Yeah.
So the efficiency of the trade makes it really tough. You're like, well, yeah, I get rid of 1 unit, but now I'm left with 2 that I've got to deal with.
I think, oh, we're going into the big battlefield. And I think that trade is just going to be taken. It's 9. Oh, if you can somehow manipulate the might of your opponent or yours, the Ferris Forerunner actually might stick onto that battlefield because the Electric Yordle has the tank ability. So 9 damage so far coming through onto this battlefield. There is Electric Yordle, there is Ferris Forerunner. Do you have anything to stop some damage? You're only on 1 rune left. That could only be a Stupefy, which would mean an absolute quadra kill.
Yeah, looks like the players are just determining where we're at. Of course,
Did he
it's
say
gonna be
quadra kill?
attacker triggers go on the stack, defender triggers go on the stack, and we're going to see where Duffin reacts to, because there is a Reaver's Row trigger, I believe, before the Phoenix does get the assault from attacker triggers. That was what they were clarifying. Okay, we're just going to trade. Okay, that's where we're at.
It's a quadra, and I think that is still fine for the Duffin. But if there was, I don't even think Minded Fury has anything for that.
I don't think this was correct though. Weren't we on Reaver's Row? Why not go back with the other unit and keep Ferris Forerunner, trade something, and then Ray after?
Would have been pivotal, but I think if your opponent pushes all of their units into one battlefield and you get to get an even trade with 2 mech tokens out, you can double conquer in the next turn, plus a Plundering Toro gold token, you're golden.
Yeah, you are at that point. I may actually have been wrong about that assault. Chat, I'm going to look it up after this. Okay, I will educate myself just to make sure I have that
I wonder, I really wonder how the Rek'Sai won first game. This matchup, as we can see, is unwinnable.
From
to
this
me,
moment where you're looking
in my
to win,
opinion, I don't see how.
Piercing Light keeps the battlefield trimmed.
You just play around Call of the Week and the Immortal Phoenixes. You
just playing unit after unit after unit.
It's just also mainly about removing all of those units. Look at those Plundering Poros. They are not going to probably conquer anything next turn unless there are some accelerated units that trade away the Plundering Poro from the Reavers. Can you imagine a triple conquer with Plundering Poros?
I don't know what you can do. It's going to have to be up to the top of the deck with Void Gate. For Bulat reveals the Poro, reveals the Hidden Blade, looks at the hand.
What are you going to do with just merely a single Poro? You have the Hidden Blade, but what's it going to do? You're not going to want to use the Hidden Blade on your opponent's units, and you don't have any units on your own side. So that is super tough.
There's the fist bump. The Duffin will take the win and advance to 9-3 in the second day of Swiss. Very tense.
Oh my god.
Great performance. They crush it cup there. We love to see it.
What is that?
We're cooking some tea with Kaiser deck.
Yeah, just piping hot with all that removal in that matchup. And we are getting really close to the end of the Swiss rounds today. Nearly at that point where we're looking at top 8.
And we have one more round and then top 8.
I cannot wait to see exactly who is coming out of our final round. Maybe undefeated in the case of Alan. I believe he's the only undefeated player as of the finish of this round. But a lot of other players still in contention for that top 8, still in contention for best of cards, and we'll keep you up to date with exactly where everybody is as we go through the day. So some fun stuff. But after 2 series like that, I need a couple of minutes, and I'm sure you do too. So stick with us. We'll be back with the last round of Swiss in just a few minutes.
Weird. This more like watching this gave me the urge of playing. I want to play so bad. I want to play some Rift to the Bound. Is anyone in chat from Barcelona or what? Do you know where the venue is? In Barcelona? So I can like already think about Airbnbs.
Welcome back to regional qualifier here in Bologna. A very fast caster swap. I think we're going to challenge Ferrari for their pit stop speed at the moment. Unfortunately, we do not have dynamic aerodynamics, so we aren't able to, you know, flip over our aerodynamics. I can't remember what the name of the thing is, but the spoilers, that's the one. Have you seen the new Formula 1 regulations? Do you care about Formula 1?
I haven't seen the new regulations.
Ferrari have done this really cool thing where the back of the car, they can 180 degree the top spoiler. I can't remember what it's called. That sounds really cool. And it gives them a bunch of extra speed. Anyway.
I was thinking more of a pit rookie myself.
Yes. This is why you're here,
Mr.
for the
B,
cool relations. Yeah, we're going to get some flavor text before we get on into the final round of Swiss. So let's have it. Oh yeah, you've been reading the map, so I am ready for you. They call it the Noxian Hello.
Oh, they call it the Noxian Hello.
See, I think Cleve. Because Noxious, Draven, Darius, it could be spinning axes. But I feel like Cleve is like
Cleve is more generic. Yeah. So I feel like that is, yeah, I feel like that's more telling. Okay. I feel like we just go in with Cleve. I think we're happy with Cleve.
Lock it in, Cleve. Battering ram. Similar idea.
Yeah.
Similar idea.
We were in the right ballpark.
That we were.
Just not on the money.
That we were. Okay, next up. Here we go.
See if you guys at home could get it quicker than us.
I mean, they can because we didn't get it. So
I mean, yeah, in that instance, yes, very much so.
They would have managed to get it quicker than us. What are we going for the next? It's a hidden one.
A hidden card, right? Timo? Okay. We switcheroo. No, I like to think of her as a pre-boarding party.
Okay, so it could be in reference to Misfortune's weapons or a unit Misfortune has. So like, I'm thinking bullet time.
I was thinking weapons.
Yeah, because it's like, oh, here's my pre-boarding part time. Bullet time.
Yeah.
But maybe we're getting distracted by the Misfortune. Maybe there's something else that goes in before pre-boarding. What do you need to do? Well, women and children go on first. And then after that, people in business class, first class always get to go on whenever they want. Check your seat number. I'm a bullet time Andy.
I don't know. I think it's got to be. I've got to say, I'm not well versed in the Misfortune kind of deck core.
Yeah, I mean.
So I think bullet time's the most I know from that, other than the core units themselves. And she's not going to say that about herself, is
no,
she?
Exactly,
so
right? I mean, it could be Misfortune talking about Misfortune in the third person. No, I don't think so either.
That's her jam. I'm going to be real.
Okay, well, we'll go flavor text for
bullet time.
Sneaky deckhand.
No, you're
How
joking.
do we not get it? She's a deckhand and she's sneaky.
I get it.
She sneaks on. Pre-boarding.
Sneaky.
Yeah.
It was the Misfortune. It did. It threw us off.
It 100%
it threw us off. We thought it was a Misfortune card. We were wrong.
I will say, I didn't study any of the flavor text getting ready to cast this. So I feel foolish because I should have done it. These are the important segments, you know?
Are they?
Yes.
So we should have been studying the flavor text instead, not our matchups at all.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah. Nothing's free. All I ask for is your loyalty. I have a big vibe on this one. A big vibe.
Do you?
But I would like you to go first, because I feel like I've gone first all the time so far.
I don't know why. I feel like this is sort of maybe a hard bargain angle or something like that.
I get hard bargain. I think this is a Chem Baroness. I think this is a Renata card, hostile takeover, because nothing is free. I have taken you over, and you take the loyalty.
I like that.
That is where I'm going with it. Yeah, that's where I'm feeling this one.
Yeah, I feel like maybe you've got that on the money there.
Okay, here we go. Hostile takeover, our final answer. Have we watched Arcane? Oh, it's just Renata Glass.
It's just,
okay. Then, you know, then I feel good.
Then it's okay.
You know, it could have been Hostile Takeover. It could have been Renata Glass.
Yeah.
You know? Yeah. Oh, there's a fourth.
Ooh.
There's a fourth. We're going for one last one before we get into the final round of Swiss. Okay,
what
are we getting? What are we getting? Come on. I'm faster than I look. Older 2, if you can believe it. Wizened Elder. It's an Origins card, I believe. I mean, that's just because it has old in the name. I'm faster than I look. Older 2, if you can believe it. Who else looks old? Heimerdinger looks very old. I feel like he'd be more like...
They don't look old. That's the thing. They are old, but they don't look it, is the implication, right?
Wait, it's older than I look, if you can believe it, which kind of implies you look...
faster than I look.
Yeah,
older
but
too, if you believe it. So they're saying, like...
Older than I look. So it's faster than I look. I'm also older than I look, if you can believe it.
Yeah, so like a case of like, I don't look old.
Okay, I would read it the other way, but so far I've got all of them wrong. So do you want to play the guess here for the casters?
No, because I have no idea what this could be. I just tried to think of like a character that maybe like could be misconstrued because of their age or status.
I mean, Heimerdinger does like to talk about how old he is, but I don't get the fast bit.
He's definitely not fast.
He's not fast at all.
Come on.
Yeah, Wizened Elder is just an old card. I feel like this is like, we're looking at a blue, a purple, you know, we're going into those sorts of, you know, that sort of space.
Maybe Victor or something? Like,
Victor's quite young though. But I mean, that does vibe with your thing, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, take something out of the hat. Grab it out there, pull it out, see what you think.
I genuinely don't know. I think I give up on this one.
Okay, I'll go Heimerdinger just to have a guess for us here at the caster desk.
Bite myself.
Simian Ancestor. Okay, so older than I look. Yeah, okay. Simian Ancestor. I guess the buff ready makes sense as well for the I'm faster than I look, because you get, you know, buffed and then ready and then straight in. That makes sense.
That makes a lot of sense.
I feel like we were dealt hard hands there.
I was definitely flummoxed by pretty much all of those, actually. I did a much better job yesterday.
Did we?
Yeah, I feel like we did.
Did we get one right last time?
Yeah, we got Lux.
Oh, we got Trusty Ramhound, didn't we?
Ramhound. Yeah, we got Lux and Ramhound.
Yes.
So yeah, we did quite well yesterday, actually. So, but speaking of things that hopefully we'll get right this time, our game is ready to go. We are going to jump back into the action for our final Swiss round.
Here we go. We'll have a look at what we have for the final rounds of Swiss. These players playing on the cusp of making it into our top 64 and top 8 contention, I believe.
Yep, both
on
still
our
in top 8
feature
contention.
Stage. We're going to start off with Novagis, who is playing Sivir Battle Mistress, one of my favorites to win the whole thing. Nothing too out of the ordinary here. 3 Nocturnes in the main, alongside the Edges of Night. One Edge of Night, one Switcheroo.
I must correct myself. I thought it was the other match that we were showing.
Yep.
This is a top 64 contention match.
That it is.
Indeed, and this is one of the top Sivers of the day right now, kind of on par with another. So we've got 2 Sivers still in contention for that best of as well, but top 64 is still incredibly desirable at this stage, getting you that invitational to the regionals.
Yes, Kuba Kulp is playing for that top 64. Can't get best of because Alan ZQ is playing Ezreal and has gone, I think, 11-0, maybe 12. Well, playing around right now to look for that 12-0. In the main here for our Ezreal, only 2 Arcane Shifts. We do often see one being left behind. It's the Pack of Wonders Treasure Trove Mind Splitter combination, though, that we did see at Runes and Rift, and they're invitational. So I really like this combo. You can bounce the Mind Splitter back with a Pack of Wonders, then play it again. Ciao, ciao to your hand, I believe is what they say in Italy when the Mind Splitter comes down. No Mauser Heart to align with it, but it really does give you a lot of control as the game goes on. Kind of this base lock setup that you can have. It takes you a while to get there though, so you want to be able to control the early board, plan a couple of moves ahead, plan a couple of turns ahead at least, to make sure that the Sivir doesn't overwhelm, which it doesn't
Sivir.
to do anyway.
I'm excited.
Okay, here we go. We're starting off.
Is it Aura or no? I didn't see.
With Sivir. Let's see if they can play any.
No, it's not Aura. Okay.
Early. Looks like we're going in strong with that. A nice 2-drop, or maybe just a seal. No, we do have the Traveling Merchant. Always a fortuitous start.
Yeah, always nice to be able to get that discard draw early on. You've also got the Zorn Warrants to help with that. Pack of Wonders going to come down from Kuba Kulp. If you don't know what this does, you can tap it to bounce a gear or a unit back to or a hidden card, to your owner's hand. Often we see it in combination with the Treasure Trove, which works really well because you're getting those extra card draws. Can also be used to bounce the Mind Splitter, then replay the Mind Splitter to remove plenty of cards from your opponent's hands.
Ooh, okie dokie. Looks like we're going for the Warren, kind of avoiding Sigil of the Storm at the moment, as it can be disadvantageous. One of those battlefields I was talking about earlier where it might not affect you as much as your opponent, and so it's kind of nice to put that threat on the board.
Gust here is huge for Ezreal.
Yeah, not at all.
It slows down the game quite a bit.
Recycling your runes. Gust back to get the Traveling Merchant out of the board. Pack of Wonders, Seal of Discord going to come down. The Sivir, they're able to generate a gold when we do recycle that rune, and those golds so valuable to Sivir later on in the game, especially Sivir Mercenary, where if you are spending that 2 power, you get a bunch of bonuses out of her.
Absolutely, and that's the nice thing about it. At least we're gaining something for having to recycle runes, which is great. And again, fortuitous for yourself, but not for your opponent. So a very nice start.
My spitter is annoying, but Severe can actually mind spitter than my spitter. So.
Right now, we can stack deck, and hopefully
but obviously, Azure can play it sooner.
Rebuke. Another Thousand Tail Watcher.
Stupefy is okay.
Stupefy is the final card? I think so, but I can't be.
But yeah,
you need Watcher against Miracle. So.
Stupefy at the back of the hand there. So.
There we are.
The thing is here, you do always have the Ezreal to play. Put the seal down. You can play the Ezreal for that, discard, and then get that next couple of draws. You have the Pack of Wonders as well to bounce the Ezreal if you so desired. Will of course cost you the power coming back down, but getting those extra couple of draws is really powerful. Here, looks like we're going to discard the Mind Splitter. So we have more in the deck to go and search for.
Wait, discarding Mind Splitter is insane a little bit, no?
At least in base, so we've got a little bit of kind of a starting go there, just managing to get
especially with pack
and just kick things off really. We're both going quite slow for where their decks kind of usually sit in these first two turns.
And both these decks can play from a relatively slow position if they want. They kind of want to control the board in the early game if they can, and then look to create these sort of unassailable board states later on. With the Sivir Mercenary out, we are going to see no veggies, which I think I called Novagees first time, and now I realize it's just no veggies, which is I think a mantra that a lot of us have when we come to events like this. I've been eating predominantly arancino, or arancini, I guess, because I've been eating more than one of them across the course of the event. Ezreal down for no veggies, who is now going to use that gold, get the discard and the draw out of this. It's looking like it might be... Ooh, I was wondering if it would be the Ezreal going out of the hand, but instead going to be that fight or flight discarded to a draw.
Challenge on the Ezreal is really good. You need to kill... I mean, we should have sabotaged first.
Really want to control their opponent's hands to a degree as well. You can see the sabotage sitting there for no veggies. Challenge discarded.
Recycle and...
No, we played challenge. We didn't discard it.
You have the Zorn Warren's trigger from the Conqueror as well, right? So...
And that deals with the Ezreal nicely. So again, you're kind of just putting Kuba Club...
Oh, the challenge wasn't discarded, it was played. Just went straight into the trash. Yeah, sorry, I lost my train of thought there for a second. Challenge playing.
It's been played, and that takes out the Ezreal, and
the fact that this Sivir has no draw on score is crazy to me. Like, I was expecting at least one or two draws.
With not many units going on in hand, it's kind of why we had to go for the Ezreal earlier.
He's really good at the game.
Looking at just trying to draw some cards, so we're going for the Stupefy on the Sivir just to draw a card and hope that we can get some momentum going.
Yeah, this is now, you're going to be looking at the Treasure Trove into bounce. Wages of Pain after the Stupefy to kill off the Sivir, then you can play the Treasure Trove, get that card draw, use the Ezreal for another card draw, because you target it and you've chosen 2 units with spells.
Seal into a seal makes it free.
Seal into seal makes it free. Treasure Trove down, Pack of Wonders bounces the Treasure Trove back.
Oh my goodness.
Get the rune, get the card draw, and then go to no veggies turn. Only has that Ezreal up, as you can see, relatively slow in terms of point scoring early game for both of these decks.
But unfortunately, with no units left, Kuba Club is gonna have to really ramp things up late game to be able to bring anything to the table, because no veggies at this point can finally
sabotage to see what the
things in, grab those points, and just really
what the opponent has.
Push forward. We're going with the sabotage, noticing
you have to remove call.
To kind of get into
do you remove treasure? I think you remove treasure or cult shot. It's close.
Clear that you're really struggling for units, so I know that I'm going to be able to take something.
I think if we want to accelerate the game, it has to be cult shots because it's free draw too. It's already better than the Trove.
Cold shot a little bit cheaper, of course, and having the double seal means you can pay for both the repeat costs without actually having to recycle any of your power. So you get rid of that. Treasure Trove likely to come back on the next turn for Kuba Kulp. As you're going in to Zorn Warrens, we'll have the discard draw trigger alongside
Looping Trove, its back is very slow. Yeah.
Seal for that. And this is 4 cards that we're going to be looking at 2 a time and drawing one of these. Cold shot into hand.
Love a cold shot into a cold shot. More card draw, yes please.
Yes. Oh, Nocturne.
When we see the Nocturne, we can play it just for spending 1 instead when we see it from an effect that isn't just it being in your hand. So this was a perfect Nocturne play.
Yeah, when you're looking at the top cards of your deck, if you do see it, you can play it for that power. which is exactly what happens. Nocturne comes out, isn't going to bolster up the defenses with that Ezreal in the battlefield. That one is just going to sit there by itself. You want to get that extra power for later on. Another Ezreal coming down into the discard draw. It's a challenge being discarded, double draw. But look at how big the hand for no veggies is now.
Last rights, we've got a punch. We've got a lot.
I like Nocturne version.
Now, so not only does Kuba need to really
I think
get some
huge.
board, they're also going to
I tried it against Prismats.
Actually then contain these battlefields
before he traveled. We tried the Draven deck, but you just play Sivir instead. And you play Hard Punch first and Sabotage and Confront. And it was pretty good.
And channel that rune.
Hopefully we've got something off of that, but it doesn't.
I think it's a Bellows Breath and a... Well, the treasure trove was already in hand, yeah. We've got the Gust.
I think it's the opposite of greedy, no? Draven is greedy.
In this game state.
Again, we're just struggling for a unit. We need guys
Sivir can pay for the gold.
We can't score points without units.
Treasure trove back down. We have 2 for another pack that can immediately bounce our treasure trove back up. There we are, another draw, another channel.
Yeah, but you can just discard him, especially on Zon. You should be okay.
Okay, so the good thing for Kubikult on the right side of the screen here is they're not too far behind in terms of no veggies is at 2.
Yes.
Right, in terms of board state, obviously double Ezreal Nocturne, really strong position for no veggies, and they will start to continue to scale up through the game. And acceptable losses coming out.
Yeah, killing the seals of mirror. Oh, you can kill the gold. Of course, you can choose.
Currently sitting on none.
Makes sense.
Likely going to channel 1. I can't remember the exact rune split. I'll be honest. If it's 6 and 6, the high likelihood is that sorry, not mind runes.
Chaos.
Yeah, chaos runes.
Yeah.
Oh no, they have the chaos runes. It's the body runes I was talking about.
Runes,
so
yes.
yeah, I was but
you're a Nocturne hater. That makes sense.
Only has 1, which means punch first actually not an option.
No, not
right now.
But do we need it right now? We're in a really solid position, so I think at the moment you kind of don't mind not having the access to the punch first. We'll go for another seal of Discord there, just to keep everything in check, make sure that we have enough for the late game as well. Going for a cold shot. I think that's, again, really advantageous at this point. We've got that happened a minute ago. Is this a repeat? That was like the same cold shot from
Rasa?
This is the repeat, actually, as we see the Rasa and the stack deck on the top. Rasa going to the bottom there. Something you really want to do when you're playing these Sivir decks is have either a very good memory or enough intuition to remember what you put at the bottom of your deck. Some people write it out, you can do it untimed. Obviously, when you're not untimed, it becomes a lot harder to do so. Nocturne going into the Sigil of the Storm, we will see the Recycle coming out. Sivir will generate us a gold off that Recycle rune, and another point for no veggies, halfway to that 8-point mark.
Rocketing into a very commanding position.
I don't see how they don't go to time. I don't.
Not letting up, you know, you got to keep the heat on. I like the switcheroo at this point. Being able to even implement that now as a hidden card would be great. So honestly, we're in a really strong position here.
Yeah.
It does have a lot of runes on board, which would be fantastic, but I don't know if it's going to be too little too late. We're going for the last rights again. A really
Stack deck is only good if you know exactly what you're going to draw.
Some might to our units. We absolutely love it. No need to equip it yet, though.
Also, this matchup is going to go for a long time, so you can chill for a bit.
If you want to use it in this sort of position, can also look towards
you either chill and play slower, or go under. But I think you have to go under.
It gives you so much power in terms of, well, so much might in terms of switching it around with the Thousand Tail Watcher coming in.
But here we go. We're probably going to see that Thousand Tail Watcher. But first a Bellows Breath.
Aiming for both those Nocturne.
Doing damage first is so smart. Damage first into Archer.
I guess.
And then you draw.
Damage to each.
Yeah.
And then Thousand Tail Watcher to reduce all of those down below the threshold.
See if we can do a bit of a board wipe, really. See if that's going to go down, if we can get the Thousand Tail Watcher to just then take those Ezreal out of the base and the Nocturne from the battlefield. We really start to
how does Damage Watcher work?
Can actually finally
so
start to bring this back into their favor.
To kill a unit with damage and might reduction, you can either damage and then reduce might. No, sorry. Reduce might and then damage, or, which is a conventional, like, easier way to understand it, But the other way is to deal damage first and then reduce might. When the might is equal to the damage, then the unit disappears.
I wouldn't mind the fizz. I would not mind the fizz. Oh! What are we doing? What are we doing?
He's keeping on us on our toes.
Yeah. So I think Kubakorp there, when you are deciding on the card you want to take, it is better to lay it to the side of your hand, just to make sure it's very obviously separate. No veggies is like, hey, is that okay? It's like,
it would be the same result, yes, but it's better to do damage first. He plays around a lot more things. No, sorry. Not always, but this way you can damage, then might reduction, then react to the something that they're doing, like a retreat or something, to reduce might again. Kaisa does it a lot, like a lot.
Ever so true.
Nocturne was the draw. Confront is going to allow us to have our units enter ready and give us that draw for no veggies. Picks up a stacked deck, currently pretty low on those units. Needs something to equip the last rights onto.
Oh, speaking of units, that's two, and we did see the Nocturnes. We can play that just for one cost instead, which is very lovely. So that has definitely helped us out a little bit in replenishing the board.
Yes, but that's the point.
Club managed to absolutely tremendously use that Thousand Tail Watcher.
There's no reason to react to Watcher trigger.
So this time we're going to be able to get those units back on the board a little bit faster, hopefully.
And if they do, then what are they going to do? Like retreat their unit or something? And if they do that, then you're happy about it. Then you don't have to use the damage.
Sabotage into hand. I think there was a small question about technically the card drawn from the first part of the cold shot was put into hand before the Nocturne was revealed, and you should reveal it before you draw. But the judge, they're like, it's okay.
So they never do it. So they never react to the Watcher. They react to the damage after the Watcher.
Gust, Singularity,
usually.
Treasure Trove, and a Fizz. Can't hit the Fizz, we'll take the Singularity. No surprises at all. Puts it onto the bottom of the deck with that Recycle. It's the difference between Mind Splitter and Sabotage. Firstly, Sabotage can't hit can only hit non-units, and then also Sabotage recycles rather than discarding the card.
And again, just gaining that hand knowledge, right? Knowing what can come your way allows you to more effectively choose which resources you're going to expel and when. And knowing that we do have another unit now, which is why we kind of went for that Fizz, because it was getting really tricky to keep a board state alive here, because No Veggies was really doing quite well at managing their own units in the beginning. Of course, we're going for the attach there of the last rights, and now just having a look at what's going to go back to the bottom of the deck.
Putting the Nocturne and the stack deck back on the bottom. Expect this when it conquers to get an Ezreal back for us. I don't think I saw a Rasa in the graveyard, although in the trash. There's definitely one in hand. I have the discard draw from the Zorn Warrens. Now we'll have a look. Traveling Merchant.
Lovely. Okay, so just opting for more card draw, more movement.
It's interesting to me because Traveling Merchant obviously does give you that card draw movement, and I guess you want to keep the 2 up for the switcheroo or the fight or flight.
Yeah.
So Ezreal would have pushed you over that
boundary
not
enough
to only
orange?
having 1 rune available
Or like
on your
a
opponent's
punch
turn.
first challenge?
And,
but I guess we kind of like the discard draw as well, because it gets us closer to the Raza.
That's true. That's true. We're going to discard that switcheroo, so we really are playing around the fight or flight, spending the power. And now we will move on to Kubakorp's turn. Still only the Thousand Tail Watcher available to them.
This game is still not over. It can go for another like 20 minutes,
that will allow us
at
to
least.
kind of recycle a spell as well.
And we got a Gust, a Fizz, a Bellows Breath, and a Treasure Trove.
So we do have a bit of card draw as well.
Yeah, the thing with the Treasure Trove is we don't really want to bounce it without being able to channel that rune. We are just doing this for the card draw to make sure we have as much information as possible at the start of the turn. Can move into the Traveling Merchant, but we're going to get Foft back. We know that. Kubakorp can expect that, let's be honest.
Or the best thing to do is to just replay Watcher and then Bellows again.
Only a one-of in No Veggies main.
And
No Veggies has used a lot of cards that show him
what's the hand though?
He's been able to use a lot that actually allows him to cherry pick exactly what he wants off the top of the deck.
Wait, this is smart.
In hand for later. And I think,
you go
that's
look
what's
for the opponent's graveyard, and then you look through yours, so it doesn't look suspicious that you have Fizz.
Yeah. Also do have to be
That's
fearful of
smart.
punch first. The fist bump comes out, Kubakorp realizing I cannot stop the advance from 6 to 8. And because of that, we will
Wait,
see
what?
NoVeggies take
Wait.
game 1 of this round.
NoVeggies just keeping that board state
What do you mean?
seamless
Just bounce
and coming back
Watcher,
from
push Watcher,
every
and
pushback,
wait,
and
what?
then it's a little bit of hand control on top of that. The threat of the Raza was just too much, and knowing that it's probably unlikely to come back from that, it's sideboarding time into the second game.
Yeah, I don't think there's a huge... I mean, maybe there's a couple of changes you want to make. Don't think Cannon Barrage does too much. Hard bargaining I could see you wanting to bring in when you're playing around on these counter wars. Invert tie lines kind of gives your opponent as much benefit as it gives you, but if your opponent has carefully crafted their hand, then there is the argument. It's like, okay, I know my hand is bad, and I kind of know your hand is likely good at this position.
I don't understand.
So invert timelines there, but NoVeggies deck
We
did what
we
it
could have
expects to do. Gets those knockdowns out.
Watchered.
Didn't even need to use the Rasas.
No.
Was able to
into
put themselves in a really good position there in game 1.
Yeah, they kept
into
it all
push
really
Watcher,
sleek. I mean,
and if they have punch
hitting
first, you
those
Below's
absolutely
breath,
beautiful. That's
you
what we
clear
wanna see. We
everything.
wanna see them off
I
the
don't
top
get
of
it.
the deck
It's okay.
when you're using a card
We're probably
rather than
missing
drawing
something.
them so
And
that
by
you
we,
can
I
play them
mean
really
I
cheap.
am.
Okay, we've got some interesting decisions here to make. I like the Dr. Mundo. We haven't seen one of those all day. You know, a big chunky unit can be helpful when you're struggling. I think that was our biggest problem. It was just not having enough units. We had spells galore. We were doing well for kind of just keeping our opponent's board state under control for a while, but then we just weren't able to create that lock that Ezreal really loves to do, where you kind of just push your opponent out from being able to do much. And unfortunately, with the lack of singularity because of the sabotage, we just weren't able to keep that pushback going.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing perhaps the, not the pickpocket. Yeah, no, the pickpocket out in this Ezreal lineup. Getting rid of the gold for NoVeggies actually helps slow them down quite a lot. They do generate it quite a bit, but the ability to remove an effective power from the Sivir and get yourself an effective power with that pickpocket can be pretty strong. We'll see if Kubakulp decides to go down that route. For the moment, we'll get into game 2. Huge game for
Yeah, I don't think the game
players.
was over either.
We've got
But
Obelisk of
sure.
Power and Varmor's Lair this time.
And it's Kubakulp who go first, so 3 runes for them. Can just play the Ezreal out if they so desire. Has a, I want to say a Wages of Pain in hand is there as well, but it does look like it is just going to be Ezreal. Play with the known information, put out the one you have, discard the Wages of Pain, draw 2, and then pass over to NoVeggies, who points at the Obelisk of Power, says, okay, I will take my extra rune as well,
I will have that, please. That'll be quite lovely at the start of the game, and they've got a lot of cards that, you know, will be able to be employed with this as a really big advantage for NoVeggies as well. We're getting the seal down, which is great. We get to create a gold token early. We get, yet again, going with the known information on the board by just playing that Sivir out. Really similar turns, but actually NoVeggies has a lot more resources going on now than before, and that's just a really nice kick off the mark for them to try and overwhelm the board state like they did last game.
Also, 4 might into 3 is always a nice number to look at as the Sivir into the Ezreal. There is a Stupefy in hand, Singularity off the top.
I like
not going to be drawn. Instead, the seal, trying to make sure that they have
Sivir should be much better post sideboard, I think.
Through this early game for Kubakulp.
If she's playing unyielding,
all the way at that bottom of the main deck.
obviously.
That made me sad a little bit because it would have been useful last game, but I suppose knowing that sabotage can happen as well, going for the seal and just making sure that you're creating consistency for yourself is also important.
Yeah, court shot out. I have another look at the top 2. A pretty snap keep there for Kubakulp on the first set.
It must have been a good one.
I think this might be a treasure trove going to hand. Okay, we put them to the side. Have a look through our hands, see exactly what we do have at the moment.
And make that decision, and it's a tricky one by the looks of it. It's an important decision to make. We need a lot of things going on. We don't want to repeat a last game. We're going for the treasure trove. We love that. Get that card draw on board.
Acceptable losses. And we're going to see that gear go to it. And then also the treasure trove does the same. There's the channel and the draw. And Kubakulp then will pass the turn back over to NoVeggies.
I love that little combination.
Yeah.
It's such a little sly one. You're like, oh, actually, I get rid of your gold, which is really great because you needed that. And actually, then I get a card draw and channel. This is lovely.
I think it's one of those, people will often, I mean, with Treasure Trove, obviously,
I gotta go grab a package. I'll be right back in 2 minutes.
People will often overlook how important rune economy is.
Oh yeah.
And especially in a game like Riftbound, where you can't play multiple runes on a, you don't have abilities to put extra stuff on that easily, right? Yeah, you usually channel exhausted. Making sure that you have the right runes on the right turn is so important, and trying to keep your opponents off the right runes at the right times is great as well. Challenge coming out here is going to kill off the Ezreal with the Sivir, and Kubakub did have a Stupefy in hand, but no runes to be able to play it.
And that's what we were talking about just then, rune economy as well, and just having some standing. No Veggies knew that there was no threat. They were like, well, this is safe. I can safely play this and it not be contested. And now I can start to rebuild that hand again and once again cherry pick exactly what I want.
We talked about the invert timelines. Like, often you see you don't really want to get rid of your hand because you've kind of curated your hand a little bit. But when you're in a sticky situation, or if you haven't got the draw that you were looking for, making sure your opponent doesn't get to keep the hand that they have so carefully cultivated can do a world of good. So we're going to be here and get another gold token for No Veggies. We'll have a look at the top two with this cold shot.
The Ezreal's tempting.
I think the Ezreal is the play. Better than the confront overall.
No,
instead,
for the
confront for the card draw. On the hunt, and Nocturne will need to be revealed.
Can we afford it? We could, yeah, we've got more runes. Yes, okay.
But, I mean, we are down to only 2 and 2 gold on next turn alongside that seal for a power cost.
The gold does help out a lot, but we still need the runes to do the initial cast. Sabotage time, knowing that we're low ourselves, try and restrict our opponent and also kind of grasp what they've got going on. Right, so gosh, what do you take here?
There's 2 Stupefies, a Treasure Trove, a Bellows Breath of Fizz, and 1 Mystery card.
Oh, it's the
That's the one that was picked. And it gets recycled, so we don't know what it was.
If you guys had a keen eye and know what it was, pop it in chat and make us feel foolish.
I mean, it's happened many times this weekend that I felt foolish, Amy. It's not a one-off.
Oh, don't you worry. Same here. The players are just setting up that next little turn, going on in again, fresh with this board now. Ready to Stupefy, to draw cards. We've got to try and rebuild this board once again.
Stupefy, draw 1 again for the Ezreal trigger, perhaps?
Yeah, should be, I would have thought.
We did draw an Arcane Shift. We have the Fizz as well. Put it down this turn. Shift next. 3 damage with the Stupefy would be enough to kill off that Sivir. There's also a Nocturne that we need to be wary of. So it looks like it is going to be Fizz. We'll bring back the Wages of Pain that we discarded to the Ezreal on the first turn of the game. That kills Sivir, gets us a gold, and that mitigates the fact that, like, the idea of shifting the Fizz to get that damage.
Yeah, and we get a gold token as well, which is really advantageous for next turn. Just keeping that going, keeping that economy on board. Get the card draw from the Ezreal.
And we get, as you say, the Ezreal Legend ability. Treasure Trove back down. Can't remember, there wasn't a Pack of Wonders in hand, was there?
I don't think so, no. Not that I saw anyway, but I very well could be wrong. Hey. And we're on to No Veggies' turn in a really good position now for Cooper Club, with a really strong board state, lots of runes, and a great hand going on. And No Veggies kind of knows at least some of that information from having spied their hand last turn.
It's another Nocturne coming off the cold shot, first stage of the repeat.
Nocturne! I never see them when I do this.
But also, you know, No Veggies has looked about 15 cards deep into their main deck so far. So
and we can keep going. There's still stacked decks there, but we're just going to go in with this Nocturne, take a point there.
Into the Vile Moors. I think, like, you now have good threat for Kubakub to kill off that Nocturne anyway. You've got Bellows Breath, you have the Stupefy, you have the ability just to take enough damage onto that Nocturne. Ezreal and Last Rites.
Or Ezreal, I think Last Rites.
The Unyielding Spirit is going to go into hand to try and deal with Singularity.
Makes sense.
It also works obviously on things like Wages of Pain, but
it just really hurts when all 3 cards are excellent. And you're like, oh, I really would like all of these, but I've got to pick one, and you've got to think about what your opponent can do, what the biggest threat to you is, and if it's going to be Singularity, then that kind of makes a lot of sense, especially with the amount of runes right now that we have in play on the other side of the board. You do have to think that that threat is there. Moving on with Fizz into Obelisk of Power to go ahead and grab that first point there, and we're finally on the board.
Yeah, Arcane Shift. Targeting the Nocturne. We have the Stupefy to back it up.
How is this game going?
But it looks like No Veggies is just going to deny the ability damage.
Yep, by spending the extra, using some gold. and saying, no, actually, please don't.
We'll still get the Fizz trigger, even though you don't get the 3 damage to the Nocturne at the battlefield. Fizz can allow us to play that spell for free. What are we looking
This
for?
is an insane matchup
Maybe
because
Is it a cold
both
shot or a
decks
stack deck? I think is
can
the
go
option.
for like a super long game. And I don't think there's a universe where this doesn't go to time. Ezreal could have chosen to stay in that first game for like 20 more minutes.
Recycles the Stupefy as well. We have another in hand. There's the card draw. Ezreal for the choose. Okay, that makes sense if you want more draw out of the sequence.
Ooh, okay, we got Thousand Tail Watcher. We don't have enough runes to play it yet, but that is good for the future.
Repeated Bellows Breath isn't enough.
No.
Instead, we talked about the pickpocket. Takes out the seal. A nice addition from the board for Kubakulp.
Yeah,
gets you a gold token. Yeah. I mean, I really like it into these gold-generating decks because you can kill off the seals, sure, and if it's just a seal deck, then you're okay. But also, if you're just getting rid of some of those golds, again, you see no body wounds on the side of no veggies. Pack of Wonders down, bounces.
Because you can bounce it and just kill every single seal.
More card draw. Kubakulp here investing more in allowing the Nocturnes to survive to a degree, just to get as many cards into hand as possible. The problem is, they do not know that no veggies has an
This Ezreal deck should be horrible against Aurelia though. It's probably good against Jaden because of the Bellows Breath, but
we didn't see it game 1,
Aurelia
so we
just
don't know that necessarily
blows,
the threat
like, destroys
exists.
this
We
deck.
ganked over to take over another battlefield there with our Nocturne producing another gold token. Up to 4 points, so veggies is kind of starting to make that very apparent that they're now going down that pipeline to the win.
There we
Here
go.
comes the invert timelines.
Timelines have been inverted. Kubakulp just spent a long time building up this hand, and it is all for naught. The Pack of Wonders gone, sorry, the Treasure Trove gone as well. We're going to draw 4, and we will see where we are. A seal, a challenge, a cold shot.
Ezreal can rebuild the hand with the pack and the fizz and everything,
Let's
but
have a look, because we're passing over to his turn. Now we have a lot
it
of
might
runes.
buy enough time for
gold.
Sivir, I think.
Depending on what came about in that hand, we might have something absolutely off the chain, or it could all be falling apart.
Well, a Pack of Wonders off the top.
Okay, we got a stack
another
deck at
pickpocket,
least.
another fizz as well, which is nice
That's
in this sort of
good
situation.
Not that good of a
for a
hand,
seal,
but
very commonly seen play.
you can stack a deck to go see what you can see, with what you want.
Again, we
You
need
want
as
like a
much
treasure
information as
trove
we can
here.
before we commit too many runes to anything.
Yeah, this is kind of the point for Kubakulp where he really needs to get in
Nope,
control of the
nope.
game.
Oh,
It's not bad.
Singularity and double Wages of Pain. They'll go to the bottom. Singularity will be able to deal with both of these Nocturnes. We have the runes for it as well. No real response for no veggies to that.
So it looks like it's just going to be the Singularity coming through. Yep, that's a hard cost to pay. So there goes the 2 Nocturnes, and that hidden card has to go as well. So the Fight or Flight goes away. Very unhelpful in this situation, sadly, but understandable why it was played. And then Fizz can just head on in there. Again, just waltz into a battlefield, into Valmor's lair, because there's no threat coming back immediately.
Yeah, we start to march up the board.
Yeah, the fact that Ezreal can actually go for points here
and the Fizz going in.
is pretty rough.
Obviously a little bit difficult to play around, but when you have a Pack of Wonders, it becomes a lot easier.
Wait, this deck is not.
Replay the Fizz.
This deck is not bad into most things.
Just play the Pack of Wonders. I did think perhaps we would see the Fizz being played, but I guess you want to be able to utilize your trash effectively. We're going to bounce the pickpocket too.
Well.
Often, I mean, this kind of what are we going to call it? It's a bounce deck, I guess. Boomerang deck, yeah. I mean, Boomerang is much more in keeping for Sivir.
Yeah, that's the thing. But that's kind of what Ezreal's doing right now.
Yeah.
The only concern I have is now getting units into play that are going to be ready to kind of make effective movements next turn for Kubakulp. But I appreciate that, similarly, no veggies hasn't got anything going on either at the moment, but can potentially bring some scary units into play, like the Nocturne off the top deck again!
Oh. Those Nocturnes have done so much work for no veggies. It is his 3rd coming out. Looking at a Fizz and a Sabotage, and
Sabotage
just going to take the Fizz from that second part of the cold shot.
Those cold shots have been calling the shots all day. They've been absolutely bringing the fire.
Is that Merchants? Merchants is really good.
Those Nocturnes might as well just be on the top each time, I swear.
It's very true. It's very true. The problem for no veggies is double Wages of Pain is enough to kill off a Nocturne.
So true.
It doesn't have deflect, and Kubakulp is in a riches of energy right now. Basically got all of his runes out on that battlefield. In fact, does have all 12. 6 cards in hand. We've seen
yeah, severe deck. It's like a
the Mind Splitter, double
any
fizz.
miracle deck
They put the wages on the bottom,
seals.
didn't they?
Every miracle
they
deck
don't have those
needs
double wages.
seals.
They have the
Aurelia, Severe, Draven. As soon as you put Pickpocket in the deck, they start crying.
We'll have a look. Fizz, challenge, hard bargain, and a fizz.
What do you take here? I think Fizz?
Get to remove
or hard bargain.
Yeah, it's just what do we want to take? Get rid of the hard bargain for the counter war.
Yeah, okay.
Yep. I think that's wise. You know, the challenge isn't doing loads because your units aren't big enough to challenge the Mind Splitter itself, and then the Fizz are quite little. They can get spells back, but
can't get a hard bargain back.
No.
Well, you can, but
back it again.
No, exactly. So I think that was the wisest choice.
Yeah. Pickpocket going to kill off that Seal of Discord, make a gold for Kubakulp. Still the Nocturne and the Traveling Merchant.
What do you mean? Hard bargain doesn't hit abilities.
For no veggies, needs to get up to 6 if they can.
This turn would be a great turn to do so. And looks like, I mean, they're uncontested on battlefield, so they could. It's then just about having the backup for next turn to be able to continue, because you need to. You're getting onto that 6 is all well and good, but we need the 8
deck is
to
not
win,
that bad.
So we need then the backup. We are going up to the 6, and now it's going to be about whether he's able to hold on to those, or whether they're going to be able to put enough into the base now to have an appropriate response next turn.
It's how you deal with the Mind Splitter, really,
100%.
isn't it? 7 might on it.
Oh,
Rasa. Okay, I think we'll take a Rasa, please.
Oh, do you reckon?
Yeah, I think it might be the best choice. I'm gonna sunder some people, put it into hand. Unfortunately, the other 2 Rasas on the bottom here, unable to be discarded or brought back with the last rights.
Yeah, that is a bit of a shame, I suppose. Like,
The
because they
rune
are
that
the
we
cheaper,
tapped was
larger units
very
you've got, and they're
suspicious.
the kind of appropriate
Should have
backups you
tapped
want at this
purple.
point. It is a shame they're on the bottom of the deck, but equally, at least we have one,
For
and
stack
it's going to
deck.
be cheap as chips at the moment.
Yeah, Fizz using the gold, going to play out. What are we? Are we looking at an invert timeline?
I was thinking about stack deck maybe just because we need to draw more cards at this point. Like, we're limited and getting a bit low on resources, and
Game
I think
3 is
that
gonna go to time.
realistically we need to do something to start replenishing the hand. And okay, we got
Unyielding Spirit, a fight or flight, and an Ezreal. It looks like Ezreal is going to be the play. Can't play it this turn though.
No, I think that was the fight or flight.
Was that the fight or flight? I mean,
he's keeping us in suspense.
Not hiding a card implies not the fight or flight for now, at least. But,
I think it was the sabotage then.
But it was Unyielding Spirit, wasn't it?
Unyielding, sorry, yes. Totally.
That's okay. We've been doing this for as long as the players have been doing this, so also a complicated board state to work your way through. Kubakulp fighting back well, though.
Got so many resources on board. I think that's the thing at the moment. We are absolutely lush with resources, and now it's just about getting the cards in hand to be able to make the plays to bring it back. We're on 3 points to 6, but that's not that far behind in the grand scheme of things.
I can never remember the
about
name
how
of
many
that card.
resources are just
It deals 3
clearly on board.
damage.
And the Mind Splitter really, No Veggies doesn't have a way of dealing with that. It's just so big, going in with 7 might to 4.
So we've got an acceptable losses in hand. Doesn't really do too much for us now as Kubakulp. The Mind Splitter going in alongside the Pickpocket. No Veggies at 4. Nocturne
This is to play around punch first.
Kubakulp. Pickpocket
and then in 10, just to play around that. Pretty smart.
I mean, that's why you want to chuck in the Pickpocket there as well, to make sure you are over that punch first threshold. Gonna banish the Mind Splitter, targeting the Traveling Merchant. Unyielding Spirit means the damage won't go through, but the Mind Splitter will come back, and we'll have another look at No Veggies' hand.
Getting that effect of being able to bring it back and reactivate that effect on a Mind Splitter is overwhelmingly powerful. Being able to take a card from your opponent's hand and then know what threats are available.
He's definitely not punch first.
Just one of the most powerful effects in this game, hands down.
Yeah, smart from Kubakulp as well to play around the
We need
punch
to look
first,
at
'cause it
Graveyard
was
though.
in hand
What can Fizz
alongside a
bring?
Rasa and a Fizz.
I think it should be
Must have
Rasa.
been the unyielding spirit that they drew
It must have
off
been, yes.
the,
Or
off
Fizz
the
is
stack
close.
deck.
You need to look at the Graveyard.
So where are we going, Kuba? Let's have a think. If it were me, I'd be scouring that trash right now. I'd be like, okay, no veggies, what can you get back with this
I think it
Fizz?
should be Fizz.
If I put the punch
I really
first
would
in there, you
actually
can then
take
play
Fizz.
it back out.
Literally.
If I put the Rasa in there, there's a risk of you drawing a last right,
Yeah, I would take
conquering a
Fizz.
battlefield. And
Because
then
Rasa's
crashing
sure,
out the
but-
Rasa as well.
I think the Fizz is the scarier point
Yeah, I
here.
agree.
Yeah,
Surprisingly, Fizz
Yeah.
is the scarier one than
We all
Rasa.
agree.
And the Rasa you can play around, right? You've got ways to play around that. You've got big units. You've got your Mind Splitter down. But the Fizz just being able to bounce spells back is just
Oh,
too
Sever's at
troublesome.
Yeah,
6.
here comes the Fizz
Okay, yeah,
for
I mean,
Kuba.
it has to be Fizz.
Both the Arcane Shifts have been used for Kubakulp. Bellows Breath will be the target. You're paying to repeat it.
that so that we've
Yeah.
got some extra damage going on, going for the Fizz. So that's got 2 damage on it now. 1 remaining to have
quite-
an effect to remove it from the board.
Yeah, and the Traveling Merchant's also been stupefied, so that's sitting at, it was stupefied at the
1.
start of the turn, so that's sitting
You
at
can
1
Fizz
as
into
well.
Wait, what?
We have 4 runes left up. And we're having a quick look through our trash. As,
Seeing what's available, what's been used.
Its acceptable loss is Fizz and 1 other card that I can't quite remember right now. The Fizz could try and get back. You could get back like a stack deck or something if you're still looking, but Fizz is gonna use so many of our runes.
I think that's the issue at this point.
Yeah.
Is like we've got the runes, we've got resources on the board, but we've had to do so much to climb back up this ladder at this point that actually I'm not sure that we've got enough momentum now to just keep going. And that's been kind of the story of this back and forth, is that each player has been quite successfully managing to do what they can to manage each other's board and hands. But it's getting to the point
Fizz
where
bomb comes
Kuba
out.
just can't see the line out of the sand, and we go into a straight victory for No Veggies.
Big from No Veggies there. I was trying to work out, there was another Bellows Breath in the trash. The Fizz into Bellows Breath, I
Why
think
do we
would have
feel like
killed off
Ezreal
both the
won
units
both games?
on
Is
the
it just a me
battlefield.
feeling,
So
or?
But whether
obviously-
there was
Yeah,
then
whether it was
a
enough.
continuation,
Yeah,
I think
after
at
that point does make sense. It's very difficult after that point. So obviously, congratulations to No Veggies. Huge win for them. Taking the victory on the Sivir, one of the final 2 Sivirs remaining in the
Absolutely.
tournament, so still playing for that best of. For Kubakulp, a little bit disappointing that they weren't able to close it out with Ezreal, but after so long, over 2 days of play, no real surprises that endurance does come into these things.
Absolutely.
It was
and
just being
we
tired,
have a
yeah.
lot to hear,
I mean,
I'm
after-
sure, from our
after
winner
13
of that
rounds,
feature match, so we'll
just-
see you in a second.
Yeah, just being tired and
Welcome, Riftbounders.
misplaying, but that was a free
I am joined by
2-0.
winner
Like
of
the whole
last
thing was a
round
free
of Swiss
2-0.
here in Bologna.
For
No
Ezreal.
veggies. How are you feeling, man?
I'm feeling great. Glad I got that out of the way, finally.
I mean, you were already top 8 in Houston with the Annie deck. What made you change decks?
So I felt like Annie got a little bit too slow compared to the other decks, weirdly enough, because she was super fast in set 1. But the other decks were just doing more unfair things, in my opinion. Like, Sivir making a gold is really impactful, and like the orange cards, like just sabotaging your opponent to death is pretty good. Yeah, and I felt like there was no reason to play Annie over Draven, and I didn't really want to play Draven as well, so I kind of went for the option C, technically. But I like Sivir. I like Sivir more.
I mean, when you don't want to play Draven, I mean, when you're playing Draven, you have a little chance of getting that metal card, I want to say. With Sivir, that's a lot better. There's only one other player who can threaten a tiebreak for you. How are you feeling? What would that mean for you to finally win a best-of?
It'd be pretty cool. I'm kind of sad it's Sivir, because I've never played Sivir in the game. I think she's extremely boring, but she's cool here.
Well, I mean, you can have a spell shield, you can run fast.
Yeah, I guess.
I mean, you play a pretty interesting Sivir deck, actually. You're playing a Miracle version. We have seen plenty of Aurora recently. Why have you decided to not play Aurora Sivir?
So the reason I didn't play Aurora is because I felt like, first of all, it's not my play style. I don't really like slow control decks. I tested it and I hate it. You don't really depend on the Aurora, but like sometimes you kind of depend on the Aurora, and I didn't really like that. I'm a combo player at the end of the day. So the Miracle package just like fit me perfect. Like it's flexible. I can be an aggro deck when I can be an aggro deck, and I can like be a slow control deck that just wears your hand down, and until I know have a lock on the game, I can play accordingly. You know, the Sabotage, again, not to rave on Sabotage, but the fact that in this game at least, the hand rip is cool, but the hand information is even better.
Yeah.
It's very important.
There's so many crazy combat tricks. If you know what's coming, it's absolutely massive. But also, you know, most Miracle decks, they are either Mind or they are Fury plus Chaos. So you're running Orange, you're running Body. What are you playing to compensate for not being Mind or Fury?
Obviously the unfair cards, Sabotage, of course. Punch First is a big one. And the MVP, in my opinion, is Challenge.
Okay.
Challenge has been a card that a lot of people have forgotten about this weekend. They play out their Draven, they don't hold for an axe, and you challenge their Draven, and they're like, okay, 4-4. No, it's 6. Like,
How many times did you catch people off guard with a challenge?
A lot of times.
So we made it this far by just...
I caught more people off guard by the fact that Sivir suddenly was a 6.
Oh, okay, all right.
Because she gains the buff in the middle of the chain.
All right.
So a lot of people don't account for that.
Well, very strong. So that's a reason for success. People at home, play around Challenge a little bit.
I can't play this deck anymore.
As I said earlier, there's only one more player that can also go to an X-Tor record. Still, maybe in contention for the top cut if you have a good tiebreaker. Is there anything else you would like to say to the other Sivir players still in contention for the best of?
I hope you don't draw Aurora.
All right, maybe the luck is with them, maybe it is not with the Miracle version. You're very much less relying on drawing your good cards because you're going to see half your deck anyways. No veggies. Thank you so much for taking the time out of your day for this interview. And we're going live back to the coverage.
Well, welcome back to regional qualifier here in Bologna.
Who's the other Sivir player?
We are getting ready for the second feature match of our final round of Swiss. I think No Veggies, for someone that has played that deck for so long over the last 2 days, incredibly coherent. If I played that for a single round, I think I would be gobbledygook at best.
I think my brain would just leak out of my ears
a little bit. Yeah, it's just mush. Just mush.
Yeah. But the power of Sabotage and hand knowledge, clearly something very important to No Veggies. Among other players, we've seen it used to such great effect, and that match more than any had it from both sides. So we really got to see how that knowledge and
another
that
game
clarity guides the players.
Should we move into more Riftbound action? I feel like we must, you know? I think we might as well. Let's get into our next feature match as we see a Draven taking on a Victor.
Oh, what?
Looking for a Victor, my friend. Will they be the Victor is the question, looking for those top 8 spots.
Absolutely. I haven't seen a Victor yet, but I love the gameplay of this deck. It hasn't had a huge shift from set 1 to 2 in regards to mechanics, but let's take a look at the Draven list first.
Groundbreaking.
Yeah, looking like the sort of conventional Miracle Draven, a few Nocturnes in there as well, alongside the Bushwhack for a later game closing out of the matchups. Couple of spinning axes, the last rights, nothing too surprising overall here, only the single switcheroo which we are seeing a few times in these decks as well.
Absolutely, and of course moving on to talk about our Victor deck. So really from set 1 to set 2 there are a lot more removal cards available, and that's where it's really starting to shine. And we have the Xin Shao as well in here, which is really helping the deck to kind of find its place in this meta. And I like the Riptide Rex edition as well.
Yeah, the ability to do a bunch of damage to a unit at a battlefield does a huge amount of work in here. Also the Glass Mixologist and the Xin Shao.
It's not Lux,
a little bit of recursion coming out from Glass Mixologist, that's the one.
Wait, main boarding
quite a bit in these fights. A lot of removal, as you say, a little bit of gear removal as well with the salvages. We'll be getting on into the action. The fist bump between the two players goes to Driver, piloting the Victor, and Dysel.
I think Dysel.
Dysel 97 here, piloting the Draven.
Draven has been one of the big baddies of the event, showing that its uncontested might, strength, and perseverance.
No, you cannot pickpocket 3 of main deck. This is just not how the game works.
Practically anything. push through all of Victor's tricks
And you run into
units
Rally and you
and
explode.
recruits.
And Zorn Warren's on the
Because
top,
you have
Treasure
3 cards that
Hoard
do
on
nothing.
the bottom here in terms of battlefields. It is a Victor to go first. Ghost of Driver is going to kick us off, and we'll see what we decide to do for our turn 1 play. Looks like it's just going to be the Honest Broker. Death Knell effect on that, really nice, and you can use it well with the Cull the Meek effects as well. Allowing, or Cull the Weak, Cull the Meek is Renekton Q effects, allowing us to kill it off, get the Death Knell, and then make your enemy sacrifice a unit as well.
Excellent traveling merchant play, nice and easy. So we're able to just start to get that draw on the board, which we love to see early on. Back over to Ghost turn, I think, after this. I don't think there's much more we can play. Nope, so we're back on over and looking at already moving a unit forward just to really start the pace of the game and set the scale.
Yeah, deciding to go for the discard draw wants a little bit more of hand manipulation early on here. Could go towards the Treasure Hoard instead, get that gold token for paying 1, but decides that instead of that, we want to make sure we are getting through our cards properly. Uses the Victor's ability to make a recruit, discards the salvage. Factory Manufacture is going to make another recruit there in the base. And Factory Manufacture, something you don't see really outside of Victor decks at all, so don't really blame Dazzle. How do we say we were going to say his name?
Dazzle?
Wait, it's an A now instead of an I, which I think it was earlier, unless we just both misread it. Dackle. Dackle will
Let's
work.
Go for it.
Yeah,
Moving the Traveling Merchant, let's do it. Discard and draw. Want to start cycling through and cherry picking those cards that we desperately need to just get off the mark. We've got the Scrap Heap.
Drew a Nocturne for turn as well, which is not really what you want to happen. Is going to pay the 1 on the Treasure Hoards to make that gold token, then bring out Vanquisher Draven for the 4. And request there from Ghost of Driver, can you just use your gold not next to your runes? I think that's a valid request overall.
Just to make it super clear of what is available to Dackle at this point, and then Ghost Driver able to start their turn with a flurry of units, which is exactly what Victor likes to do, is overwhelm the opponent, make more units than they can handle. The recruits, yes, they have low might, but they are mighty in friendship.
That they are. I think if you're Dackle, you're a little worried about something like a Blood Money into Cull the Weak here. It would wipe away your board. Cull the Weak by itself, obviously not too effective with how with Dackle having 2 units on the board, but if you are able to get a couple out, it could work. You can also move in with the Factory Manufacturer and the Recruit to make sure this Traveling Merchant dies, then go for the Cull the Weak. Factory Manufacturer is going to trade in there.
Both make sense.
The point for Ghost of Driver moves up to 3. And we're paying the 1? We are paying the 1.
Yeah. Get that gold token.
Yeah.
It's important. It's an important resource in this matchup, especially because Ghost Driver needs to make sure that all of their resources are still ready to use, because they want to be able to keep making those recruit tokens again and again and again, and just keep up and keep having as many units as they can. The pickpocket is back on the board.
Technically, we got a gold from it, which is not bad.
Joins us, and now we're going to be able to just keep
He wasn't a bridge.
pressure, bringing things back, keeping things safe. And honestly, this is a great base, and it's full of guys. That's exactly what we want to see.
We were talking to some of the production staff here, and they were saying, yeah, maybe sometimes when we have a Victor deck, we need a slightly bigger area in the base, because already units are getting stacked on top of each other. It's like Hoth here, just everyone in a very small combined space. Recruit getting a knocked back here by the Draven Vanquisher. We will get the combat trigger from Glorious Executioner for the draw.
That's the only thing I don't love about Victor into Draven is that Draven loves to win a fight, and it's really easy against those recruit tokens. So almost leaving them at a base isn't great. You kind of want to remove them with some of your own removal effects. Take the gold tokens and such from those, and then don't allow them to draw a card by having to, by getting to conquer easily.
Now Dackle moving into that. Hey, I drew one of the cards of my let me look at all of my cards combo. It's drawn me another one of my cards of my let me draw all of my cards combo. The Ezreal comes down, and there's the cold shot.
We're still going.
With the Scrap Heap getting discarded, drawing 3 off that Ezreal instead. We now have the cold shot in hand. Instead, we'll go for the seal first, and can then use that for the cold shot and look at the top 4.
Yeah, we're doing it twice. It's so nice. We're doing it twice.
Hard bargain and a knockdown.
We saw this pickpocket absolutely carry the Ezreal. I think in this matchup it's even worse for Draven, because Draven doesn't have gold. and kind of relies on the seals.
So impressed.
Piercing light to hand works really well into these low might units, and like the recruits, can kill them off pretty effectively.
Oh, it's looking a bit scary if you're Ghost Driver at this point. Those card draws were incredible. Just, I think, having a little word about the effect there. Yeah, it's got ganking. I think we were just checking what that effect was on the Nocturne there. Yeah, another traveling merchant. It's, wow, this is really stacking up to be quite the battle, with two armies on both sides of the battlefields ready to close in on one another.
Yeah, Ghost Driver will be needing to work towards a glorious evolution if he is going to be able to take down Dackel's board. We have the readying of these runes coming out. We'll move into channel and then we'll see what the draw is. Haven't really had a very fine look at Ghost Driver's hand. I think it was a Bellows Breath that they were able to pull out here. But it's becoming harder and harder to find that spot removal.
Yeah, we kind of need something like some Cold Weak here to kind of force Dackel into a position where they have to get rid of the bigger units, and you're just going to say, well, I'll let a recruit go.
I mean, you have options like Imperial Decree into Bellows Breath, which would do a lot of work as well.
That's true.
Recruit going in here, discard draw. There's the point for Ghost Driver, halfway to the finishing line in this first game of the this featured match. Xin Shao seems like is going to go to the trash. And it will. Do have some ways to recur that. It's like a Spectral Matron, I believe, can bring it back.
The Bellows Breath, that was a good call.
I mean, but without the Imperial Decree, it's not as powerful.
No.
Bellows Breath, are we repeating it?
I think that's a yes, based on the cost that was paid.
Hitting the units in the base. The second Bellows Breath here as well would make sense, but the Thousand Tail Watcher works really well with it. Gonna kill off all of the units in base for Dackel. And did we repeat it and hit the Draven? Or did we
I don't think so. I think it was everything in base. I
think
they left the Draven. I think it's just everything in base.
Yeah.
I believe it was those three.
Okay. Looks like they are going to die off. You could Spinning Axe out here to save one of them. The question is it worth it? The answer is yes. For Dackel. Puts the Spinning Axe down. Where are we putting it? Nocturne or Ezreal?
I like the Ezreal. I think the Nocturne, like we can bring that back a little bit easier later, and Nocturne's an easy play if you find another one. Keeping an Ezreal around for its secondary effect is kind of a bit more advantageous at this stage. I think saving Ezreal with that Spinning Axe is just enough to give Dackel the advantage into a combat later on.
Yeah, I agree with that. Having the repeat for the called shots as well is really nice overall. Goes to Driver. And we're going in. Looks like it. No real runes available for Dackel. No fake runes available for them either.
No, nothing at all. So Ghost Driver does kind of have the advantage, though, of just being able to go in a bit uncontested. You can just go in. You don't even need to take over. You just want to stop the whole point. So you can just go in and stop. I guess you could trade into that, which might be quite nice. Well, the problem is Draven has Fury runes available. So if Dackel decides they could go down to one rune here and give the +4, just going to go for the +2 up to 6, knowing that Ghost of Driver doesn't have the energy left, and it's the trade. Yep, just going for the trade again, just trying to get rid and mitigate the hold point there, not really needing to get one themselves for the conquer, because they can just now put this pickpocket in, which was already ready in base. So regardless, was really nice for Ghost Driver because they had that backup. They did. And now Ghost Driver goes up to 5. Might be worth making another recruit here. They're tapped out, I believe. Gonna recycle for a hidden card. Yeah, I didn't notice they were tapped out, but yeah, recycling one to hide, and that's all you can do. It's such a shame because it does kind of slow the assault. We still have the Thousand Tail Watcher and a gold token, but you know, Draven can really come back at you if you leave them alone too long.
Oh yeah, if you hear the cheering in the back, they're announcing the top hit, right?
You do need to take at least one of these battlefields here. Ghost Driver would be going up to 7, doesn't need another round before they can win, but still in a good spot overall. Stack deck or fight or flight? I like the stack deck, I think. Yeah, just keep pushing forward. We need to try and find a way to take these battlefields. One is easy, that's the thing. These units aren't difficult to defeat.
But we're going to go into the one with a hidden card, trying to remove that threat.
Do you Hidden Blade the Ezreal, assuming it's a Hidden Blade, or do you Hidden Blade the Pickpocket to get... It's a Wages of Pain instead. 3 damage marked on that Ezreal. Will trade in. Now we see the hard bargain for the Wages. No ability to pay it, so that will get put into the trash. Ezreal winning the combat. Does get a card draw for Dackel. Only 2 runes available on this turn though, Amy.
It's not enough, really. It's just not enough. They're going to struggle to come back from this. It's just not giving, and we don't have enough in the discard pile yet for the Raza. So I think this is where we kind of have to slow our ropes a bit.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think you really need to get some of that rune economy back. You could look for like a stack deck,
making sure that your hand has what it wants in it, just to give you flexibility for the future.
Yeah. You have a gold as well. You could play the cold shot with the Ezreal's optional ability, not reusing your runes. Oh, you have the seal as well. Don't even need to use the gold, but we pass.
Another Ezreal in top 8? I think it's the Luca one, right? Lucas, whatever.
You're saying, okay, well, anything you can do, I might have something
Ludwig.
better. I might have a reaction to that. So leaving that just as a tell to your opponent that you have something that can
Did Ludwig lose? He was playing so clean.
Structural element of this game.
Yeah, another Hidden Blade drawn to hand as well for Ghost to Driver. Goes to 6, has that 1000-tail Watcher that will beat out the Ezreal in pure combat right now, but there, as you can see, there's a Rebuke in the hand of Dackel. Riptide Rex targeting Ezreal, played to a battlefield.
Happy to read that one. Like I said, it's an unusual inclusion, but I love it. You just get to deal that pure 6 damage.
Ezreal dead. Oh, the spinning axe would be given temporary, so putting it in the trash right now doesn't matter too much, but technically should still be on the battlefield. Rebuke comes out onto the 1000-tail Watcher for the knockback to hand. Goes to Driver still in a really
Riptide Rex from LOR. What a card.
He's going to make another recruit. Disposable infantry here.
Still can leave a couple of runes up and just kind of pass into Dackel's turn in quite a strong position here. Dackel now doesn't have anything on board currently. Going to bring that recruit token back just to have bodies and leave Riptide Rex into Dackel's turn.
To hand.
Okay.
Do we have like a Bushwhack to ready it to get out onto?
I think we do have a Bushwhack.
Yeah, I don't know if it's in hand, I guess.
I think it is.
Is it?
I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
I'm certain I saw a Bushwhack.
I believe you.
I think it's there.
Yeah, I could see it. I could see it.
So I think we can get a ready unit into play.
Do you guys know? Sorry, for screaming. Do you guys know what a cool design they could have in Riftbound? There should be a legend with an ability that it's like this spell mana thing in LOR. So the ability says you can stack up to 3 energy on me that can only be used on spells. That would be so cool. Like imagine actually.
Yeah, you know what's coming. You just put it back in their hand.
But the question is, which legend would it be? Which champion from League?
Make our stand here.
It's a troublesome call because you've got limited resources.
Absolutely not, Kaisa. What are you saying?
You need to put your stance back
energy, not power.
But you know what's coming. You know the 1000-tail Watcher's right there in the hand. You know that can just
jump
out at you.
Rise.
So it's a troublesome situation to be in where you kind of know what is
I was
on
thinking
the horizon,
Nami, but
don't have
Rise makes sense to me.
methods in hand right now to combat it.
There's the Bushwhack that we talked about. Units enter ready.
Karma?
To have the card draw.
I can see Karma and Rise.
Made from that. Exhausted doesn't really apply too much. Doesn't really do anything for us right now.
Oh, Sona. I can see Sona too.
Pretty at 6. The Raza goes into the treasure hoard.
Just gonna score a point, nice and easy. Go up to 4 to Ghost Driver's 6, which is a really scary number to be on because if they're able to then kind of dip in and out, if this Riptide is left alone, then we're able to just take the 8th point.
I mean, we know there's a Hidden Blade in hand for Ghost Driver.
Exactly.
Right, so you need a hard bargain or some way to stop the advance, but Ghost Driver has enough tools right now. Ezreal in ready, discard draw 2. No runes up for Dackel. Really hanging his hopes on this defense from Rasa.
Kind of hanging on by a thread here. I think it's important to put the switcheroo in place.
Hides the card. Switcheroo goes in. Hidden Blade is going to cost Darkle this game. No real way for you to react to it.
No, Ghost Driver goes up to 7 now.
Yeah.
All they need to do is conquer the treasure hoard. That is it.
And they have two recruits to do so.
That is the game.
What are they playing around with? Hidden card could be something like a fight or flight, but even that doesn't really do anything with Hidden Blade.
But we don't currently have enough power to do so. We've only got 2 recruit tokens, so we're going to need some jiggery-pokery and some shenanigans to make it happen.
Yep, Thousand-Tailed Watcher will be the play.
We knew it was coming. We knew it was there. And certainly going to be a very helpful hand. Thousand-Tailed Watcher going to reduce the Nocturne's might by 3.
Yeah, take it down to 1.
And then, do we just like poke with a recruit token? Do we put both in?
I think going at one at a time does make sense. Accelerated Thousand-Tail, they're all going to go in together.
All makes sense.
Together.
Reveal the switcheroo.
Because
we'll put the Thousand-Tail Watcher down to 1, so 3 into 7 now.
So that's no good. Switcheroo definitely putting in a lot of work.
Okay, do we have a Hidden Blade GG?
And down goes Rasa. Don't blame Ghost Driver for taking the time to
I mean,
sure
Miracle is taking a beating from Big Bucket, low key. Big Bucket is destroying Miracle.
When it is required.
Yep, I like that. It was a very clever play, just kind of poking the bear and going, okay, I know the threat now, and I still have the means to take this win. Ghost Driver in the driving seat for the majority of that game, taking victory.
Yeah, should have used Hidden Blade before pushing in, of course.
A 1-0 victory.
Hey, very good. We're just having a little look at the side deck there. I don't know if Ghost Driver is going to be wanting to do much different. That all seemed to go quite well.
Yeah, it really did. Have the salvage in for something like the spinning axe, if so required. Did a good job with the early recruits, trying to deal with the board well as well from the side of Darkle. I wonder if Darkle's going to change things up at all going into game 2.
I'm not sure what would be particularly helpful. I don't think Victor is what you're expecting to come up against.
Against the odds. Against the odds, I think, is particularly helpful. And the ability to really buff up a single unit depending on the amount of enemies there. Brynhir Thundersong as well to try and stop some of those sneaky Hidden Blades and such. Could do a little bit of work, but I do like against the odds.
Maybe even a Ferris Forerunner just to kind of start to match how many units your opponent has on board. You want
I think armor is bits in Victor.
Than you're used to. You know, Draven's used to having some big old units on the board, right? But actually, when you've got things like
yeah, Forerunner should help this matchup a lot. Because Victor cannot really kill it cleanly. So yeah.
Or things with Death Knell, even if you have to sack the first Forerunner, as you say, you're still getting 6 might back for it. We will move to game 2 of this final round of Swiss here in Bologna. And we'll see if Ghost Driver can take it home with a 2-0 and go to 11-1.
What will the battlefield choices here be?
It's a good question. It's a good question.
Candlelit Sanctum and Voidgate.
Okay, Voidgate coming out of our Victor player. A little bit of extra damage on things like Wages of Pain, on the Singularity, on the Bellows Breath. Can do work.
Yeah, I'm surprised at Voidgate, but honestly, kind of impressed.
Yeah, I mean,
it's a good choice.
Especially if you're trying to just like ping off, you know, these Ezreals, these Fizzes, even a Draven Vanquisher, having the extra damage for Wages of Pain, putting it up to 4 is huge. Recruit is the turn 1 play for Ghost Driver. Darkle didn't put anything out for their own turn 1. Now it's going to be Draven Vanquisher.
Nice, easy, ready. Very typical of the previous turn. I think just asking which one that is.
Alright, just clarifying. There's no point not doing it, right?
Yep, exactly. But it is Candlelit Sanctum, so we've seen that one today already.
Yep. Look at the top 2. You can decide to recycle 1 or 2 of them and then put the ones that you haven't recycled back on the top of your main deck in any order on the Conquer. Here's the Recruit. Ghost Driver will thankfully immediately show us what we were just talking about.
Oh yes, and I like this. So, you know, it's an easy Victor kind of turn 1 typical play of recruit in, recruit out, and absolutely shaking it all about and grab those top 2 cards to have a little cheeky peek. And I think that's important. You're wanting to kind of distill your deck of the things that you don't need right now.
Yeah. Thin it out, find the things you want, put the rest on the bottom. Currently sitting with 1,000 tail, watching Imperial Decree and a Bellows Breath in hand. A huge combo there. Also a Cull and a Singularity, I believe. The choice is between Hidden Blade and... I didn't see, I think it was Pickpocket on the top.
Maybe.
Yeah, not
this is
gonna
exactly
draw it
what
yet.
Victor kind of gained from set 2, was actually all of this removal became not only great for other decks in dealing with Victor, but actually helps Victor itself to kind of help these recruit tokens. Speaking of, here's our
Goal
first
here is
goal of the week,
insane.
forcing Draven Vanquisher to the trash this
Insane.
early, and only for a recruit token.
Yeah, it's such a nice trade for Ghost Driver overall. Only has to kill off one of his recruits, decides it is the one in base rather than the one sitting on Candlelit Sanctum. Wants the whole point from there. Let's see.
I don't think X2s make it because there's a lot of X11. So there's gonna be 0 X2
but it's fine in
for sure.
Did all of the things that you're meant to do in your ABCDs.
2 X2s make it?
Seal into Ezreal, into
No,
discard,
there's no way.
draw 3
There's-
cards,
There's multiple.
and a hard
Oh
bargain
really?
all go to hand.
Wait, did one of my students make
Looks
it
like
or
it might
no?
be time for another cold shot. Might be trying to dig for a Nocturne just to try and get a body on the board at this point.
I mean, I really think getting through the cold shot here makes sense. You've got double fizz and the spinning axe as well for forces later on. Seal and last rites.
We've got a couple of seals already, so yeah, I like the last rites here instead.
Double
and,
Ezreal, I think I know what I'm taking.
Well, I think we'll take an Ezreal, which I mean, it's a great choice anyway. We can continue to, again, cherry pick what we need, just make sure that we're developing the board. We get units and card draw from Ezreal as well as a passive effect. Brilliant card, and we've seen it to great success today in many decks.
The Ezreal as well, you can use it to get your Draven back out of the trash if you so desire with that last rites. Does win out on the combats, but Ghost Driver already at 2 points. Can kind of play this one a little bit more slow roll. Doesn't have to try and dominate the board. Can just use the recruits for the holds. Allow Dackle to conquer himself. And
No.
then
So one of my students
start
actually
looking at some of those kill spells, looking at the Wages of Pain, at the
got
Bellows
sharked.
Breath, the Imperial Decree combination that we already see in hand.
Here we go. Pickpocket down first.
Take a seal.
We love that. Get a gold. Pickpocket doing its thing. And then we're going to bring that recruit token back.
Yeah, don't want to give free combats to the Draven.
We didn't like that last time.
No.
We're not going to like it now, but we're going to make some more recruits.
So one student, instead of being top 8,
A couple of them stacked up on
he ended
each
up
other
being
there.
top what?
The
Top
easiest
20?
for Ghost Driver to maintain a very
23?
easily visualized board state is doing the best job that they can.
No,
And we
top
move on to
25.
Dackle's turn. Now we've got open battlefields.
So one
We've
of the
got an
Aurelia
Ezreal
is
ready
top
to go.
23,
So
and
we
the
do
other
have some
Aurelia
point scoring
is
potential here,
top
but
25.
it's all about then
They ended
keeping
up,
that pace
which is pretty
Now,
good. Like
maybe- I was thinking about maybe
ending up
using a last rites
in top
first to get
30 is
conquer
nice,
effect,
but yeah.
But just going straight in with the Ezreal for the point first, and then looks like we'll go from there.
Yeah, I think the risk is if you do last rites in, that costs 3. You then have 3 runes left, so you can't recur the Draven.
Mr.
You
Clever.
don't have enough
Not
runes
yet.
on this turn. Alongside that, if the Ezreal then dies, you've paid
Hello.
3.
If your Fishy Touch
paid a
token
power,
to
you
0 power,
recycle
is
2
it
from
dead?
your
No.
trash, and
Grappler,
you don't
it is
even
not
get
dead.
the effect, right?
That's so true.
With 2 up
0
on the
might units
side
don't
of,
die unless they
Ghost
take
Buster, I think
damage.
It makes sense to play a little bit more cautiously for this Draven. Traveling Merchant seems to be the next option that is going to come down on the board. It'll take a second to think about it, and there it goes.
Going for it. Going for the seals. So now looking at hiding a card.
Yeah, we
Maybe
know
that fight or
that's a fight or flight, as you say, but Ghost Driver does not. Could be something like a Tide Turner if Dackle decides that he wants to switch around the Traveling Merchant and the Tide Turner to get the extra discard draw. Double Imperial Decree is a little bit pricey for my blood, but still with the Bellows Breath, it does do a lot of work. And you've got the Wages of Pain as well for later on, just to at least kill off 1 enemy unit. But really, Imperial Decree works most effectively when you have either a slew of recruits that you can constantly throw in.
Oh, okay, we've got a reactionary spinning axe coming after a pickpocket, heading on in to Ezreal. So now that's going to be attached instead. With the quick draw, we can just equip that straight away.
Now, Ghost Driver with the focus. We know there's a FOF there. Does Ghost Driver play effectively around it? Do you want to invest much more into this? Because Dackel plays the spinning axe, you might be thinking, well, wouldn't he just have fight or flighted my unit back? Why is he investing more in this?
Why is there more going on than meets the eye?
Yeah, it can be for future turns, right? You can play the spinning axe now to keep the fight or flight around, to deal with bigger threats. Pickpocket just allowed to die. Combat 1 for Dackel means that he draws a card. Now Ghost of Driver is going to go Singularity.
Ooh, that's probably why we didn't want to invest too much into that, because actually just using the Singularity now takes out the spinning axe as well out of play, which is a huge advantage.
Perfect runes available as well. There's a hard bargain in hand for Dackel, but there's 2 runes up for Ghost of Driver, so he's played around the fact that this hard bargain can come out. Dackel might just use it to make the runes be paid.
Maybe just to kind of force your opponent to use resources.
Yeah.
And then you kind of know that that's the end of their turn, right?
Exactly.
They can move some recruits, but that's about it.
Instead, they all go to the trash.
Just decided, okay, nope, you absolutely take that. Everything goes to the trash. Dackel once again with a limited board state. Ghost Driver just moving recruits around to gain those early points. And now Dackel is once again having to fight their way through their deck to be able to get units and get them on the board. And I think we didn't hit anything more than some more kind of card draw. We do get to see more, which is great. We're cycling through the deck as quickly as we can.
Wait, I have a question. To people who attended the event, you're playing at tables, right? During your round or whatever. Are people who finished allowed to just come around you and watch you play? Because that's the...
Just recruit after
I don't want that.
Victor leading that glorious evolution. Ghost of Driver having a think here as we prepare to end their turn. Does have 2 runes still available.
I hate it when someone is standing next to you like an owl, watching you and what you're doing. It's just so distracting. Please don't do that.
Second recruit goes into the void gate, gets us up to 4.
Taking those easy points.
Yep.
The only bad thing here is you're giving Dackel some card draw potential.
Yes, but also Dackel needs to accelerate something out for that to be effective, right?
Oh, yes.
So,
oh, I think that...
It's a Nocturne.
It was a Nocturne off the top deck, which is not what we want. We want to be seeing
discard
the
Nocturne
effect of a card. So that was a shame, so we're just going to discard that.
Hard bargain and a Bushwhack going to hand. You can see, not...
The Bushwhack at least will help to potentially get something accelerated later into play, or pseudo-accelerated, but right now, really unhelpful.
Yeah, we'll go for the cold shot. Battering Ram and stack deck off the top. Battering Ram is the one that goes into hand. Then something that was snuck, a very nice jacket being worn here. Unfortunately covering out slightly the cards that did go in. I think it was a stack deck, perhaps.
Okay,
Bushwhack
down now.
This means that you draw, and then you can get the Battering Ram in, win a combat, get another draw. Sorry, gold gear from the Bushwhack. Then you can get the Battering Ram down, then you can get a draw from winning the combat.
So at least then we do finally see something coming kind of
Yeah,
pseudo-accelerated.
Draven can get a lot of might here, but
Battering Ram and a cold shot.
we need to see Nocturnes
If it's a second
and
ram
Rasas, of course.
I think it would be.
Could also go for the cold shot just for more card draw.
Cycling through the deck once again. I think it's, it's
shot
going
is
to be
put
the
down,
cold shot.
Deciding to hold on to that second Battering Ram in the main deck. And here we go. Battering Ram down. Played to base and then readied and immediately gone into the Candlelit Sanctum. We'll have the trigger from the combat. Glorious Executioner drawing us a card. Then we'll look at the top 2. Could have stacked those differently if they had wanted.
Spinning Axe and Battering Ram, going for the Battering Ram on the top, putting the Spinning Axe to the bottom, so we don't have that option.
Yeah, I think that's one of those moments where you tell the players are a little bit tired, because to me, optimally, look at the top 2, organize how you want them, then draw a card. But maybe drawing first and then setting up a subsequent draw is slightly better. I'm not sure on the statistics. I'll trust Dackel. They're 10 and 2, and I am 0-2 because I wasn't dropped from the tournament fast enough.
I heard a rumor that they paired us round 1.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
But then, so someone beat me round 1.
Oh,
someone
really?
2-0'd me round 1 because I wasn't there.
Yeah, but I
so
wasn't
I dropped.
there either.
Well,
We'll have to find out later.
I've been shown Medic 0-2, so yeah.
Oh, there we go then. But here we
Yep.
go, moving on to Ghost Driver's turn. Can they start to bring it back now that Dackle has a little bit of momentum?
Mixologist is not that good of a card, sadly.
It's still only a couple of points away for Ghost Driver, right? Sitting at 5 right
is.
now.
But maybe we're bringing back the bit pocket just to kill seals. Like we're going full hate on Miracle,
That's an
maybe.
easy wipe of Dackle's side of the board. Hard bargain energy not available for Dackle right now.
No, Dackle doesn't have any standing runes either, so we don't have any energy left to be able to spend. Going in with a 1,000 Tail Watcher accelerated.
Yep, straight into that battlefield. I'm gonna cycle the runes. The battering ram loses out. Watcher, Candlelit Sanctum trigger now. Go to 6 for Ghost Driver.
Oh, this is such a scary position to be in if you're Dackle.
The stupefying cull, the weak, the 2 off the top. In hand still 2 of those decrees, a Bellows Breath. And something else.
Well, I reckon we're going to be able to take out that Ezreal with ease as well this turn now.
It's also, do we really need to? Put them both on the bottom. Have one left, one rune left. It's a Wages of Pain at the back. Could hide that if we wanted. Could also just make a recruit and play for next turn.
Which,
so
you know,
close
wouldn't be
here
a
for
bad
Ghost
point.
Driver. Yeah, bring the recruit back.
Yeah.
Play another one. Leave the 1,000 Tail Watcher out.
Pass
Place
it along.
a threat. Yeah.
Pass it along. We're 2 points away from the win. You've got to expect they're going to want to take both battlefields next turn. Kind of probably expecting the 1,000 Tail Watcher to fall.
So, Ezreal is there.
Okay.
We need to get through the 1,000 Tail Watcher. We don't have that Bushwhack, but we have a Fizz that can replay it. Cold Shot first, using the seal.
Nocturne.
Nocturne's not bad.
Revealed from the Cold Shot. Gold used to play it.
Was that another one? Another one!
Oh, that's crazy.
But unfortunately,
We should have bushwhacked
Fizz
first.
before this and pull back the Bushwhack. They don't enter ready.
No.
Obviously hard to think about that sequence because
Is it hard to think about that sequence?
Before you make
I
decisions
think
for your turn.
Exactly, and that's the really difficult part about sequencing in Riftbound is that the obvious, which is normally always look at more cards, may not be quite as advantageous. We still have a few more tricks up our sleeve.
We have the last rights. Pushes Ezreal to 5.
Does mean we'll be
Go
able
in,
to
get a conquer.
get a conquer up to 3, but it's still lagging very seriously behind Ghost Driver.
I mean, I think the attempt now is to try and make Void Gate big enough in terms of might of your units so that Ghost Driver can't take it back away from you.
But we're going to need to be able to put some units in there, and right now we don't have any way of getting anything else ready to
well,
go.
we can play straight to the battlefield, right? Because we control it currently. So a Ferris Forerunner could go in there, perhaps.
That would be a nice one.
Yeah. What are we gonna do, Dackle? Traveling merchant to base.
Can?
Okay. No longer have the energy for the first one. A battering ram to base as
Surely
well.
we don't need to hold there.
Okay.
No,
Okay.
That's acceptable.
Yeah.
We changed the mind there on where we go. Just making sure we played the 5 cards for the turn to let that battering ram get out. So now, Ghost Driver needs to get through 2. Do they have the runes for Imperial Decree and Bellows Breath? You need 6 energy and 2 order and a mind.
We have it.
Hold to 7. We do have it. The problem is, do we have it with a hard bargain repeated, which is available?
That's the problem. And we've left runes available. So both players are very in the know that that is a possibility. They haven't seen the hands, so they don't know it's there for sure. But the threat is there, and that's what it's about.
There we are.
Debating what could happen.
Imperial Decree.
Okay.
When any unit takes damage this turn, kill it.
You have to hard bargain
With a
it.
word, I end you.
The other problem is here, you can move 2 recruits in, do damage to the ram, do damage to the Ezreal, and the 3rd recruit comes in as well. So Ghost Driver just looking for this. Dackle thinking about that
I'm
hard
so
bargain
confused
you
as to
have
why we didn't
feel.
play the
But even if you hard bargain,
merchants
repeated
on
at
the
this
battlefield.
point, you only
Why did we
have
play
1
merchants
energy
base?
left to do anything else on this turn. Imperial Decree will leave the chain and will have been played. Ghost Driver, do you
Wait,
just
we said
go in
okay
with
to
two
that?
kick us off, or do you
I'm
try
confused.
to Bellows Breath first? That's the debate you have to feel.
I think you go in with the recruits.
I think so
at this
too.
point, but we go
Bellows
with the
Breath is
Bellows.
the play.
Yep.
I will target the Ram and the Ezreal, not
This has
repeat
to
it.
be the
There's
hard
the bargain.
So that didn't quite
Was
work.
repeated. Ghost Driver can't pay 4. So Bellows Breath will not be played. But now you've got one rune up, Dackle. What can you do with a single rune? A Wages of Pain to try and take out
and
one.
there
The
it is!
handshake goes to Driver, taking the 2-0.
With Victor of all decks, we weren't expecting
What
that.
is that
but
deck
boy,
box? That
am
looks
I glad
insane.
To see Victor being victorious in
It's a
our
tower.
last round of Swiss today.
Huge performance all around by Ghost Driver. Really well done. Such patience as well. I get the line using the Bellows Breath and the Wages of Pain first, because if you go in with the units and they're bounced and they're not ready, then you have to
All right,
wait
show me
another
top 8.
turn. Really nice stuff all round from Ghost Driver. A bit unfortunate for Dackle. I think at times just wasn't able to keep up with the amount of kill, the amount of spells that Ghost Driver was able to bring out.
They were just absolutely on it with making sure that those units and recruits were just seamlessly dancing around the board and just overwhelming Dackle's defenses. But let's talk more about all of their units with the man themselves.
Hey, James here with Matthias in between rounds before we get to the top 8, and I have to say congratulations. Not only have you made top 8, you are the best of Victor here in Bologna. How does that feel?
It feels amazing. It's unbelievable. I went today, stood up, I couldn't sleep much at night, but I was like, I'm gonna lose to something, I'm gonna face the Dravens today and I'm gonna lose it. So last match Miracle Draven was fine, but mid-range is like the worst, but I only got one and somehow won 2 times with top decks.
So you played Miracle Draven recently. What else have you faced on your road to the top 8? What's been tough for you so far?
So the awesome thing is I nearly faced everything. I've faced 3 Dravens, 2 of them mid-range, and I faced, other than that, totally different legends. I faced Ornn, Ahri, Irelia,
Plenty. Lots of different legends.
Everyone played something else and it was awesome. Maybe due to me tying the first game, I got into the kind of off bracket of Swiss-wise and faced all those matches. And yeah, it's been a blast.
Well, congratulations so far on your performance. I wanted to ask a little of your Victor. Which version of the deck are you playing?
So maybe you know the Houston list that got pretty far. So I think Riptide Rex is a good card still, and Xinsao made the deck better. Xinsao is like the card that makes me want to play Victor still. And there are some improvements with Wages of Pain, so it's kind of similar to the Houston list if you know it. So it's like 20 units, 20 spells. I'm playing Ravenbloom and sometimes spraying. I'm not playing the best deck, so I have to hope sometimes, and it's working quite well.
Well, you've made top 8, and that is the important thing so far. So I'm going to let you get ready for top 8. We'll leave it there, and good luck in your next rounds. Hopefully we'll hear more from you later today.
Thank you very much.
Stars shining with us, your fire is contagious. I feel the moon on our skin. Love glows out, love streams in your eyes.
Okay, Diva. Wait, which is that a show?
Feel the warmth of my love. Shine on and feel
Yeah, Legends of Frontier. Okay, top 8. Let me see top 8. Let me see Prisma. Let me see Allen. Let me see Freaks.
Welcome everyone to the top 8 stage of the regional qualifier here in Bologna for Riftbound. James O'Leary joined by Leonard Koenig to take you to top 8 action. That feels so good to say. For the first time here in Europe, we have 8 players determined as the best of the weekend.
Yep, 4 different legends in fact, so quite the variety. Of course, the most represented one is Draven, is it?
I would assume so. Yes. I think that is a very good guess. We will take a look at the bracket in just a couple of seconds.
All right, give me bracket.
As you said, a bunch of different champions represented, legends here. Draven, I believe we got a Misfortune in there. We got some Ezreals in the mix.
Of course, as we have seen in the last feature match,
there's
also the Victor leader as chosen champion, Unit 4 Herald of the Arcane Victor. So that deck is also very, very interesting. It hasn't had a lot of meta share in the last few tournaments over in China and also in online grassroots tournaments. The deck was not represented that well, and that's a breakthrough performance also for the best of course.
And that means we've said goodbye to quite a few legends. We've said goodbye to the likes of the Irelia and the Kai'Sa and the Ahri and the Jinx.
0 Irelia top 8 is crazy. Am I surprised? Not really. We haven't seen a single good Irelia.
That's okay.
Sorry, I think there's one Irelia that is still in the tournament. But yeah, there's so many legends that didn't make a top 8. I mean, there's way more than 8, so that has to be the case.
Yeah, we'll take a look at the bracket as we get through. Not a surprise to see Draven being quite so popular.
I thought my students were gonna make it.
It does feel though
one of
like
them
the
almost
Ezreal
made it, but he
that
got
we saw from Alan has really put a cat amongst the pigeons, proverbially, with a very different play style of games.
I mean, it is the card that you predicted to be so good in this meta. Nobody found a way to utilize it before, but now we're seeing the Vex Ezreal build that was so strong. We've seen a matchup of Alan ZQ versus Marcus Patel, a matchup that might as well still happen in this tournament because both of those Riftbounders made it to top 8 of the regional qualifier, and that was a stomp.
Are they going to show us top 8? Where are we?
Let us get a real
we're gonna get edged a little bit more.
In the tournament. So
okay, Alan period, Prismac period. We saw the Victor. Wait, crazy, where's Freaks?
5 different legends.
Yeah, quite a lot of spread here. So no mirror matchups by the looks of things to begin top 8. Some very familiar names here. Of course, Alan ZQ, one of the players that we've been watching throughout the day. We've obviously got Prismaticism, who people are very familiar with.
Wait, Sebi Q, I remember this name from somewhere.
Sebi and Crows have both played on stream over the last couple of days for the top half of the bracket, so we know everybody up there. And Randy, very familiar people on stream. I'm pretty sure we saw Ghost Driver as well. Marcus. Yeah, wow, we've basically seen everything.
3 Dravens,
sure that this is,
2 Ezreals,
after top 8,
1
so
Sivir, 1 Victor, 1 Irelia.
This should not be the bracket if I'm not completely mistaken.
A lot of purple though, let's be real and honest.
Yeah, okay, we may very well have a slight update to that.
It's full purple, apart from 1 Victor.
Correct, we'll get clarification on that because it's important with seeding going into a bracket stage. Of course, the higher you are, the better your seeding. And a very important clarification.
Wait, what happened to Freaks though? I'm curious.
The competitive rule set, just to make sure that everyone is on the page coming into this event. If you have a higher seed, you get selection in game 1 of whether you play first or second. So no more dice rolls, no nothing like that. It's like higher seed gets to pick in that match.
And I'm very curious to see what's it gonna be on the side of Alan ZQ, for example, because the Ezreal deck doesn't play too many 2-drops, right? You don't really need it. We've seen Ezreals pass all weekend long.
Are you saying
if you're going
maybe
second,
you go second?
But then you could also on your second turn play a Vex.
Yeah, I'm a going second hater. Just it betrays everything in my being to go second, as you know, from games I've played in the past. That is typically not the favorite thing. I understand there are situations where people feel like it is fair. Yeah. We will indeed take a look at that as we get closer. We will be keeping an eye on as much of the top 8 as we can, and there has been a lot this weekend of interesting stuff. We, of course, that means are still determining a bunch of the best of cards, but a lot of them have been given away on the champions we were talking about have not made it to the top 8. So congratulations to any best of winners from the event. We know that there's a best of Victor still in the top 8. 2 players fighting for the Ezreal best of as well.
Definitely, and some players like Crowns, who was playing Irelia earlier on the stream versus Specimen. He got, of course, the best of Irelia. Funnily enough, Specimen got the best of Timo. So that was a match, we didn't know it back then, of 2 best offs.
Wait, that means
Yeah,
actually Alan can get best of Ezreal. Probably will get best of Ezreal. Prisma can get best of Draven, which is nasty. Probably will get best of Draven. And which means that our team,
I feel like we've seen a lot of matchups in the higher
that was just crazy. My team just got best of Ezreal and best of Draven. And if I went, we would have gotten best of Irelia.
Swiftly entered
I mean,
really good set of results.
Yeah, the deck looked like a enhanced version of the mid-range Kaiser we have seen so much of in Origins. You had these big tempo plays with the Darius, but you also had this nice mech engine and this passive legend ability of Rumble that all of your mechs have Defender, and that goes so well together with the Ferris Forerunner, because if that one dies as a defender with 7, if that one dies, you get 2 mechs. Those are 4 defenders, so you get even more value out of that card. That makes Ferris Forerunner, which is already a basically 12 might card, a 15 might card, and that really helps with your tempo and developing your board state.
So it as always is a good indicator that, you know, if you want to be like a local hero, run your favorite deck and just grind it until you've got all of the matchups down in your head. You can go from Nexus Knights into your Summoner Skirmish, maybe get that buy at a regional qualifier, and maybe put up some results yourself. We've seen a lot of fun stuff. Saw some Renata Glask yesterday as well, which I got to admit I wasn't necessarily expecting at the top tables either, but we've seen some interesting rounds play out with the Renata Glask scoring mechanisms.
You know, I wasn't the biggest fan of the deck before that, but now I'm really intrigued to give it a shot, just because you can generate so much gold and then cheese out some nice time warp turns. There are turns in which if your opponent leaves up, opens some battlefields, you can just jump from 3 to 8 in one turn, and that is just absolutely fabulous.
And then accounting for like time warp, we saw the Echo attempt at a play, so really interesting deck construction on that one. I'm trying to think of, you know, I do feel a little vindicated. I didn't say Vex was going to be played in this tournament, but it just is my play style. So coming into Spirit Forge was like, this card, I love it, but nobody seems to rate it yet, and I will just jam it in decks. So seeing Alan play like multiple copies is music to my ears.
I think the success
unfortunately,
of Vex is based on multiple factors.
I do have coaching soon. I have to go coach in the boot camp. And I need to do some chores, but I have been streaming for 7 hours, and I streamed yesterday for 9 hours. I do have to go. I will not be watching Alan and Prisma. I mean, not on stream at least, but I have to go do some, do the coaching session and everything. Again, thanks for hanging out with me. It was a pretty chill weekend. I really enjoyed it, honestly, watching with you guys. Maybe I'll just watch we can use the coaching session to watch the tournament. But thanks again, really was really cool. But yeah, I'll be streaming next weekend, so make sure to follow. Next weekend is gonna be the Las Vegas one. I'll be streaming it. Maybe with Alan even. No, Alan is going, so. I will be watching Sunny, Grappler, other cooler people. No, wait, not cooler. Other cool people. So it's gonna be a lot of cool peeps for Vegas that we're gonna root for. Aikaro's probably gonna be playing, so it's gonna be exciting. Cass is gonna be casting. There's a lot of good things happening next week as well. So yeah. If you want to, if you're interested in any coaching, of course. My Metafy, you just go to Metafy and you type in Kuvi and you should find me. Or you go to my Twitter. It's Kuvi_LOR. You're gonna see everything there. You're gonna see when I stream, when I post links, when I post deck lists, when I trash talk, when I talk about plays, etc. etc. But yeah. If you wanna join again, boost camp and everything, it's Metafy, Kuvi. And that's it. Yeah, thanks for hanging out with me. Love y'all.